Dark Redemption. Written by Grace Hamilton. Performed by Andrew Tell. Chapter 1. "Grab it all!" Megan shouted as she swept pill bottles of every shape and size off the shelves and into her own pack. She wasn't picky. Liquid, capsules, powders, whatever she found, she took. Megan knew she was acting like a madwoman, but they'd stumbled onto what she hoped was the find of the century, a pharmacy. It had been looted, but it appeared the looters only went after the most obvious stuff like painkillers, leaving behind the less intriguing meds, like for heart and blood pressure. Brenda had given them a list of medicines to look for, but they didn't have time to read the tiny labels, much less understand what many of the medications were for. They'd grab everything and sort it out later. Coming this far and venturing into the city was extremely dangerous. They all knew it, but they were desperate. They couldn't afford to miss even a single bottle of pharmaceuticals. It was better to have everything and need nothing than to need something and not have it. "Guys, really? Grab everything! I don't care what it is! Every bottle goes in your bags!" she shouted again when she didn't get the response she was looking for. Wyatt and Chase exchanged a look before doing what she demanded. The skylights overhead, while filthy, provided enough light for them to see inside the boarded-up building. Someone had thought the wood over the windows and doors would keep looters out. "We don't want to fill our bags with the wrong stuff," Chase reasoned. Megan shot a glare at him. "We don't know what the right stuff is, so grab it all," she growled. Chase looked at Wyatt, who raised his brows, not daring to say a word. She looked at Wyatt, challenging him to say something, but he looked away and started pulling random bottles off the shelf. "It doesn't matter if the meds we grab won't work for JJ, Megan explained. "I'm sure we can use them down the road or use them in trades. If we're here, we may as well take whatever we can." "You're right, and we are," Wyatt said, reading the label on a bottle. "But some of this stuff, well, it seems kind of odd. Like this," he said, holding up a prescription bottle. "What is it?" Chase asked. Wyatt grinned. "Viagra-type stuff." Megan rolled her eyes. "Brenda specifically mentioned that one and said to grab it. If someone has heart problems or something like that, it can help. I think she said pulmonary hypertension. I don't know. Grab it. If you're too embarrassed to carry it, give it to me," she said, exasperated. Chase laughed, but didn't say anything. Wyatt looked away and got back to work stuffing his bag. She knew there would be a lot of ribbing and joking about it later. They were grown men, but things like this turned them into teenage boys. "Shh!" Chase held up his hand. Megan froze mid-reach for more pills. "Down," Chase whispered, gesturing for them all to crouch low behind the aisles. With the windows and front door boarded, the only entrance was through the now unlocked back door, which faced an alley. They'd come in unnoticed, or so they thought. Megan's heart raced when she heard voices. They knew it was risky coming here, but they didn't have a choice. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and Jack Jr.'s life was worth the risk. "They're coming in," Wyatt hissed. "Move to the far end," he instructed. Megan started to duck walk away from the back door towards the far wall of the building. When the newcomers came in, they'd likely go straight to the same area Megan had been in when they heard the noise. Chase joined her, crouched behind the aisle that had once been filled with adult diapers and feminine hygiene products. The shelves had been wiped clean. Megan knew those things were probably not at the top of anyone's list in the very beginning, but it wouldn't take long for people to figure out how valuable they were. She looked and watched as Wyatt eventually made his way to them. This wasn't the first time they'd been in a difficult situation on one of these trips to town. It was actually more common than she would prefer. "Now what?" she asked. "We wait and see if they take what they want and go. There's no need to get into a gunfight if we don't have to. I'd rather not give away the fact we're here at all," Chase said. He was the one she depended on for the best advice in these situations. Megan didn't have a chance to respond as the voices grew louder. It sounded like a group of at least 3 young men. They were laughing and joking, knocking things off the counter. "Grab it, dude! Snatch whatever you can," one of the men said. "What are we going to do with this stuff? All the good drugs are probably gone," another voice said. "I'm going to look around and see if there's anything to get us high or worth selling. That one lady may buy stuff from us," a third voice said. Megan looked at Wyatt. The third man would likely find them if he started roaming the aisles of the small pharmacy. He held up a hand, indicating for her to wait. She hated this, the waiting to know if they were going to be seen. Without being able to see the men and whether they were armed, they were completely in the dark here. They could be shot before they had the chance to talk their way out of the situation. "Get ready," Chase whispered. He reached back and pulled his gun out of the waistband of his pants. Megan dreaded the inevitable fight that was about to happen, but did as she was told. She reached for the gun in a holster at her side, watching Wyatt do the same. She carefully checked to make sure it was ready to go, sliding her thumb over the safety. Footsteps indicated the man was getting close. "Get your bags," she said in a voice that was barely a whisper. They didn't come all this way to leave their loot sitting on the floor. Chase picked his up, rattling the pill bottles inside. Megan gritted her teeth, knowing he'd inadvertently given them away. She gave him a withering scowl. He shrugged his shoulders by way of apology. "Hello?" the man said. They didn't answer. "Guys, we have company!" the man shouted before his footsteps started running in their direction. "Now!" Chase said, standing up, but not to his full height, not wanting to be an easy target. Wyatt pulled Megan in front of him and pushed her towards the back of the aisle. "We go around and get out the back," Wyatt told her. "I'll draw them out so we have a clear path," Chase whispered. She raised her hand in acknowledgement and walked towards the opposite end, her gun ready. "Hey, we don't want any trouble," Chase shouted. "It's only me and my buddy here. We're looking for some medicine for his son." "Come out where I can see you," the voice shouted back. "I have a gun. You do anything stupid, and I'll shoot you." Megan grimaced. Of course, they had guns. Everyone had guns these days. "Let us walk on out of here, and you can have whatever you want," Chase reasoned. "Ha! I don't think so, man. Maybe you already took what we want," the second voice said. It came from the same direction as man number 3. That was a good thing, Megan realized. They needed them all in the same spot, away from the back door. "Don't move." Megan felt a rush of fear zip through every nerve ending. She didn't move for a split second, and then it was a flurry of motion. The man standing a few feet in front of her didn't know what was coming. She swung her arm up, knocking the arm that held a gun on her. The gun flew out of his hand. In one smooth motion, she brought up her left leg and kicked him square in the stomach, driving him backwards into a display of chapsticks. She heard a gunshot. "Go!" Wyatt shouted at her. She didn't hesitate and made a beeline for the back door. Another shot rang out, and a shelf full of pill bottles exploded to her right. She kept running. There was another shot and a shout of pain. The shout didn't come from Wyatt or Chase, so she kept moving, not bothering to look back. The back door was propped open, making their escape easier. Once outside, she raced across the empty street and dropped behind a large delivery van parked on the side of the road. Chase and Wyatt slid in beside her a moment later. "Anyone hit?" she asked. Chase shook his head. "No, I'm good." "I'm fine," Wyatt said. "They were shooting wild. I'm not sure what their goal was. Maybe to scare us off." "Well, we got some stuff," Megan said, patting her bag. "We need to keep looking. We made it this far. We should search the other buildings." Wyatt sighed. "Megan, we don't even know what we're looking for. This is the third time we've nearly gotten our heads blown off for nothing." She narrowed her eyes at him. "It isn't for nothing, Wyatt. We're doing this to save JJ." Chase cleared his throat. "Megan, he has a point. We know this part of the city is dangerous. We're going in blind. We keep taking these risky missions, and it hasn't done us any good. We could be doing things like fortifying the defenses at the lodge or scouting for food items." "I can't believe you guys are going to give up," Megan seethed. "I know it's risky, but what choice do we have? We can't give up and let JJ get sicker." "We aren't saying that, but we do need to think more about whether the risk is worth the reward. We love JJ, but we aren't doing him any good if we get seriously hurt or killed on one of these missions," Wyatt explained. "We need to come up with a better plan." Megan stood, brushed herself off, and looked at the two men still sitting on the curb. "Fine. You guys can tell Willow it's too risky for us to look for medicine that will save her child." She spun around and stomped off in the direction of the mountain that had been her home for more than a year. They may be willing to give up, but she was going to keep searching for a way to help the infant. She wasn't about to put her life above his. Chapter 2. Wyatt and Chase fell in step behind her, and they trudged along silently, for which Megan was glad. She was wrestling with her own demons and couldn't deal with conversation. She knew she'd overreacted, but since the dam and what had to be Emma's death, she'd much to atone for, and if she could save JJ, it'd help make things right, at least in her own mind. She owed it to JJ and Willow after she'd let Jack die. Failure wasn't an option. Megan was tired of those close to her dying. She'd give everything she had and then dig a little deeper to give more, whatever it took to prevent another innocent child from dying. It was the only way to calm her need for absolution. "It's crazy hot," Wyatt said, breaking the silence. Chase grunted in acknowledgement. It was mid-June. The weather had been very warm, indicating July and August would be brutal. "I wish I'd worn shorts," Wyatt complained. Megan rolled her eyes. "You're the one who said we couldn't wear shorts. You said we had to cover as much skin as possible to prevent bug bites and cuts to our bare legs," she pointed out. "I know what I said, and it's true, but I'm saying it's hot, and right now I really wish I wasn't wearing so many clothes." They were all tired and grumpy. They'd been making these trips into the city every few days. Every time they found what they hoped would be the miracle cure, they'd failed. The trip into the city took them a good 2 to 3 hours one way. It was exhausting, and the heat made it worse. "Hopefully we got the right stuff this time," Chase said, shaking his bag. "I think we got every medicine known to mankind." Megan hoped so as well. "Let's take the highway back and see if we can find a running vehicle," Wyatt said. "Really?" Megan asked in surprise. They'd been staying off the main roads in favor of deserted back roads. There was still the risk that they'd run into other survivors willing to kill anyone that stepped foot in their territory, but it was favorable to being out in the open where they could be picked off at a distance. He shrugged. "May as well. Maybe we'll find a gas can, a tank full of gas, and hopefully a siphoning hose. Chase laughed. Or maybe we'll find a working vehicle with a full tank of gas. Stranger things have happened, Wyatt shot back. They walked towards the highway on high alert, constantly scanning the area for any signs they weren't alone. Weeds poked Megan through her cargo pants, burrowing into the material. She'd have to spend some time picking each one out with no washing machine to do the job for her. Wow, Megan breathed when they reached the highway. There were stalled cars littering the roadway. Garbage was strewn about, along with various articles of clothing. Weeds grew in between the cracks in the road and lined the roadway, creating a tunnel feel. It was strange to see no movement at all, no sounds of car engines or horns blaring. Every apocalypse movie she'd ever seen before the EMP predicted this same scene, and now she was looking at it. It was surreal. Wyatt stopped at every car and peered inside. Gas doors were left open, and most of the vehicles were missing the gas caps as well. Someone, or several someones, had already had the same idea. I doubt there's even a drop of gas in any of these rigs, Chase said, picking up a gas cap. This was probably the first place hit. We're at least 16 months too late, he said with disgust. It was worth a shot, Megan said, feeling the need to offer Wyatt her support. It was good to have some hope, and stranger things have happened. They continued walking down the highway, weaving in and out of the gutted vehicles. Megan wiped her brow. The sun was beating down on them, and walking on the asphalt wasn't helping. She could see the heat rising in waves, creating a mirage effect. The sound of birds and bugs mingled with the sounds of their footsteps. Wyatt, we need to get off this road. I'm sure my shoes are melting, she said, hoping to keep it light. He chuckled. I think you're right. These cars have been here way too long. Even if there were gas in the tanks, it'd be worthless now. I was hoping we could get some gas for that ATV, which would make these trips into town a lot easier, and we could carry back a lot more stuff. We'll keep looking. What we need to do is figure out how to make biofuel. I bet you Albert could figure it out. On our next run into town, let's hit the library and bookstores. We'll collect as much information as we can, Chase replied. Megan agreed. That would be awesome. I haven't driven a car in so long, I don't know if I remember how. Stepping off the highway, she stopped before spinning around to look at the posts lined up on either side. Hey, I have an idea, she started. Look at these T-posts. We could use these to build fences for the garden, the goats, and even around the perimeter. Wyatt looked at the posts and started laughing. How many times have we walked right past these things? We've been busting our butts to make posts when they've been right in front of us the whole time. It's a really good idea, Megan, Chase added. We'll bring the sleds on our next run and collect a bunch of these posts. These will come in handy. You're onto something here. We need to start looking at our surroundings a little differently. What do they say? We have to think outside the box, color outside the lines, or whatever that old adage is about seeing different uses for things right in front of our faces. Megan smiled, feeling proud of herself. This would help make all these trips into town a little more useful. It also helped open her eyes to what was hiding in plain sight. Hold up, Wyatt said, stopping in his tracks in front of Megan and Chase. Look. Megan looked at the ground where he was pointing. There were spent bullets everywhere. Holy cow! What happened here? She said in complete surprise. It looks like a war zone. Chase squatted, examining the casings. There are a lot of different calibers here. There was one hell of a gunfight, he said. There's blood over here, Wyatt said from the edge of the road. Someone was obviously using this car for cover. They were hit. The trail leads out there somewhere. He scanned the field. I don't think this happened all that long ago, Chase said. This blood is still red. If this were old, it'd be a lot darker. I would guess this happened within the last day. Considering the heat of the pavement, it could be as fresh as a few hours ago. Should we see if there are any survivors? Maybe someone needs help, Megan asked. Wyatt shook his head. I don't know what happened here, but with the number of casings strewn about, they have a lot of weapons. We could be walking into the middle of a gang war. I say we get out of here before we find ourselves in a very bad situation, Chase agreed. Megan hesitated. Her instinct was to help an injured person, but she had to check herself. This was a different time. Whoever did this clearly had plenty of weapons and ammunition. Okay, let's go. This place is kind of freaking me out, she said, catching up to Wyatt. She felt exposed on the desolate highway. Me too, Chase said. Look up there. Wyatt pointed. Is that smoke? Megan asked. It looked as if the smoke was rising from the highway. Let's go check it out, Chase said. Something doesn't feel right. If we're dealing with an enemy invasion, I want to know now rather than when they're knocking on our door. Wyatt nodded. We need to get off this road. If anyone's around, we're easy targets. Chase pointed to the ditch along the highway. That'll do. The tall grass will provide us some cover, but keep your eyes and ears open. If we stay to the left side, we can make a run for the trees if we need to. The last thing I want to do is go back into the city. Megan was thrilled to get off the hot road and quickly walked down the slight hill into the ditch. Do you think there are snakes down here? She asked, suddenly hesitant to walk through the tall grass. Wyatt grinned. If there are, it'll be little bull snakes. This area doesn't have any dangerous snakes. Keep walking and don't scream if you see one. She wasn't appeased. Easier said than done, she mumbled, falling in line behind him. Chase brought up the rear. She could feel the tension strumming between them like an invisible thread. Oh my God, what is that smell? She said, suddenly gagging. Wyatt looked over her shoulder to Chase. She watched the myriad of expressions cross his face. They'd exchanged information without saying a word, leaving her in the dark. What is it? She hissed, suddenly feeling as if she needed to whisper. Death. She looked around Wyatt. They were getting closer to the smoke and the stench. Yep, Chase said, pointing up at the sky where crows were flying in a circle a short distance away from the smoke. Megan stopped in her tracks. What? Chase asked, suddenly on alert, scanning the area. We're walking into what's likely going to be a very grisly scene. I need a minute to get my bearings, she explained. Wyatt turned and walked the few feet back to her. He took her by the shoulders, commanding her to look at him. Don't breathe through your nose and try to avoid looking at the dead, okay? You have to prepare yourself for this. Don't panic and don't go running off. Got it? She coughed and took a shallow breath. Yes, I'll be fine. It's that smell, she groaned. It's the heat. It speeds up the decomposition process. Judging by the smoke, I think you're also smelling burnt flesh. It's probably one of the worst smells you can ever be exposed to. Here, he said, reaching into his pocket. Rub some of this under your nose. She took the mint-flavored chapstick, raised an eyebrow, and did as she was instructed. Wyatt and Chase did the same. She inhaled deeply through her nose and was rewarded with a tingling sensation. The mint was faint, but it'd hopefully help dull some of the stench they were about to encounter. "Ready?" Wyatt asked. "Ready," Megan replied. They walked a little farther, coming around a bend. "Oh, no," Wyatt groaned. Megan looked up at the road ahead. A green military jeep was on its side. She could see a body propped up against one of the wheels. The man had a gun in his hand, but it clearly hadn't done him any good. "Get low," Chase instructed. They walked another 20 feet. "Two more," Wyatt whispered back. "It looks like it was a military convoy. Those are our guys," he said, pointing to two bodies, clad in army green BDUs, lying in the center of the road. Megan put a hand over her mouth. The smell of death was overwhelming. Birds were swooping down, pecking at the exposed flesh of the dead men. It was a macabre scene, one she hadn't been prepared for. She'd seen death, but this was on another level. "I don't see any hint of survivors," Wyatt said. "We need to get out of here. I don't know where these guys were headed, but clearly someone ambushed them." "Maybe it was a supply run," Chase volunteered. Wyatt looked up ahead. "If so, whoever did this got away with a truck. I don't see it up there." "I'm kind of relieved to know our military is still intact. These guys were clearly part of a coordinated effort. That gives me some hope, but also worries me. What if the Russians are here? Maybe they have troops on the ground," Megan asked. "It's possible," Chase answered. "Let's get out of here before someone comes back." "Up there," Wyatt pointed. "We'll take that back road home." Megan knew he wanted to keep to the road when possible. It made their journey much easier. Trying to walk through heavy brush was difficult. They also would risk injury from a trip and fall, possibly twisting an ankle or worse. No, keeping to the road was a chance they had to take. Right now, it was about getting back to the lodge as quickly as possible. "Crap," Wyatt muttered. "There's more." Megan looked up. She'd been focused on the ground, watching for anything that would trip her, as well as snakes. She could shoot and kill a bad guy, but it'd be foolish to spend ammo on a snake, no matter how much they made her squirm. There were two more jeeps up ahead. "What are you doing?" Megan hissed when Wyatt started to climb the small hill up to the road. "I want to see who these guys are. We need to know what we may be dealing with soon. Maybe we can find some information in the jeeps. I think if someone was around, they'd have made their presence known by now," he said. Chase quickly followed, leaving Megan no other option. She scrambled up the hill, thankful to be out of the tall grass. "That is some nice Kevlar," Chase said, looking at the dead soldier, envying the body armor that was meant to protect him from bullets and shrapnel. Megan couldn't stop herself. "Should we take it?" Wyatt looked at her with surprise. "What?" She shrugged. "Well, he isn't going to need it, and who knows what we may encounter later." Chase agreed before kneeling next to the dead man. "She's right. We need the armor, and we could use the weapons. Check the jeeps for ammo," he instructed. "I'll take care of this part." "Thank you," Megan said. Although she wanted the armor, she didn't want to be the one to strip it from the dead man. It felt wrong, even though she knew it was the right thing to do. To keep surviving in this increasingly violent world, she had to shuck those social niceties. It was all about doing whatever it took to get home to her daughter, and sometimes that meant doing things that went against every moral value she'd ever held. "There's nothing in this one," Megan said, after rummaging around in the overturned Jeep. "The hood is still warm. I don't think it's from the sun either." This looks to have happened recently. Watch your back, Chase commanded. The body's still warm. We need to go. Chase jumped up, pulling the vest off the man. Guys? Wyatt said, staring at the other jeep. What's up? Megan said, jogging the short distance to him. This one's still alive, he said flatly. What? Megan called out, flinching at how loud her voice was while picking up her pace. When she got closer, she could hear moaning. Wyatt was standing at the open passenger side door, his gun aimed at the guy. Wyatt, what are you doing? She asked. We don't know who he is. She rolled her eyes. Well, we know he's hurt badly, judging by how pale he is and the amount of blood on the seat, she said, pointing at the evidence. Help me, the man moaned. His eyes fluttered, but didn't fully open. Who are you? Wyatt asked. The man moaned and turned his head. He stopped moving. Megan reached out and put 2 fingers to his neck. He's still alive. What's in his hand? Chase asked, coming around from the other side. Megan looked and saw a small silver box. I don't know. There's no markings. She reached forward. The man's eyes opened, and he looked her straight in the eye. Help me, please. Megan looked at Wyatt and Chase. They exchanged a look before Wyatt gave a quick nod. We're going to help you, she said softly. We need to get you out of here. The man pulled his hands closer to his chest, clutching the box tighter. He appeared weak, but whatever was in the box was clearly very important to him. My friend is going to help you out of the jeep, Megan said. The man muttered something before closing his eyes again. She stepped out of the way to make room for Chase, who immediately reached out to grab the box. Before any of them could react, the injured man's right hand released the grip on the box and swung out, hitting Chase square in the jaw. Ow! He yelled, jumping back. What the hell, man? I'm trying to help you. Megan pushed Chase out of the way and leaned back into the jeep. Sir, if you want us to help you, we have to get you out of this jeep. Punching my friends isn't going to do you any good. Be nice, she scolded. The man started mumbling and limply tried to push her away. Get back, Megan. If he hits you, I'm gonna shoot him, Wyatt growled. You aren't going to hit me, are you? She said to the man, who seemed to be drifting in and out of consciousness. The man mumbled something that sounded like no. Okay, good. Now, Chase is going to get you out of there. Don't try to fight him. Do you hear me? She said in an authoritative voice. She turned to Chase. Don't touch the box. Obviously, it's something he values. Let him get out of there and figure out what we're dealing with. Fine, but if he swings at me again, I'm hitting back, Chase grumbled. Chase pulled the man out of the rig with his upper body pressed into his shoulder. He dragged him back a few feet before gently placing him on the hot pavement. Megan quickly looked the man over. We need to get him to Brenda. She can fix him up. I don't know if that's a good idea, Megan, Wyatt cautioned. We can't leave him here. He's one of ours, Wyatt. He's Army, she pleaded. I'll make a stretcher, Chase said, before turning to Wyatt. Keep your gun on him in case he's faking it. Megan rummaged through the jeep and found a first aid kit. Chase quickly put together a stretcher with one of the blankets found in the jeep. There was no point in trying to tend to the guy's wounds right here. The person or people who shot up the convoy could be back at any second. The 3 of them tugged the unconscious man onto the stretcher. None of them tried to touch the box, which he still managed to hold tightly. It was the least of their worries. Let's go, Chase said. The 3 of them took turns dragging the stretcher through the woods and up the hill. It was an arduous climb, made worse by the cloying heat. The soldier moaned and mumbled, but never said a coherent word. "He better be a good guy," Wyatt grumbled when they got close to the lodge. "I won't hesitate to shoot him if there's even the slightest hint he isn't what he appears to be." "And I will hand you the gun," Megan replied. "Until then, we wait to pass judgment." Chapter 3. "Megan, you should probably go on ahead and let Brenda know we're coming in with an injured soldier. Maybe she can use some of that medicine we found," Wyatt instructed. "Okay, I'll see you at the lodge," she said, picking up the pace. She was anxious to get back to JJ. It had been a rough few weeks. Willow was struggling. They were all on edge and unsure how to help. Brenda had been poring over the same books repeatedly, making notes and trying to figure out how to help the baby. Rosie had tried every herbal medicine she knew, and nothing was working. Megan imagined the patient they were about to bring her would be a welcome distraction. His injuries were plain to see, and so long as he didn't bleed out or develop a life-threatening infection, she could fix this man. "Hey!" Albert called out from his seat high up in the tree stand. "Hey, Albert. Wyatt and Chase are bringing in an injured soldier," she said, knowing it'd elicit a strong reaction from the man. "What? Haven't you guys learned your lesson yet? How many times do we have to get nearly killed by some outsider before you guys figure it out?" he grumbled. Megan smiled. It was the exact reaction she'd expected. Despite his objections, she knew he'd never turn away an injured soldier. The man was loyal to his country and would do about anything to defend it. "Who is he?" Albert asked, once he touched ground. "I've no idea. He's in bad shape and isn't talking. He does have a box that he's protective over. I need to let Brenda know. The others will be right behind me," she said, heading off to cross the stream. When she got close to the house, she could hear Caitlin's laughter. It always made her smile when she heard her little girl's joyful chatter. "Where's Brenda?" she asked Caitlin, who was stacking some old tires while the goats waited patiently. It was the same game they'd been playing every day for months. Caitlin, Ryland, Frankie, and Amy created various obstacle courses for the goats. Then they laughed with glee as the goats did tricks while jumping from one obstacle to the next. "I think she was cleaning her guns again," Caitlin said. "Okay, be careful and have fun," she said, before making her way up to the house. She didn't hear the baby crying. Hopefully, Willow was getting some sweet relief. No one had slept well since little JJ had come into the world 6 weeks ago. His birth had been a bit of a surprise. They'd all thought they had another month to prepare, but JJ had other plans. Megan slowly opened the door. Somehow, in her mind, that made her entry quieter. She didn't want to disturb the baby or Willow if she happened to be getting some sleep. Rosie was in the kitchen, crumbling up what could only be dried mint leaves. The aroma was intoxicating and soothing at the same time. "Hi," Megan whispered. Rosie smiled. "They're both awake and enjoying some mother and son time. He's doing much better today, which means Mama is doing much better." "Oh, thank God," Megan breathed. "So I don't want to interrupt this very peaceful moment, but things are about to get chaotic." Rosie's smile faded. "What happened? Who's hurt?" Megan held up a hand. No, it isn't like that. Wyatt and Chase are fine, but we did pick up an injured man." Brenda materialized at the top of the stairs. "I'll get my gear. I want him on that table. Rosie, I'll need hot water." Megan looked at Rosie, gauging her reaction to being ordered about in her own house. Rosie smiled. "And just like that, here we go. You clear the table, and I'll get some water going. It's so dang hot, The last thing I want to do is start a fire, but I guess I must." Megan rushed to the kitchen table that doubled as their surgical table. It wasn't very sanitary, but there was no other surface large enough to accommodate a human. Brenda rushed down the stairs, carrying a suitcase. Over the months, she'd been adding to her emergency first aid kit. It was a full-blown surgical center now. She threw a tarp and a sheet at Megan. "Put those down. It will help save on cleanup." Megan spread out the tarp and then the sheet, smoothing out the wrinkles. It was a habit. Obviously, the injured man wouldn't care if the sheet were wrinkled. She moved the chairs away from the table, making room for Brenda to move easily around her patient. "Tell me what you know," Brenda said, all business, as she opened the case on the center island. Megan shrugged. She didn't really know anything. "Well, I think he's a soldier. It looked like he had a gunshot wound to his stomach or maybe chest area. We didn't look. He was combative," she explained. Brenda nodded her head. "Go on. Age? Conscious?" "He was kind of in and out of it. I guess he's mid-30s. He had a heck of a grip on a metal box. When Chase tried to take it from him, he punched him." Brenda raised an eyebrow. "So he is conscious?" Megan shook her head. "Only for a moment. He was out when I left them to come here. He did look like he had a bruise on his face. Maybe he got hit?" "Here, rub this on your hands all the way up to your elbows," Brenda said, squirting some hand sanitizer on her hands. "The guy was in a Jeep, which looked to be part of a convoy. The other vehicles were wrecked in one way or another. He may also have injuries from a collision. He was in the front passenger seat, not wearing a seatbelt. The other men had on bulletproof vests. Our guy doesn't," Megan said, realizing how odd that was. "Other men?" Brenda perked up. "They were dead when we got there. It was a gruesome scene. I'm not sure how this guy managed to live through it. Whoever attacked didn't hold back." "Oh no, not again," Willow said from upstairs. "It's okay, Willow. It's only one guy, and we'll take every precaution. I don't think we have anything to worry about," Megan said, hoping to assure her. She didn't have time to say much more. Wyatt and Chase pushed through the door, dragging the makeshift stretcher behind them. "Get him up here," Brenda demanded. Evan and Brian rushed in behind them and quickly helped lift the man onto the table. As they did so, the box dropped to the floor, and Albert swooped in to pick it up. "Albert, we don't know what that is yet," Wyatt warned. "Well, best way to find out is open it," Albert shot back, flipping the box over to look at it. "It's metal, but doesn't appear to have any sort of latch." Sliding his thumbnail along the crease, he tried to pop the box open, but it didn't budge. "Dang it!" "Albert?" Rosie admonished, frowning at him. Megan reached out to pluck the box from Albert's outstretched hands. It reminded her of a jewelry box her grandmother had given her as a child. Holding it in the palm of her hand, she didn't think it weighed more than half a pound. "Rosie, I need some scissors, please," Brenda barked, interrupting her inspection. Rosie placed them in Brenda's outstretched hand, as a trained nurse would do. Megan set the box on the island, deciding they would talk to their new guest about it after he regained consciousness. Stepping over to stand by Wyatt, he wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her against him. They all stood around watching as Brenda worked to save the man's life. She was calm and methodical as she cut away clothing. His chest was laid bare. She grabbed the stethoscope and listened to his chest. "Clear," she said, to no one in particular. Instead of cutting his pants off, she ran her hands up each leg, feeling for broken bones. There wasn't any blood or obvious injuries. "It seems to be isolated to this one bullet wound. These other cuts appear to be shrapnel. Maybe from whatever he was behind when he was shot at?" Megan shrugged. "I don't know. Wyatt found him sitting in the lead jeep. Well, I think it was the lead jeep. I guess there could have been others ahead that managed to escape whatever it was that happened on that stretch of road. Brenda asked for tweezers and went about carefully removing the shrapnel that peppered his torso. He's lost a fair amount of blood, judging by his blood pressure, but his wound is clotting. I'll clean and stitch it, and this one cut on his arm. He has a good-sized bump on his head, Brenda said, not taking her eyes off her patient. She asked for her penlight and quickly opened one of the man's eyes, and then the other. Concussion. We'll have to monitor him closely, she said, before turning her attention back to the wound on his torso. It's through and through. I don't know how he managed to get so lucky based on the scene you described. Megan and Wyatt exchanged a look. We don't know either. Maybe he's a high-ranking officer and was well protected? He doesn't have any patches or badges indicating rank, which was probably smart. I guess we'll have to wait to ask him when he comes to, Brenda said. After carefully cleaning and stitching the stranger up, she placed a bandage over the bullet wound and patted the man's chest. He'll be fine. We'll let him rest here so I can keep an eye on him, Brenda declared. Let us know the minute he wakes up, Chase told her. He isn't to be trusted, yet, he said, rubbing his jaw. Megan had to hold back a giggle. Wyatt wasn't quite as nice. You got clocked by a nearly unconscious dude who couldn't even open his eyes, he laughed. Chase glared at him. I didn't see you putting your head in there. You looked like you were handling it fine, Wyatt grinned. Brenda interrupted their ribbing. Did you find anything else? She asked, all business. Megan knew she was referring to medicine for JJ. We found a lot, but whether any of it is going to do any good is hard to say. Megan picked up all 3 backpacks and took them to the center island. She unpacked hers first. Brenda picked up each bottle to read the label, made a few noises, and pushed them to the side. Willow came downstairs and watched with anticipation as Brenda went through the second and finally the third bag. Well, she asked. Brenda sighed. I don't see anything that'd really do him much good, but I need to hit the books again. I'm not going to give up, Willow. No one is. We'll get him all fixed up, she said, with more feeling than she'd ever displayed in the past. Megan looked at the baby asleep on his mother's shoulder. He was resting peacefully, but it was evident he wasn't healthy. The gray pallor and shallow breaths had been the first signs something was wrong. When he cried, he'd occasionally turned blue and had passed out on more than one occasion. Brenda had guessed he had a heart murmur, but she didn't want to give an official diagnosis. Her medical expertise was geared toward adults in combat zones. She'd fought against treating JJ, claiming she had 0 experience with babies. It wasn't until the second episode she was forced to jump in. She was nervous around JJ, but in the high-stress, life-or-death situations, she was the best. She was cool, calm, and very collected, and had revived the baby with a few pumps to his chest. Do you want me to hold him while you take a nap or go for a walk? Tara asked. Willow smiled. It's okay. He's sleeping so soundly I don't want to disturb him. It's these moments I want to cherish. Brenda and Rosie had exhausted all of their knowledge trying to find a quick fix. At first, they'd thought he had a cold, but the symptoms worsened. They assumed it was pneumonia and did what they could to treat that, but it only got worse. JJ's precarious health had left them all extremely stressed. Willow hadn't been able to get a good night's rest since little Jack Jr. was born. Her labor and delivery had gone remarkably well, which had been a huge relief. The first few days had been complete bliss. JJ appeared to be healthy and happy. When things took a turn for the worse, it stunned them and left them all in a state of disbelief, thinking they were overreacting. They hadn't anticipated the baby being unhealthy. When it became obvious something was seriously wrong, the entire group had gone through a rough time. There'd been the typical stages of grief. At first they denied it, hoping it was nothing. Then they were all angry, furious at the world that they could be hit with another tragedy. Megan felt she'd moved straight past anger and jumped to the bargaining stage. She was willing to give up everything they had if they could find a way to fix little JJ. She'd been putting her life on the line, as well as Chase and Wyatt's lives, since it became evident JJ needed medical intervention. They'd been making the long trips into the city, despite the danger and the reluctance of the others. They were all desperate for answers and hoping they'd find some way to heal him. Megan had vowed to protect that little baby in honor of Jack, and she wasn't going to quit until they cured him. This was her chance to right the wrongs she'd made. She didn't care what it took. She'd get the baby the help he so desperately needed, no matter the cost. Chapter 4. Well, we may as well get back to the garden. Brenda, you got this? Brian asked. They were in the height of their gardening season, and winter preparations were in full swing. It felt like they were always working, preparing for the next week or next month. It was a full-time job and then some, even with everyone working. With Megan taking Wyatt and Chase on scavenging hunts a couple times a week, they didn't have time to stand around and stare at the unconscious man. Brenda nodded. Yes, go about your business. I'll clean my guns down here so I can keep an eye on him. If he tries any funny business, I'll shoot him. Megan flinched. Brenda wasn't one to speak so plainly of violence, but she was prone to call them like she saw them. Shooting a man that threatened their family was second nature for any of them nowadays. Okay, well, I'll be right here taking care of the rest of my dried herbs. Brian, will you make sure to bring me the rest of those mint cuttings? Rosie asked, walking back into the kitchen. They'd been pleasantly surprised to discover last year's mint crop had reseeded, and they'd been blessed with an entire section of mint plants. Rosie was harvesting the leaves, drying them, and storing them away to use for tea. I'll go get started on those peas, Megan said, giving the box one last look. She was dying to know why it was so important. Here, Rosie said, reaching into the window box and pulling out a bowl. These peas have soaked overnight in green tea. They'll sprout quickly. Hopefully, we'll get a second crop before the first freeze hits. Megan took the bowl and poured out the water. Why green tea? She asked. Well, you could use any tea, but since no one seems to like it, I used it. The tea helps soften the hard shell and gives the peas a jump start on the sprouting business, Rosie explained. Okay, I'll get these in the ground. I need to make new trellises as well. That first crop got away from us, and those stakes didn't do much, Megan said, taking the bowl and heading to the garden. She got to the side of the house and surveyed the garden. It was quite large, larger than any backyard garden, but when she thought about the number of mouths it had to feed all year round, it didn't appear nearly big enough. In reality, they needed to start prepping a new garden area. It'd take at least one full season of working the earth, adding compost, and then working it again. If they were going to continue living here, they'd need to add it to their list of chores. She turned her attention to the mass of pea vines that were lying every which way. The first pea crop had turned into a tangled mess. The vines had become heavy and fallen to the ground. Many of the peas were destroyed by pests or stomped into the ground. This time, she was going to try a completely different way of building a trellis. Caitlin, I need you to come help me, she shouted. She needed her daughter to know how to grow her own food. It was a skill she'd have to depend on one day. The best way to teach was hands-on. What, Mom? her daughter said, coming around the back of the house. "Where's Ryland and Frankie?" Amy was standing behind Caitlin. The little girl was shy and rarely spoke to any of the adults besides her mother. "I need you guys to grab me a bunch of small branches. They need to be as tall as you are," she instructed. Caitlin looked at her for a second before grabbing Amy's hand and taking off into the trees. With that out of the way, Megan got busy plucking the peas from the existing vines. "Hey, can I use that hoe when you guys are finished?" she called out to Evan, who was at the opposite end of the garden. "Yep, I think it's best if we use our hands. We accidentally butchered some potatoes that were sprouting. Don't tell Rosie," he said with a laugh. Megan grimaced. "I'm not telling her." The men were planting more potatoes. They were staggering the process in the hopes of prolonging their harvest. They knew they were cutting it close by doing it so late in the season, but if they could keep them in the ground until October, then put them in the root cellar, the harvest would last well into April. Their goal was to stick with fresh food as much as possible. It was far healthier, and it tasted so much better. They were moving into a section of the garden that was used for potatoes the prior year. It was risky, and there was a chance they could end up with potato beetles, but they were desperate for that bumper crop. Rosie explained they needed to be on the lookout for anything orange in the soil. Orange indicated beetle larvae, which could spell disaster for not only their potato crop, but for their tomatoes as well. Megan finished her task and took the plucked peas into the kitchen for Rosie to clean and preserve. She was a little disappointed in the yield and was hoping the next time they harvested, they'd get at least twice as much. "I'm going to go back out there and get the ground ready for the next crop," she said, after depositing the bowl of peas in the kitchen. "I left the bucket of crushed eggshells by the back door," Tara said. She was carrying a basket of laundry. They'd all picked up the slack since JJ's birth. Willow had her hands full with the baby, barely having time to eat or get a good night's rest, let alone do the laundry for 14 people. "Okay, I'll work them into the soil. I'll have the kids with me building the pyramid trellises. I'm hoping we can get more peas in a smaller area with this method," Megan explained, heading back outside. "Then we'll have more room for other plants." "Mom, look at all the sticks we got," Caitlin said. Frankie was trailing behind her, carrying a heavy load of branches. Megan had to laugh. They'd outdone themselves. "Okay, everyone ready to make some cool teepees?" she asked. The kids all shouted yes and fired off 20 questions about what to do first. "We're going to work in 2 teams," she started, hoping it'd make it easier to manage the hyper group. "Amy and Frankie, you 2 are going to work together, and Caitlin and Ryland, you 2 will build one together. Everyone pick up a load of branches and carry them to the empty plot in the garden." The kids complied. The peas were going in next to the corn, which was growing nice and high and would provide shade for the cool-loving peas. It was risky trying to grow peas in the heat of the summer, but they had to try. They'd planted beans next to each of the corn stalks to conserve space in the garden. The beans were growing a little faster than the corn, but eventually the stalks would be big enough to support the beans. "Let's start with, say, 10 branches each. One of you will hold the top while the other one puts the branches in place. The end that touches the ground is going to be used to create a big circle. The other end is going to lean into the center. Frankie and Ryland, you 2 hold the tops while the girls fill in the circle with the branches," Megan instructed. Once the frames were complete, Megan tied twine around the tops to hold them together. "Now, can you fill in some of the bigger gaps in between the branches with more branches?" she asked. Caitlin and Amy quickly obliged. "Okay, I'm going to tie the new branches in at the top, and we'll be ready to plant the peas." "This looks really cool," Ryland said. "When the peas start growing, they're going to grow up this trellis and completely cover the entire thing. It will look like a cone of peas," Megan said with excitement. The kids laughed at her enthusiasm. She gave them each a handful of peas and told them to plant the seeds all around the base of their pyramid. Push each seed down with your finger, about this much. She held up her fingers to show them a gap of about an inch. How close together can they be? Frankie asked. She held up her fingers again. About 2 inches, or this far, she showed them. Between the 4 kids, they finished the task in no time. Are we done now? Caitlin asked. Yep, go play. I'll need you guys in a bit when it's time to clean out the chicken area. There was a collective groan as the kids took off running. They hated cleaning the animal area, but it was necessary. They needed the animal poop to fertilize the garden. So far, it had been working like a charm. Chicken poop was very high in nitrogen, which was exactly what the corn and tomatoes needed to thrive. Mixed with the goat poop, they had an excellent fertilizer. Because the chicken poop was so high in nitrogen, they had to let it sit in the sun and air for a week before spreading it on the garden. If the poop touched the plants, it'd burn them. It was a lesson Megan had learned the hard way. Thankfully, the tomato plants had recovered, but they had to remove all the bottom leaves and stems that had turned yellow after the scorching from the nitrogen fertilizer. She brushed the dark dirt from her knees and looked up the hill at the orchard, which was in full bloom. Right now, it needed every extra bit of nutrients to make sure the fruit could grow until ripened. They were already dealing with spider mites and aphids. It had been an uphill battle this season compared to last year. Megan had to spray the trees with garlic water. It was supposed to have been done yesterday, but she'd been busy with other chores. Along with the garlic water, they were going to try a peppermint oil trick. She went back to the kitchen in search of Rosie. Hey, she said, when she found her washing dishes. Do you have that peppermint oil you mentioned? Rosie walked to the cupboard filled with various essential oils. Their supply was running low. The oils had been invaluable to their survival, which meant they were on the list to collect if they came across them. If they couldn't collect them, they were going to have to make them. It was a process that involved distilling, which Albert was confident they could do with the right equipment. Distilling plants to make essential oils was on their ever-growing list of things to do, but it wasn't a priority. Food, water, and staying warm would always surpass everything else. Here, she said, handing her the amber bottle. Only put a couple drops on each piece of cloth. We'll freshen the cloths at least once a week, and more often if it rains. Got it. I'll grab those strips of cloth we cut the other day, she said, heading to the small box of shredded T-shirts. Thanks, Rosie, she said, taking her supplies and heading out the door. She went to the shed and grabbed a pail. Then she walked to the herb garden and harvested one of the garlic bulbs. She separated it into individual sections and tossed them in the bucket. She used a rock to smash the cloves before filling the bucket with water. She gave it a quick stir before pouring some of the solution into a spray bottle. I'm going up to the orchard, she called out to Brian and Evan. Got it, Brian answered back. That was another new habit they'd gotten into. They had to know where each other were at all times. If something were to happen, like an enemy attack or, say, a dam break, they couldn't afford to waste time looking for anyone. She got busy spraying all the leaves and fruit on the trees. Dang it, she muttered when she saw one of the branches of an apple tree. The underside of the leaves was covered with nasty aphids. They were hard to see unless you looked close. With the tree full of leaves, it was almost impossible to inspect every single leaf. The tiny white bugs could cover an entire branch practically overnight. Rosie had taught Megan to look at the trunk of the tree for ants. If there were ants, it was very likely there were aphids. All she had to do was follow the ant trail, and they would lead her right to the aphids. They couldn't risk the aphids spreading, and the branch was already infested. She snapped it off and tossed it over the edge of the hill. The goats and chickens would love the little treat. She grabbed the small stool Wyatt had built and climbed on top of it to reach the leaves higher up the tree. While she was up there, she tied a strip of cloth that had a few drops of peppermint oil on it to two of the branches. Then she climbed down to add more strips around the lower branches. The peppermint was a natural pest deterrent. They were hoping to keep the pests away from the trees altogether. Rosie had also told them marigolds were a nice addition to the garden to deter pests, but considering they couldn't run to a home improvement store, they were out of luck there. They had planted a few garlic bulbs around the base of each tree, which was yet another natural pest deterrent. "I hope this works," she said aloud. "I really want some fresh apples. You hang in there, guys." "I'm sure they appreciate your kind words," Wyatt said from behind her. Jumping, she spun around. "You scared me," she scolded him. "You're supposed to be paying attention to your surroundings," he replied. She sighed. Yes, I know. I was caught up with the trees. I had to snap off a whole branch covered in aphids. If we don't get ahead of this, we aren't going to have anything to harvest this fall. We need to keep up with the spraying and the peppermint and not give the aphids a chance," he told her, not seeming overly concerned. She knew he was referring to their many trips into the city. They were taking time away from their little homestead. It'd be different if they had found anything of use, but so far the trips hadn't been successful. "I know, we will. I will," she told him, committing to devoting more time to the chores around the lodge. "Anyway, I came up here to tell you our new friend is coming around." "What? You could have started with that." "I don't think chatting for a minute is going to change anything. He was stirring when I came up here. Brenda is trying to get him to wake up. Figured you'd want to know," he explained. "Duh, of course I want to know. I want to know why there was a military convoy in this area and who attacked them." "We all want to know," Wyatt told her. "The presence of an enemy force in the country is going to change things in a big way. We have to find out what we're dealing with so we can prepare." Megan groaned. "Can't we have some peace for a change? This whole apocalypse thing is really getting old." Chapter 5. Brenda was leaning over her patient, stethoscope in hand, listening to his chest, and then moving to take his blood pressure. "How is he?" Megan asked. The man looked pale, but not nearly as bad as he had a few short hours ago. If only Brenda's skills could be used to help JJ. "He's coming around. We need to keep him relatively calm, because without an MRI, I won't know how bad that head injury is. We need to err on the side of caution," she said, turning to look at them. "He may not remember what happened. Don't be too hard on him. Asking him a whole lot of questions isn't going to do any good and will only frustrate him. One at a time, and no stressing him out. Got it?" Megan, Chase, and Wyatt all nodded in agreement. Rosie came over, holding a cup of one of her magic teas. "This will help with the headache he's sure to have. I added some garlic and raw honey to help fight any infection that may be trying to get started," she explained. The man moaned and moved his hand. Brenda leaned over him. "Relax, soldier. You were shot and suffered a head injury. You're safe now," she said in a loud, clear voice. The man seemed to be waking up more and was frantically feeling the table on both sides. He blinked several times. When he winced, Megan felt bad for him. He had to have a killer headache. "Where is it?" he mumbled. His right hand drifted to the bandage on his stomach. "That's where you were shot. It was a through and through, and doesn't appear to have caused any real damage," Brenda explained in a softer voice. "Where is it?" he asked again, a little louder this time. That box? Wyatt asked. Are you looking for your box? Yes, the man said, trying to prop himself up on his elbows. Where is it? When he didn't immediately find it, he became frantic. He started to thrash about on the table. Grab him, Brenda ordered. He'll rip his stitches or injure himself further. Brian happened to be walking through the door and rushed over to help Wyatt. They each held his arms down to keep him from falling off the table. Let me go! I need to find that box! He shouted, which brought a grimace to his face. You need to calm down, Wyatt said. You're going to fall off this table and finish smashing your head in. Relax, and we'll talk about the box. Rosie walked over to the kitchen island and brought it back to the table. It's right here. No one opened it. This time, with a little help from Brenda, the man could sit up. He swayed back and forth before Brenda gently touched his shoulder. Take it easy. Try taking a big breath in through your nose and exhale. It will help fight off the nausea, she said softly. They all waited and watched as he took several breaths and pulled himself together. It was obvious he was in pain and disoriented. Rosie handed him the box. He snatched it out of her hands and held it close to his body. You want to tell us why that box is so important? Chase asked. The man blinked several times before he focused on Chase's face. It's confidential. Top secret. It is, well, it's extremely valuable and it must be guarded at all costs. Who are you? Megan asked. It was blunt, but she wasn't in the mood for social niceties and all that nonsense. They didn't have time to ask 20 questions. My name is Neil. I am, a soldier in the U.S. Army. I was part of a mission to get this box to the NRU. We were ambushed. He nervously looked around the room. Were there any other survivors? Wyatt shook his head. Everyone was dead when we happened on the scene, and we were surprised to see you still alive. The man cursed under his breath. This box has to get to the NRU, he reiterated. Your injuries aren't so severe, Brenda explained. You'll be back on your feet in a week or two. No, that won't work. It has to get there within 2 weeks. Where are we? He asked. Wyatt and Chase hesitated, not wanting to give away too much. Brenda took the lead. You're safe. That's all you need to know for now. What is the NRU? Neil rubbed his eyes, clearly feeling the repercussions of his head injury. It's the National Recovery Unit. It's a matter of national security that this box is delivered, he stated, stressing the words. I have to get it there. This isn't a mission that can fail. When they didn't look impressed, he added, The future of the United States of America depends on that box getting there on time. Without it, well, I can tell you the world is going to get a lot uglier. Where is the NRU? Megan asked. Ravenna, he answered. They all winced. That was miles away, and it was one of the largest cities in the Pacific Northwest. It was sure to be a dangerous area. They had first-hand experience dealing with the urban survival scene. It was violent, and the people who'd been unable to get out of the city were either killed or forced to join one of the many gangs that ruled the city streets. What? Neil asked when he saw their expressions. Wyatt broke the news to him. Ravenna is probably about a week's hike from here. I think after what you lived through, you have to know it's going to be incredibly dangerous. Chase nodded. Which brings us to my next question. Who attacked you? Neil looked down at the box he was holding. He ran his hand over the top, turning it from one side to the other. Megan suddenly felt uneasy. The guy was holding back. She had a feeling that whatever was in that box was dangerous. She doubted it was a bomb. Maybe a chemical weapon? She took an involuntary step back. If the kids came in, she'd shoo them away. I don't know, he answered. They came out of nowhere. We fought back. We tried to outrun them, but they had high-powered rifles and automatic weapons. Megan didn't believe it. Something wasn't adding up. She was naturally suspicious, and the past 18 months had only made her even more wary of strangers. Why would what must have been a large group ambush a convoy? How'd they know where you were going or that you had something of value? Why you? We've been in and out of that area countless times and never had that kind of problem, she asked. We've never seen an armed group that could do that kind of damage. Neil turned to glare at her. Well, considering we were in vehicles, I'm guessing they figured we had more to offer than a group of yahoos on foot. Hey, that's uncalled for, Wyatt snapped back. Neil held up his hands in surrender. There have been other attacks on military personnel. The country isn't exactly pleased with the government right now. In fact, it's hostile out there, he explained. Megan didn't like how defensive he was, which made her even more wary of him. What happens if you don't get that box to the NRU within 2 weeks? Brian asked. That isn't an option, Neil vehemently replied. It has to get there. He focused on Wyatt and spoke. I need you to get it there. I'm not able to make the journey. You have to feel a sense of duty to finish this mission. Megan waited for him to answer. He didn't say anything for several long seconds. I need to talk it over with my family before I commit to anything. Megan's eyes widened. What? He gave her a look, indicating it wasn't to be talked about right now. How about we let Neil rest, Rosie said. Give him that tea I made while I make up a cot for him down here. We don't need to concern ourselves with a box, the NRU, or anything else at this very moment. Let's worry about right now. And right now, I want that man off my kitchen table. No one offered to give up their rooms, and the men were certainly not volunteering any space in the longhouse. Megan wasn't comfortable with the man having free roam in the house. She silently cursed the fact that they hadn't built the holding room they'd talked about so many times. They needed a place to put newcomers until they could be vetted. Now, here they were again, dealing with another stranger that may or may not be a bad guy. She didn't like it. I'll give you a hand, Tara said, emerging from upstairs. Megan looked up and saw her quietly putting a rifle down. They'd all been burned before. Tara had been upstairs, keeping a close eye on the situation, ready to shoot if needed. Megan was glad to have these guys on her side. Together, they were learning about survival, which hinged on trusting no one. Guilty until proven innocent was their motto. Everyone had a hidden agenda. She suspected Neil did as well. It was getting late, and getting any work done outside was out of the question. Megan was exhausted after their journey into the city and the small bit of gardening she'd managed to squeeze in. Tomorrow, they'd have to stick around the lodge and take care of the duties that were being pushed to the back burner while they hunted for medicine for JJ. Megan watched as the cot was set up for Neil in the back corner of the downstairs area. It had already been established someone would keep watch. It was set up as someone making sure they could wake the man up every couple hours due to his concussion, but they all knew what was really going on. No one trusted him. Chapter 6. Wyatt was already asleep by the time she made it to the bedroom. He'd been working very hard over the past month, like everyone else. She didn't want to wake him up and decided to talk with him in the morning about Neil. She wanted to make sure he understood her reservations about the man and his secret box. If national security was dependent on that one box, it seems like they'd have been better prepared. Weren't they supposed to know everything? Wouldn't they expect an ambush? She couldn't believe one man would be responsible for the fate of the entire country. Her mind tossed and turned, trying to unravel the mystery that was Neil and his box. She wanted to look in the box, but it had been locked, and neither she nor Albert could find the release. Albert had suggested breaking the box, but Wyatt had warned that it could damage whatever was on the inside, and until they knew more, they needed to leave it alone. Megan and Albert had reluctantly agreed. When she heard the birds chirping early the next morning, Megan practically jumped out of bed. She quickly dressed and went to check on their guest. Chase had the last watch. "Hey," he said softly when he noticed her. "How is he?" she asked. Chase grinned. "He wasn't exactly pleased that I woke him up to check to see if he was alive, but he seems fine to me." Megan smiled, knowing Chase took a little too much enjoyment in torturing the poor guy. "Do you want some coffee?" "Nope, I'm good. I figure Brenda should be down any minute. I'm going to catch a nap before I get started on the day. Thanks, though." "Okay, I guess I'll see you later today. Hopefully you get some rest," she said, and left him to his guard duty. After a quick cup of coffee, she headed out into the early morning air. She inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of dew mingled with the smoke from the wood fire they'd kept burning all night. It had been a little chilly last night, even though she knew today was going to be warm. The smell of the wood was one she appreciated, as it gave her that boost of energy she needed to get going early in the morning. The crunch of pine cones alerted her to Wyatt's presence. She turned to watch him approach her. He wasn't one to sleep in and was usually up before she had a chance to get her coffee. She smiled, thinking the hike yesterday had really worn him out. Even though she took some pity on his exhaustion, there were pressing matters that needed to be addressed. "Well?" she asked, before giving him a quick kiss in greeting. She didn't bother saying anything more. He'd know what was on her mind. It was likely the same subject weighing heavy on his own mind. Wyatt would have analyzed the Neil situation from every angle. He shook his head. "I don't know. Something feels off, but the story does have some believable elements. We know the government has to be working to fix this, but wouldn't they have an army transporting that box? Or maybe hide it a little better? It doesn't feel like we're getting the whole story." Megan readily agreed. "We can't afford to go off on some wild goose chase right now. We have to focus on getting JJ better and taking care of everything else around here. We don't have the extra canned goods and other food to rely on like we did last winter. This summer's growing season is far too critical to ignore." "I say we give the guy a day or two. We see how he does and get a better idea about this story of his," Wyatt offered. "Sounds good. We need to keep an eye on him. Soldier or not, we can't afford to trust anyone implicitly. It's too risky," Megan stated. "We'll keep someone with him at all times. He may feel more comfortable with one of us and open up a bit. It'll be a little trial and error, but we'll figure it out," Wyatt assured her. "Okay, we better get back to work. Brenda said none of the medicines we brought would do JJ any good. We're going to need to make another run. We still have the entire east side of the city to check out," Megan told him, knowing it wasn't going to make him happy. "That's fine, but at some point we need to come up with a better plan. I want to help JJ as much as everyone else, maybe more so. But every time we make one of these runs, we're shirking our duties here, not hunting, and putting our lives at risk," Wyatt said, with a soft gentleness in his voice. "We're spinning our wheels every time we make one of these runs. If we get an early winter—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Megan looked at him before tilting her head in acknowledgement. She knew she could be tenacious at times. He was trying to tell her to slow down. She couldn't do that. JJ was her path to redemption. If she could save him, she could forgive herself for her horrible misdeeds. She had to do one great thing to make up for all the death she felt responsible for. It'd give her something to hold on to, something other than feeling the guilt over the loss of Linda and her family, of Garrett, and especially Jack. She had a trail of death behind her, and saving JJ would allow her to erase it, or at least make it easier to cope. I think Brenda can handle Neil. Albert can stay on watch and make sure the guy isn't some plant or something sinister, Wyatt said. I'll be within shouting distance if anything does go wrong. He reached up and gently squeezed her arm. Relax, Megan. We'll be fine. Let's focus on what needs doing around here. Brenda needs time to do more research. Having Neil laid up is the perfect excuse to keep her inside. She can research and keep an eye on him. Good plan. All right, I'm going to get back in the garden. I need to spray the tomatoes and peppers with Epsom salt, Megan said. Rosie promises me it's going to work miracles in the garden. They walked back towards the shed together. Chase and Brian were waiting for them. What's up? Wyatt asked. I thought you were going to take a nap? Megan asked. Chase waved a hand. I can't sleep. I'm sorry, Megan said. She knew Chase would push himself until exhaustion. He was dedicated to taking care of his family, as much as she and Wyatt were. I'll take one of the watch shifts tonight so that you can sleep through the night. Chase looked at Wyatt. Do you believe him? Wyatt shrugged. I don't know, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Megan and I were talking it over. We agree to give him a day or two while we focus on getting some wood cut and the garden going. We'll keep an eye on him and see if he'll give us any details. Brian looked at Wyatt. I don't think any of us are buying his story. Should we be prepared for some kind of attack? I think we always have to be prepared. Neil's presence is a reminder. We'll see if he's a bit more forthcoming with information over the next few days. He probably needs to learn to trust us as well, Megan reasoned, trying to remember what Wyatt had said. She had to be willing to compromise her own wants with the rest of the group. Okay, well, we're going to get started on that big old pine that came down this winter. It will take us most of the day to saw it into logs that will fit in the wood stove. I think Evan was going to do the splitting with the wedge. It's a job that will keep us tied up all day, but holler if you need us, he said, before turning and walking towards the trees. Megan left Wyatt to his duties while she got busy spraying the tomatoes and peppers with a mixture of Epsom salt and water. Rosie had said it would increase the blooms and make the plants more productive in general. Megan was taking her word for it. Once finished, she hunted down Rosie to see what she needed to do next. Hey, will you look at that? Megan exclaimed, walking into the greenhouse. I can't believe how much the pumpkins and watermelon have grown in the past couple days. That's amazing. Rosie smiled. That compost tea is magical. Compost tea certainly doesn't sound very appetizing, but it clearly works wonders, Megan exclaimed, gently lifting one of the pumpkin vines. How did you make it? She asked. I dug down in the compost heap that's been sitting all winter, filled a bucket about a third full, and then topped off with water. I let that mixture set for about 3 days. Then I used one of those old shirts to strain the chunks as I poured the first mixture into another bucket. Then, she said, pointing to a bucket in the corner of the greenhouse, I take my concentrated compost tea and mix it 10-to-1 with water and add it to the plants. So it's basically liquid fertilizer? Megan asked. Yes, without chemicals. It's something some of the ladies in my gardening club were using. I thought I'd try it this year. I only used it on a few of the plants in case it killed them. As you can see, it's very effective." "Definitely. I'd love to put this on the plants already in the garden," Megan said. "Of course," Rosie replied. "I have that watering can you can use. I'll mix up another batch of tea today. That way we can add some compost tea every couple of weeks." "Great. I'll get right on it. And good job, Rosie. This is going to be a huge help for our harvest this year. Can we use this in the orchard?" "Yup, you sure can, and it will hopefully help strengthen the trees so they can fight off some of the insects. A tree that's struggling is going to be attacked by aphids and blight. Between the tea and our natural pest control methods, I think we'll save our crops. Next year, we'll start with the tea at the first signs of bloom," Rosie explained. Megan picked up the watering can and the bucket of tea concentrate. It was going to be a little more work watering each plant by hand, but it had to be done. "Oh," Rosie said, waving. "I forgot. We need to cover some of those tomatoes and peppers in the garden. The moon was almost full last night, which means tonight it will be completely full. With the clear sky today, it's going to be very cold and may even freeze. We need to cover those plants to keep them from being damaged." "Cover them with what?" Megan asked, looking around the greenhouse. "I have some old milk jugs that have been taking up space in that shed. We also have some old 2-liter soda bottles we can use. We need to find any kind of container we can put over the plants that will allow them to stay warm," she explained. "What about a tarp?" "That'd work for the rows of corn. The corn shouldn't be too badly affected, but if it freezes, it could be devastating for the young plants. I think we should do it anyway. We'll allow the corn to get plenty of sun today, and we'll cover them with the tarps before sundown," Rosie said. "That is sure to work. Good idea, Megan. See how well we all work together." Megan laughed as she headed out of the greenhouse. It was a joke, but it was true. Their collective ideas, skills, and imagination had made it possible for them to get through the past year and a half. There's no way any of them could have made it without one another. As she walked to the garden, she could hear the thump, thump sound of Evan attempting to split the pine logs. The rounds were at least 20 inches in diameter. The wood would still be wet, making it even harder to split. Unfortunately, they didn't have the luxury of letting the wood season another year. They had to do everything the hard way. It took more effort and patience, but it got the job done, eventually. "Hey," Tara called out. "Can you give me a hand?" Megan put down her bucket and watering can and reached for one end of the clothesline Tara was trying to restring. "I'm so excited to dry clothes outside again. It's going to leave them smelling better and will help free up some space in the downstairs area now that we have company," she remarked. "I don't think the company is going to be permanent," Megan replied. Tara shrugged. "I don't think we can say for sure yet. I mean, we aren't going to kick him out, are we? He is an American soldier. He's one of the good guys." Megan decided to keep her reservations about Neil to herself. She had a feeling Tara was saying the words, but not truly believing them. After all, she was the one who held a gun on the injured man. They all wanted to be who they were before the EMP, but the truth of the matter was, they'd all changed. They weren't willing to be kind to strangers. They wouldn't be looked down upon for being what would have been considered rude or paranoid in the past. With the way the world was now, jaded kept you alive. "We'll have to see, I guess. Are you going to be working around the house the rest of the day?" Megan asked. Tara grinned. "I think we all are. No one is risking any sneak attacks." Megan smiled. "Nope. Fool us once, shame on them. Fool us twice, shame on us. We aren't going to be easy targets. Not anymore." They finished stringing the line between the two trees, and Megan left Tara to her tasks while she took care of her own. Between them, they'd be able to watch Neil while taking care of necessary chores around the lodge. Megan hoped the guy was being honest, but experience and intuition told her something was off. Maybe she was being jaded. It didn't matter if she was being a little harsh towards the man who had nearly been killed. She was going to ensure her family is safe. Chapter 7. Megan finished weeding the area around the corn and headed inside to grab some lunch. The morning had started cold, but the day was turning out very warm. Rosie insisted that meant it'd be very cold tonight, but Megan wasn't totally buying into that reasoning. Wyatt came into the kitchen with a huge smile. "What did you find?" Megan asked, knowing he was gloating for a reason. "A dead maple tree," he replied, as if he'd won the lottery. She raised an eyebrow. "Okay, and?" "I've been looking for maple wood to use in the smokehouse. It's going to give that deer meat a nice, rich flavor." "You have wood all around you," Megan pointed out. Wyatt curled his lip. "No, we don't want pine, fir, or any type of conifer. They have a lot of sap, and there's too much creosote produced when the wood burns. No one wants to eat meat covered in soot. Plus, the meat tends to be bitter." "What about the pine cones? Couldn't you use those like briquettes?" "You could, but it'd have to be right when they were done smoking and before they cooled off. I don't want to risk ruining a good chunk of meat. The maple we found is big, plus I'm sure there's going to be plenty of others in the area. It was upstream a bit. I'll have to go out looking when I have more time." The door opened again. Megan was focused on tying the frayed lace on her boots and didn't bother looking to see who was coming in. When she heard a small voice say hello, her stomach dropped and her heart fluttered. She took a deep breath before looking up. It couldn't be true. She was seeing a ghost. This must be what a haunting looked like. "Megan," Harry asked, "are you okay?" Wyatt grabbed her elbow to help steady her. Megan stared at the two people in front of her, unable to believe what she was seeing. It wasn't possible. "Harry?" she croaked out. "Harry, you're alive?" She moved her eyes down, afraid to blink, afraid if she stared directly at the little girl, she'd disappear. It had to be an apparition. There was no way little Emma was standing right here in the kitchen. The dam blowing flashed through her mind. The sight of Emma playing next to the stream moments before the explosion that released thousands of gallons of water had replayed in her head so many times, her brain refused to accept what it was seeing now. "Emma?" she whispered. Emma ran to her and wrapped her arms around Megan's waist. Megan put her hand on the little girl's head. She was real. She was alive and truly here at the lodge. With every death that weighed heavily on her shoulders, she always felt as if she was losing a bit of her soul. Seeing Emma and feeling her arms again healed some of those wounds, but not all. "Linda?" she asked, afraid to hear the answer. Harry looked away, and Megan knew. The explosion had spared Emma and Harry, but Linda hadn't made it out alive. Megan held back the sob that threatened to ruin the very special reunion. The soul-mending she had experienced shattered again. Harry and Emma lived, but they had to live without Linda. They'd be suffering. Wyatt stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. "It's so good to see you. How have you been?" Megan winced. They knew how he'd been. After they'd sacrificed his wife to save the lodge, he'd been living in a world of grief. Wyatt clearly realized the mistake in word choice and apologized. Harry smiled. Don't apologize. We've been doing well, haven't we, Emma? We thought we'd stop by to see how you folks were getting along. Megan worried that she was dreaming. Any second now, she'd wake up and discover Emma and Harry were truly dead. Have you had lunch? Megan finally managed to ask. She avoided looking at Harry and directed her question to the little girl who was finally disengaging from her waist. Emma shrugged. Not really. We're on a journey and Grandpa says we'll eat when we make camp for the night. Is Caitlin here? Megan smiled. Of course she is. They're all going to be so happy to see you, Emma. I'm so happy to have you here. I've missed you. The little girl grinned, revealing a missing front tooth. Oh my, you lost a tooth. Did the tooth fairy pay you a visit? Megan asked. Emma smiled broadly. Yep, I got my very own pocket knife. Megan laughed. A tooth fairy that left pocket knives instead of money was certainly a sign of the times. That's great. Come on, I'll take you to find the kids. I bet you they're out playing with Duke down near the stream. She quickly ushered Emma out the door, relieved to get away from Harry. He made her uncomfortable, not because of anything he did, but because of what she had done. She had a feeling the man knew they were responsible for the dam breaking and flooding their little camp. Maybe he was coming to collect retribution or demand to be let back into the lodge group. Whatever it was he wanted, she wasn't ready to talk to him. Megan knew she'd have to face him eventually, but not this very minute. Caitlin! She called out when they got into the trees. Caitlin came running with Duke following close behind. Misty and Mason were right on their heels, followed by the rest of the kids. Emma! They all yelled in unison. Emma ran to meet them. They all hugged and started talking at once. Megan smiled as she watched the little group talk as if they hadn't been apart the past few months. Emma seemed to be happy, well cared for, and in good health. It was impossible to tell by looking at her that she'd recently gone through something horrible. You guys want to come up to the lodge for lunch? Megan asked, secretly hoping to keep them with her. It provided a nice safety net to avoid having to talk to Harry about the flood. When they all said no, her shoulders sagged. You guys can play a bit more, and then you'll need to come up and eat, she said, before walking slowly back to the lodge. It felt as if she were walking to her own murder trial. May as well get it over with. Megan walked through the back door and into a large group gathering. Everyone had heard of Harry's arrival and wanted to say hello. She hugged the wall, doing what she could to avoid being noticed. Chase made eye contact, offering her support with that one single look. It was Chase who'd been there. Only he could truly understand the choice she'd made on that terrible day. She appreciated his quiet understanding. He turned his attention back to Harry a moment before Wyatt quietly walked towards her, joining her at the back of the room. You don't have to feel guilty, Megan. Harry doesn't hold anything against you. He would if he knew. He has to know we're the ones that blew that dam, she stressed. Wyatt shrugged. Harry is a savvy guy. He would have made the same decision if it meant saving the group as well as the lodge. When she didn't answer, he stood in front of her, interrupting her sight of Harry and the others. Megan, we all made the decision. You may have pushed the button, but any one of us would have done the same thing given the opportunity. This isn't all on you. I know, I'm fine. What's he doing here anyway? She asked, brushing off the nerves that were making her feel like a caged cat. He's moving back to his old house. Maybe not in the house, but the land. He chose that spot because there was quick access to water and hunting, Wyatt explained. Megan winced. She couldn't imagine what the place would look like. While it had been almost a year since the horrific battle, The memories were still very fresh in her mind. She decided to push the guilt down and approached Harry. "Hi, I wanted you to know you can count on me. Anything you need, name it, and I will do whatever I can to help you out," she said, taking one of his hands in her own. "Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. But I think it's about time Emma and I learned how to stand on our own 2 feet. We've been bumbling along with no plan. Now we're going back, and we're going to start over. We will, of course, welcome any tips you've learned, and would love to visit now and again, but I think we'll be okay," he told her with a smile. Megan had to swallow the lump in her throat. Before she knew what she was saying, she blurted out, "Stay here. We can build a cabin. Emma would love to be around the kids." Harry chuckled. "You are very kind, but you have a full house." She pressed him. "We could make room. You know we'd welcome you back in." "He's going to be staying the night and getting a fresh start in the morning," Rosie said. "They'll have dinner with us, and I plan to pack him a few things before they leave," she said with a wink. "Oh, Rosie, you really don't need to do that. We aren't seeking charity." She ignored his objections. "Okay, then." Rosie clapped her hands together. "We need to get started on dinner. Harry, please, sit down and relax a bit. Actually, I was wondering if I could read a few of those books you have and make some notes to take with us." "Of course," Rosie said. "Megan, can you show him some of the more useful books?" Megan's palms got sweaty at the thought of being alone with Harry. The guilt she was trying to ignore was pushing forward. "Sure," she croaked out. "Come upstairs and I'll grab them for you," she said, hoping her voice sounded cheery and not as strained as it felt. "Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you, for letting us crash for the night. It will make tomorrow's journey much easier," he said, following Megan up the stairs. Megan got the books and put them on the coffee table between the couches before finding a notebook for Harry to use to make notes. "How have you been, Megan?" Harry asked. She was hoping to escape without having to talk to him. "I've been good, busy with gardening and making trips into the city. How about you, Harry? Emma looks very good. You've been doing a good job taking care of her." He smiled. "I think it goes both ways. She takes care of me, too. She's really been a big help since we lost Linda." Megan cringed. She'd hoped to avoid the topic altogether. "Why does that bother you so much?" Harry asked. Megan sighed. "I feel terrible for your loss, and I know how hard it is to lose someone you're close to." He nodded. "I hope you don't think anything you or anyone here caused her death," he said quietly. Megan nearly dropped the book she was carrying. Her hands were shaking, and her knees felt weak. When she didn't say anything, he continued. "I have a feeling you think that flood is what killed her. I know you guys had to blow that dam to prevent a major catastrophe downriver." Megan's head popped up, and she met his eyes. Someone had revealed her secret. He gave her a faint smile. "Rosie filled me in on what had happened, and how you came up with the brilliant idea to build a dike to protect the lodge. That was amazing, Megan. Don't you dare feel guilty for doing what was necessary to protect your family." "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "Have a seat," he said, gesturing to the couch across from him. She obliged, waiting for him to tell her what was on his mind. She had a feeling it was going to sting, and was thankful to be able to sit down for the talk. Linda was sick. She'd been sick for a long time, even before the EMP. We always knew her time was short. When we were held captive for those weeks, I thought for sure she'd die. Linda was weak from the chemo she had undergone weeks before the EMP made everything go dark. By some miracle, She actually started to improve some. Maybe it was the fresh mountain air or the reduction in stress. Sometimes knowing too much about your health can make you a little crazy, he said with a smile. Megan didn't say anything. We got to spend all winter together with Emma. She didn't want any of you to know, but she knew the cancer was back. It was one of the main reasons we decided to leave. She didn't want to burden any of you with her illness, he said. She was a tough woman with a heart of gold. I'm so sorry, Harry. I can't imagine what she went through. And now you and Emma are alone, Megan said, holding back the tears. You have to forgive yourself, Megan. This isn't your burden to carry. You're missing all the good things in life if you continue to carry around this guilt you feel. I don't hold you responsible. Please, don't be so hard on yourself, he said with great sincerity. She sat on the couch, hearing the words, but they weren't quite hitting home. He didn't hold Linda's death against her, but she couldn't release herself from the guilt she felt. Harry was a kind man and would never say anything mean or hurtful. Deep down, he had to resent her a little. Thank you, Harry. I really do appreciate your kind words, and I am truly sorry for your loss. I'll let you get to work, she said, standing from the couch. Harry, I meant what I said. I'll help you and Emma in any way I can. Please, don't hesitate to ask. We're all here for you. He smiled and nodded his head. I know you'll be around if I need you. Thank you. Megan took a deep breath and managed to make it down the stairs without tripping. Her legs were still a little weak, but her heart felt a little less burdened. She wanted to believe Harry's words, but something deep down refused to let her release the guilt. Saving JJ was her only path to redemption. Chapter 8. The man lying on a dirty old mattress in the warehouse groaned as he started to wake from the fog of heavy drinking and pill popping. The warehouse had provided a nice crash pad. It was in a deserted part of the city, and with the run-down appearance, it didn't present a very inviting atmosphere, which made it perfect for Mark Doyle's needs. He wasn't in any condition to do any fighting. He'd fallen into a bottle last night, or maybe it was the night before. He couldn't remember. He only knew the bliss of floating in the darkness that always came with his cocktail of liquor and pills. He wanted to block out the rest of the world. Unfortunately, with everyone trying to kill everyone else, it was difficult to get completely smashed because you never knew when an enemy would attack. Doyle didn't drink to get drunk. He drank to the point of oblivion. You couldn't very well point and shoot a gun if you couldn't move your arms. If an enemy found him and killed him, he would be too wasted to care or fight back. Death would be welcomed, but no matter how many pills he swallowed or liquor he drank, he couldn't take his own life. Suicide was not an option. Being killed by someone else while he was in a blackout wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen. He groaned as he shifted position to get comfortable. Even in his semi-numbed state, Doyle could feel the springs from the mattress poking into his back. The thing stunk of urine and had probably once been home to a family of rodents before he claimed it as his own. He blinked his eyes several times, trying to focus on the dark ceiling. The light from a broken window was faint, but enough to allow him to see his surroundings. The metal walls and cement floor had been cool last night, but with the sun up and high in the sky, it was starting to feel as if he were in an oven. The stench of stale beer mixed with the smell of the mattress created a toxic atmosphere. The cloying smell made him nauseated. Or maybe it was the overindulgence of alcohol the day before. He groaned, rolled to his side, and used a hand to feel along the floor. His mouth felt as if he'd been sucking on cotton balls all night. He needed a drink. He felt a bottle, picked it up, and shook it. Empty. He cursed in frustration and threw it across the room. The sound of the glass shattering felt as if the shards had pierced his brain. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to dull the pain before feeling along the floor where the mattress sat. Finally, he grunted when he found a can of beer with some liquid left in it. Ignoring the putrid taste of the warm, flat beer, he drank it down. Anything was better than the dryness in his mouth, making it difficult to swallow. He lay back on the mattress, waiting for the pounding in his head to stop. It wasn't enough. He needed more, but hoped the tiny bit would take the edge off. Once he felt as if he could open his eyes, he rolled to the side again. This time he used his eyes instead of his hands to find what he was looking for. He picked up one tiny, empty bag after another. There had to be one more. "Damn it!" he shouted in the empty warehouse, instantly regretting the sound and the exertion he used to yell out. He managed to get to a sitting position, his legs sprawled out in front of him, head in hands, as he surveyed the area. There were bottles of booze, used blister packs, and a slew of prescription pill bottles, all empty. He needed a fix, and he needed it now. Damien strolled into the warehouse, slamming the metal door behind him. "Doyle, get up!" The voice cut through the cobwebs that still clouded his brain. "Don't slam the door!" he shouted. Damien ignored his complaint, kicked a few bottles out of the way before coming to stand in front of him. "We have our next assignment," he said, with only a hint of the accent he had yet to get rid of. He'd come to the United States 10 years ago from Guatemala and worked hard to blend in, but the accent remained. Doyle enjoyed teasing him about it every chance he had. "Did they send the next shipment?" he asked. Damien took a step back. "No. Said it'd be sent once the target is retrieved." Doyle snatched an empty can off the ground and threw it. "Fine," he barked. "Get the team together and let's get this done. I need that shipment." Damien looked at the floor, littered with the remnants of his addiction. "Maybe you need a break from this stuff?" Doyle stood to his full height of 6 feet 4 inches tall, ignoring the pinch in his back that drove him to the drinking and pill popping. "I say when I need a break," he growled. "You do as you're told, and you get to live another day." Damien took a step back, but held eye contact. "You keep taking all this crap, and you aren't going to be the tough guy you are now. In fact, you should be glad we let you live another day. Our leader is no longer the man we knew. You've—" Doyle delivered a hard shove that pushed Damien back several feet. He stared at him, daring the other man to push back. As expected, the man backed down. "You better check yourself, soldier. I'm the leader of this ragtag band of mercenaries. I say who stays and who kicks rocks down the road. You're expendable," he seethed. "I'm the one who has the connections. I'm the one who makes sure we're all taken care of." Damien looked as if he'd argue, but quickly backed down. "I'll get the men together," he said, before skulking out the door. Doyle breathed a sigh of relief. He'd fight if needed, and he'd probably win, but it'd leave him in a great deal more pain. His back hadn't been the same since that bullet decided to take up residency near his spine. Despite his injury, he was a valuable soldier, one the government depended on to get the dirty work done. It had worked out great for him. He could use his skills as a special ops soldier right here on American soil. Not that there was anything to keep him in the U.S., now that his family was dead. While he'd been overseas fighting the enemy with the idea he was keeping his country safe, someone had taken advantage of that freedom and murdered his family. Doyle had been reluctant to come back, but the injury had forced him. He hadn't been medically discharged. They wanted to keep him in the Marines as a trainer for MARSOC. At first, he wanted to tell them to go to hell, but then he realized he had nothing else in this world. His Marine family was all he had. When the EMP struck, his CO had called on him for a special task. Even though he wasn't technically cleared for duty, those rules no longer applied. The military in general was desperate. His training, experience, and sheer drive made him a valuable commodity. It started with one job, and then another. He was paid with various supplies, but when he told his commander the pain was too much, he was offered drugs to numb the pain. The relationship had evolved, and now he was dependent on the government to keep him supplied with pills. He did their dirty work, and they paid him with narcotics and cases of liquor. Money certainly didn't matter. It was a win-win for both sides. Now it was time for his next mission. Soon he'd have what he needed to fall back into the blackness that blocked out everything. Chapter 9. The lodge was peaceful with only Willow and Megan in the house. These moments were few and far between, and Megan wanted to take full advantage of it. Usually she was so busy doing chores, being a mother to Caitlin, or worrying about the next disaster, she didn't have time to take a moment to enjoy what was right in front of her. Everyone was outside, preparing a large barbecue to send off Harry and Emma. It was becoming their tradition to have large meals in celebration of big achievements. While saying goodbye to Harry and Emma wasn't necessarily a celebration, the fact that they were alive and well was certainly worth celebrating. She looked over the rail of the crib Chase had so lovingly crafted for JJ. He'd spent months secretly working on the project, and it had turned out beautiful. Megan stared at the tiny baby, struggling to breathe inside the crib. They'd propped up the makeshift mattress to help improve his breathing, but it wasn't as effective as they would have liked. Megan put her hand on one of his tiny little hands and smiled when he automatically grabbed hold of her finger. They'd used Rosie's kitchen scale to weigh the little guy earlier in the day. He'd finally made it to 8 pounds. Nearly 2 months in the world, and he'd finally reached the weight of a typical newborn. "He seems to be doing a little better," Willow commented. She'd been sitting on one of the couches with her eyes closed. Megan looked down at the baby, but wasn't sure she could see any improvements. His breathing seemed labored, and his skin was still a sickly pallor. He didn't have the typical pink skin of a healthy newborn. The fact that JJ wasn't healthy made her want to scream and curse the fates. "I wish we could take him to a pediatrician," Megan said wistfully. Willow laughed. "I wouldn't be able to afford it." Megan gave her a questioning look. "Well, the health insurance before the EMP was ridiculous. We could barely afford it then. The co-pays and the hoops you had to jump through to see a specialist. JJ is probably getting better care with Brenda and Rosie than he would through some ridiculous insurance program," Willow said, laughing. Megan chuckled at the absurdity of the whole thing, but realized Willow was probably right to a point. She turned back to look down at the baby, who was already proving to be a real fighter, like his daddy. Even with the state of the healthcare system before the EMP, JJ would have had access to the specialists who could run tests and determine what was making him so ill. Megan felt an idea forming. Brenda was a doctor trained in surgical field techniques. There were military hospitals all over the world with some of the best trained doctors in a wide variety of specialties. Those hospitals were probably still up and running in some places. They'd have state-of-the-art technology that included backup generators. She knew if the government could keep the military functioning and provide them with jeeps and weapons, the hospitals would also be taken care of. "Willow, I'll be back later," she said, quickly kissing JJ on the head before racing out of the room and downstairs. Brenda was at the table, quietly cleaning the handguns. Yesterday, it had been the rifles. The woman was methodical and dedicated when it came to weaponry. The kids loved to time her to see how fast she could reassemble the weapons. "Hey, is Neil awake?" she asked. "Last time I checked he was. He was grumbling about getting that box to the NRU. He's a soldier with a mission. It isn't something he's going to forget about or ignore. I don't think I'll be able to keep him down for an entire week." "You may not have to," Megan said quickly, leaving the kitchen and heading towards the cot where Neil was resting. "Are you awake?" she asked, not caring if she woke him from a nap. "Yes, why?" he said with impatience in his voice. "Are there medical facilities at this NRU?" Neil turned his head to look at her. "Yes, why?" "So there are doctors and specialists and all the equipment one would find in a typical hospital?" she asked, not hiding her excitement. He slowly nodded. "Actually, yes. After the EMP, they sent for the top doctors in each field. Most aren't even military. They were offered a lucrative package to go to the NRU, and no one was going to turn that down, considering the alternative." Megan thanked him for the information and quickly went outside to find Wyatt. She stopped when she saw Wyatt joking around with Chase and Albert. They all looked so happy and normal, as if their world hadn't been turned upside down and inside out. These people were resilient and had finally found some peace. If she told them her plan, they would, of course, go along with it, wouldn't they? Every one of them loved JJ and wanted to help him. It was what had driven them these past few weeks to find the medicine needed to keep him alive. Her own reasons were a bit different, but they all had the same goal: to save JJ. Megan took a deep breath and began her approach. Wyatt looked at her and waved. She smiled back, not wanting to burst their bubble of joy. She had to. If she didn't find a way to save JJ and make up for all the wrongs she'd done, her life would never be joyful. The burden of guilt would keep her down, and she was sure it would ultimately destroy her. "What's up?" Wyatt asked. "You have that look. What are you planning?" She smiled. "You know me so well." "Here?" he said in a low voice, asking if she wanted to talk with him privately or with everyone around. "Here's fine." She looked at the group and blurted out her developing plan. Albert bobbed his head as she was talking. "I think you may be onto something. They would, of course, have a full staff of physicians, operating rooms, and things like MRIs and X-ray equipment. They'd definitely know what was wrong with JJ and how to fix him up." Megan's heart was racing. She'd expected them to turn her down right away. Her elation over Albert's approval quickly faded when she looked at the concern on Chase and Wyatt's faces. "Well?" she asked, waiting to hear their objections. Chase looked at her with a mixture of pity and sadness. "Megan, it's a great idea. However, that trek is going to be a long one. We can't have Willow and JJ go on their own, which means several of us have to go along with them. That will leave the lodge vulnerable." Wyatt jumped in. The people that attacked that convoy could still be in the area. They could have tracked us back here. If that box is as valuable as Neil says, they may come looking for it and him. Megan didn't want to admit it, but she knew they were right. Even a small group making the trek would leave the lodge and the people who stayed behind extremely vulnerable. She started. I'm in. Chase cut her off before she could say another word. What? She asked in surprise. Jack saved my butt. I owe him, he said. Megan grinned. I think he saved all of us, but yes, we owe him this one very important favor. Wyatt clapped his hands together, rubbing them. Megan knew he was already formulating a plan. Evan and Brian joined their group. Evan looked at each of them. Now what? Who's going where and when? That got a chuckle from all of them. They were all very in tune with each other and were able to predict their moves. We're going to take JJ to the NRU, Megan said, with a great deal of pride. What? Brian asked with mild shock. Didn't we figure that was a 1-week hike? How is a sick baby at that, going to manage that kind of a journey? With his mother and his loving uncles and aunts to help him, Chase stated, with a big grin plastered on his face. Megan couldn't help but smile as well. Chase loved JJ, and she knew he'd do anything for the little guy, even if he had to play devil's advocate at times. We need to talk about who stays and who goes, Wyatt said. Megan raised her hand. I'll go. I couldn't live with myself if anything happened on the journey and I wasn't there to help. I'll go as well, Wyatt volunteered. Albert shrugged. I won't be making this trip. He patted his leg, indicating his knees were not up for the journey. It's okay, old man. I'll need you around here, Chase told him, putting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I'll be staying here as well to keep an eye on things. Megan was surprised Chase volunteered to stay. She knew he'd prefer to go, but his strength and security expertise would be far more valuable at the lodge. Evan looked at Wyatt and Megan. I'd be happy to join you. And I'm not letting him go without me, so I'll be going with you as well, Brian said with a smile. He'll end up getting himself killed if I'm not there to babysit him, he joked, before giving his friend a gentle slug in the arm. Yeah. We'll see who's saving who, Evan shot back. Great, it's settled. I'll go tell Willow the news. I hope she's okay with this. I didn't even think to ask her, Megan said, suddenly feeling apprehensive. If it's to save her child, she'd do anything, Wyatt said. I think most mothers would walk through fire if it meant saving their baby. Megan smiled up at him. You're right. I'll be back. Get that fire going. I'm hungry. She took off towards the lodge at a fast clip, excited to tell Willow the news. This could be the very thing that saved JJ's life. The journey couldn't be for nothing. It had to work. Chapter 10. The barbecue left everyone feeling full and exhausted. Once the kids were tucked in and Harry was squared away on an upstairs couch, Megan quickly went to the bedroom, knowing Wyatt would be ready to hash out some details for their plan. Let me have it, she said once she closed the door. He grinned. I think it's a great idea. Granted, I'm nervous about taking the baby on that long of a journey, and even more nervous about leaving the lodge, but I think we have to go. Whatever is wrong with my nephew, he isn't getting any better. She agreed. With Chase, Albert, and Brenda staying behind, I think they'll be okay. Tara has proven herself several times already. I feel relatively comfortable leaving them in charge of my child's safety and well-being. That says a lot, and I'm proud of you. You've come a long way since those first days you showed up here. He grinned, and Megan chuckled at his teasing. "You guys were a scary bunch, especially you, mister." Willow seems excited for this trip. I thought she'd be hesitant, but when I checked on JJ, she was packing a diaper bag, Wyatt said. When I told her the plan, she nearly ran out the door, ready to get there now. I think she's exhausted, and not having any idea about what could be making her baby sick or knowing when he's going to pass out again is making her crazy. I cannot begin to imagine the stress she must be under. It seems so unfair she's been dealt such a harsh hand, Megan said. I know, it is unfair, but we'll get some answers, and JJ will be a healthy baby. I won't stop until he is, Wyatt said with conviction. Neither will I. Now, we better get some sleep, or we're going to be dragging our feet in the morning. The next morning was a flurry of activity. They were going into a completely different situation, and they needed to be prepared for an urban survival scenario. In the mountains, their biggest worry was wolves and bears. In the city, humans were a far more dangerous predator. Unlike the animals that would much rather keep their distance from the human interlopers, other humans would be far more aggressive. Don't focus so much on winter gear and things needed to build a shelter, Wyatt instructed. We'll only be sleeping under the stars for a couple nights before we hit the town. It still gets cold at night, though, Megan replied. Here it does. Down in the lower elevation and farther east, it'll be a lot warmer, which is going to make our travel a little risky. We need to be prepared for extreme heat. Megan winced. She wasn't looking forward to that. You need to do most of your traveling in the early hours of the morning and late at night, Chase said, coming into the room with one of the hiking packs. Isn't that going to be more dangerous? Megan asked. Chase shrugged. It's more dangerous if one of you ends up with heat exhaustion and no way to treat it. You can't carry the amount of water necessary to stay hydrated. It's too heavy. If you travel during the heat of the day, you'll need twice as much water because you'll be sweating a lot. With the sun rising early and setting late, that will allow you about 6 hours in the morning and a couple hours at night to make your way to Ravenna. Megan understood what he was saying. They also had to think of JJ. Everyone needs a hat, sunscreen, and chapstick. Keep the sunscreen in a side pouch. You'll need to apply it several times throughout the day, even in the morning when it doesn't feel hot. Getting a sunburn is going to dehydrate you much faster than you normally would, Brenda instructed, walking into the room with bottles of sunscreen. Keep your lips protected with chapstick, or you're going to find yourself in a world of pain. Megan distributed the items to the 4 packs. Willow would be carrying JJ in a wrap, which meant the gear needed to support her and JJ would have to be carried by the rest of them. Why a hat? Megan asked. Won't that make us hotter? Brenda shook her head. No, it will protect your head from burning and provide some shade for your nose and neck. You'll also need to wear long sleeves. What? No way, Megan vehemently disagreed. It's going to be crazy hot. Chase spoke up. She's right. Think about the typical dress of people in Africa or the Middle East. They cover themselves head to toe for a reason. A sunburn is no joke. A light cotton or silk material will be cool enough and will keep your skin shaded. Megan groaned. Wearing pants and long sleeves didn't appeal to her, but she could see the reasoning behind it. Fine. Anything else I need to know? Brenda and Chase exchanged a look. I think that covers that part of your journey, Chase said. Now, let's get into these bug-out bags and get you prepared for a city full of angry, hungry people. Evan shook his head. Ravenna had one of the highest crime rates in America before the collapse. I can only imagine what it's like now. Wyatt grimaced. We'll have to be on our toes because we'll be in very hostile territory. Each of us needs to wear cargo pants to have easy access to our ammunition. Cargo pants had become a regular part of their wardrobe. Megan thought back to the days when she avoided the style of pants because they made her look short and squat. Now she couldn't imagine wearing anything else. The functionality was far more important than her need to be fashionable. Rosie came downstairs, carrying a small box. "What's that?" Wyatt asked. "Sunglasses. All different styles and sizes," Rosie said. "I may not be some trained combat vet used to traipsing around the desert, but even I know you have to keep your eyes protected." "Good thinking, Rosie," Chase praised. The woman beamed with pride as they each rummaged through the box, picking out a pair. "Take a couple extras in case yours break or are lost," Rosie instructed. Once their eyewear was taken care of, they turned their attention back to the contents of the bug-out bags. Tara had packed up portions of the pemmican, dried meat, and Megan's favorite, hard tack. They each had 2 full bottles of water, along with some of the chlorine tablets for purifying water they found. Wyatt was carrying a metal cup to use over an open fire to boil more water as needed. "Everyone have a headlamp?" Wyatt asked. After some rummaging, everyone answered yes. Chase was looking at Megan's feet before turning to look at Evan and Brian's feet. "What?" Brian asked. "Making sure you have proper footwear. I know tennis shoes would be a lot lighter and more comfortable, but you're going into what was probably a war zone. There's going to be glass and other debris you have to walk through. You can't wear footwear that doesn't have a durable sole. Watch for nails as well," he explained. Megan suddenly felt as if she were preparing to go to war. They didn't prepare this much when they went to McDaniel's camp for battle. This time, they'd not only have the added responsibility of keeping a baby safe, but the journey was going to be long. They had to be smart and resourceful. "Okay, bandanas for keeping wet and around your neck?" Wyatt asked. Everyone held up their colored piece of cloth. "You may need to use those to tie around your mouths and noses as well," Chase added. "The aftermath of an urban disaster isn't pretty. You should be prepared for the stench of rot and decay, and of course, human waste. There may also be a lot of cement dust and debris in the air if buildings have come down. Be prepared for anything." "Good. First aid kits, emergency blankets, matches, hand sanitizer, compass, and everyone has a knife, right?" Wyatt asked. "I assume everyone took a handful of those plastic grocery bags as well?" There were nods all around the group as everyone went about packing their bags. "The bags are for what?" Rosie asked. "They can be used in a lot of different ways. If we have to go through a wet area, we can wrap them around our shoes to help keep our feet dry. We can use them to waterproof our gear, or if we get desperate, we can use them for water transpiration," Wyatt explained. "You don't think you'll find water?" Rosie asked with concern. Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know. I hope we can, but I always like to be prepared for anything. The bags weigh nothing, and smash down small enough they aren't going to take up much room in our packs. Plus, I like to use one of these bags to make a fluffy pillow," he said with a smile. Megan nodded. "Yep, he stuffs the bags with leaves, grass, and whatever else he can find. It actually works really well once you put a shirt or something over the bag." Rosie smiled. "I will trust the experts." Brenda was walking around the room, casually inspecting everyone's bags. "Don't forget extra socks. Your feet are going to be sweaty. Sweaty feet leads to blisters, which can make walking difficult, and you risk an infection," she instructed. Megan ran back into the bedroom and collected extra socks for her and Wyatt. Brian and Evan had already thought of that one. "I'm so glad I have your expertise to help me," Megan said to Brenda and Chase. I'd be in big trouble after the first day. Chase smiled. It's always better to plan for the worst and hope for the best. Survival in the heat of the summer is a little different from winter survival. Each has its own challenges. Since we've been through it before, we can tell you what works best. You don't have to learn it the hard way, he joked. That's always my preference for learning new skills, Megan laughed. Okay, so are we packed and ready? Willow asked, coming down the stairs with JJ in her arms. A bag was slung over her shoulder. Megan nearly laughed at the sight. Willow looked as if she were ready to go to the mall with her diaper bag packed and her baby in her arms. She had on a pretty pink button-down shirt that would certainly make nursing little JJ easier, but it wasn't exactly an outfit one would wear on a dangerous mission. Brenda opened her mouth, but Chase quickly quieted her by putting a hand on her elbow. We're ready, but first we need to distribute the contents of your diaper bag between us, Wyatt said with a gentleness in his voice. Willow looked so proud to have packed for herself and the baby. Oh, I guess I didn't think of actually carrying this thing the entire way, she said, removing the bag from her shoulder and handing it to Wyatt. Chase looked at Wyatt, widening his eyes to convey there was another issue that needed to be addressed. Wyatt sighed. Willow, you look very nice, but we're going into a situation where we want to blend in with the environment. Do you have any darker-colored clothing? I think Megan has extra khaki pants, if you don't. Willow looked down at what she was wearing. She was quiet for a few seconds. Megan held her breath. No woman appreciated being criticized for an outfit. Willow looked beautiful and had clearly spent some time putting the pink shirt and white capris together, but it wasn't going to work. She did have on tennis shoes, which would normally be okay, but not for this mission. She looked up at Wyatt and smiled. And now you know why I don't go on these little adventures. Of course I can change. She looked at Megan, studying her clothing, before taking JJ back upstairs to change. Wyatt exhaled before carefully going through the bag, leaving things like toys and outfit changes out. Megan watched, but didn't say anything. She knew he was trying to keep the load as light as possible. The package of disposable diapers they'd managed to loot some time ago was finally going to be used. Willow had been using cloth diapers, but once they hit the road, the disposables would be the best choice. Wyatt distributed the diapers into each of the packs, doing his best to keep the loads balanced. Duke stood nearby, watching them with curiosity. He was probably wondering when they were leaving. The big shepherd had been on a few supply runs and had proven useful, but this wasn't a journey he'd be making. There were too many risk factors. Sorry, boy, Megan said, rubbing the dog behind the ears. You have to stay home this time. I trust you to keep a close eye on the kids. Duke's tongue lolled, and he thumped his tail a few times. Megan would miss the big furry beast, but knew it wasn't safe to take the dog along. He'd be better off here as an extra set of eyes and ears in case a stranger approached the lodge. Here's the baby carrier, Tara said, handing the ergo carrier they'd picked up on a run to Rosie. She'll need some help getting it on. I loved the one I had, but it took me a while to figure out how to strap into it myself. Willow returned a few minutes later, looking like a mirror image of Megan and Brenda. She'd lost the minimal amount of pregnancy weight she'd gained and was back to her typical slender frame. Her hair was pulled back in the usual messy bun. Better? She asked. Yes, Wyatt replied. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you were comfortable, your skin protected, and you don't stand out once we get to the city, he explained. It's fine. You're right. I don't know what I was thinking, she said. Willow handed JJ to Megan, and stood in front of Rosie, who seemed to be struggling with the baby carrier. Tara smiled before stepping in to show them both how to use it. "It's tricky at first, but you'll get it. I think JJ is going to love this. I used to carry Amy in one of these all the time. She was a fussy baby, and the only way I could get her to sleep was to walk around with her. This freed up my hands so I could actually get stuff done." Megan smiled at the memory of Caitlin being the same way. She'd used one of the Moby wraps and had loved it. The Moby they'd found months before JJ arrived had only been used a handful of times. It wasn't suitable for this particular journey, which meant the carrier was the best choice. It also would allow them each to take turns carrying the baby, even though he was far lighter than any of the packs. "Okay, I think we got it," Tara said, giving the strap one last tug to tighten it. Megan handed JJ to Willow, who carefully tucked him away in the carrier. She kissed him on the head before putting his cotton hat on. "We're ready for our first big adventure," Willow declared. Megan smiled. Willow had a little more pep in her step. She had a purpose, and Megan was convinced the idea of finding a solution to JJ's medical problems was the reason behind her newfound enthusiasm. Megan was happy for Willow. This would help her grow as a person while boosting her confidence, something that was seriously needed. Caitlin came downstairs, rubbing her eyes. Ryland was right behind her. Megan could hear Willow talking to the young boy in hushed tones. Her eyes drifted to Neil, who managed to stagger over to Wyatt. "Thank you for doing this. I only wish I could be the one delivering this box," he said, handing the small metal box to Wyatt. Wyatt took it and handed it to Evan, who tucked it into his pack. "We'll make sure it reaches the NRU in time," Wyatt said. He looked to Chase, then back at Neil. "You better go rest. Chase will be here if you need anything." The last was said with a hint of a threat. Megan knew Wyatt was uneasy leaving a stranger in the lodge. She was too, but they also knew every one of the people staying behind wouldn't hesitate to kill the man if he did anything that jeopardized them. Each was committed to keeping one another safe, no matter the cost. "Take care," Wyatt said to the group staying behind. There was a lot of waving and words of encouragement as the small group headed out the door. Megan prayed they were successful. Her own peace of mind depended on her getting JJ the help he needed. She needed to feel confident Rosie, Chase, and the rest of the group could take care of things at the lodge, and most importantly, keep Caitlin safe. She had to devote every ounce of energy to this mission. There was a lot riding on their success. Chapter 11. The small group set out at an easy pace. This was Willow's first trip away from the lodge since arriving more than a year ago. She wouldn't be used to walking through the forest. It was important to take it slow and allow her to navigate the uneven terrain to prevent injury. She was carrying precious cargo, after all. "You have a route planned out?" Evan asked. "I think I've been to Ravenna once, and I remember it was huge. How are we going to navigate the streets? I mean, what if there aren't any street signs left? We could end up very lost, which would put us in a very precarious position." Wyatt pulled out a map and tapped it a couple times. "Yes, I worked with Neil for a bit last night. This is the route he was supposed to take with his team. There are small red dots on the areas where there are known gangs holding the territories. Even if there aren't marked streets, we can still navigate the area based on landmarks." Megan groaned. "I can't imagine how we're going to get through all that," she said, waving her hand at the map filled with hundreds of roads. "They know the area and we don't. I don't understand why anyone would have stayed in the city." Wyatt shrugged. "From what Neil said, it's still heavily populated. Many folks stuck with what they knew. There aren't going to be as many people as there were before the EMP, but the ones that couldn't get out would be forced to band together. That's where the gangs come in. Where are they getting water and food? She asked, trying to wrap her head around the idea. Wyatt shrugged. I don't know. I guess they had plenty to loot in the beginning. The idea of being surrounded by easy resources probably appealed to some. Plus, most of those living in the city don't have the first clue about surviving in the wilderness. They wouldn't be able to hunt, build a fire, or survive the winter. They picked the lesser of two evils, is my guess. Megan felt terrible for the people who didn't have the basic skills needed to survive without things like grocery stores and running water. She imagined those who'd fled the city, not having basic survival skills, would have died that first winter. Once everything did get back online, she suspected the casualties from the EMP would be in the millions. Another thought sprang to mind. They're going to be desperate. How are we going to get through the streets without them attacking us? I know it's hard to imagine, but even the most normal people before the EMP will have changed to survive. These won't be the stereotypical gangs from before the EMP. These people were once doctors, lawyers, teachers, and so on. Brian chimed in. Wyatt answered her question. We get through with fancy footwork, traveling in the wee hours of the morning, and luck. What do you mean, wee hours of the morning? Willow asked. Wouldn't that be more dangerous? Wyatt shook his head. I think you were still upstairs when we talked about it, but there are two things going against us, the heat of summer and the gangs, and both are dangerous to us. Our safest option is to travel when the city is asleep, which means resting during the hottest parts of the day and traveling at night, he explained. Hopefully it works, Megan said, not entirely sure that was the best plan. It was years of conditioning, she supposed. Traveling city streets at night was risky, but in this new way of life, it may well be the safest way. She had to laugh at the irony. They were traveling in a convoy, so the route is along roadways. We'll change up based on what we come across, but I think it'll be a lot easier for us to blend in and go unnoticed than it would have been for them, Wyatt explained. Neil also marked a backup route should we be unable to stick to the original plan. Good. I like a way out in case things don't go as planned. Things never go the way we plan, Evan grumbled. Megan chuckled. But look how much better we are at thinking on our feet. I'm not looking forward to encountering an angry mob. Do you think they'll attack us? I mean, we're a small group. 2 women and a baby. How threatening could we be? Willow looked down at JJ, sleeping against her chest in the carrier. I won't let anyone near my baby, she said, in a quiet voice laced with menace. And we won't let anyone try, Wyatt said with conviction. Is this NRU going to be guarded? Brian asked. I would imagine so, even if it isn't obvious. Neil gave me the code word, which should gain us entry. If not, we'll flash that box. That should get someone's attention, Wyatt replied. They walked down the mountain in silence. Megan thought about the people in the city and wondered how they'd managed to survive this long if they couldn't grow food. What were they doing for toilets? The thought sent a shiver down her spine as she imagined the sewage problem. She thought back to the old days when raw sewage was dumped into the streets of London and other large cities. She prayed Ravenna hadn't reverted to such primitive ways. Oh, Wyatt said, holding up the map. Neil also marked areas where there are buried caches of supplies. Hopefully we won't need to dig up any of those on the way there, but on the way back, our supplies may be low. Those caches will provide the necessities until we get home. It'd probably be a good idea to bury some of our supplies to lighten our load a bit, and if we do get robbed, we'll have what we need to make the journey home. JJ made a grunting noise, which brought them all to a stop. Concern was written all over their faces. Willow looked up and smiled. He was getting comfortable. He's fine. Megan breathed a sigh of relief. They knew it was risky bringing the baby on the trip, but the thought of a real hospital with real doctors was driving them on. They had to get JJ there. I think we should pick up the pace a little, Megan said to the group in general. They were walking far slower than usual. Are you okay with that? Megan directed the question at Willow. Yes, I am. Whatever gets us there faster works for me. I'm not a wilting flower, guys. I'm not going to break if I work up a sweat. I know I've been a little off these past few months, but I can be strong. I will be strong. Don't tiptoe around me or feel like you have to baby me. Let's get this little guy to the hospital. I'll survive a rough hike, but She stopped talking. Megan knew she was going to say he might not survive if they didn't get him some medical help. They all knew it, but none of them dared say the words. Let's go then. We're burning daylight, Megan joked. It was something her dad would often say. It wasn't long before they made it down the mountain and stopped to rehydrate, taking a few minutes to plan their next move. The sun was beating down on them, which had them all concerned about dehydration. They couldn't carry as much water as they'd need to stay hydrated if they kept moving in the heat of the day. Do we stick to the highway? Brian asked. Megan didn't answer. The last time they'd walked on the highway, they'd found Neil. It had been an ugly scene, and not one she wanted to encounter again. The people that attacked Neil's convoy could be waiting. Her group didn't have the luxury of jeeps, machine guns, or body armor. Not that it helped the convoy. Wyatt looked around the group. His eyes stopped on Willow. She had found some privacy in the trees and was feeding JJ. We need to walk on the highway. I know it's a risk, but it will be much easier for all of us. We need to stay alert. If it starts to get too hot, we'll find some shade and wait until this evening, he said. They all nodded in agreement, even though Megan suspected they all had reservations about traveling in the open. Walking over rough terrain posed another risk. Willow wasn't used to such hikes, and the risk of her tripping with the baby was too great. None of them could afford to get a twisted ankle or some other serious injury. The highway was the lesser of two evils. Megan scanned the area while they waited for JJ to finish his meal. She watched to see if anything looked out of place or whether she saw any kind of movement. It was a lot like hunting deer and other wildlife. She had to let her eyes go out of focus and then scan. Hey, is that a cherry tree? She asked, pointing off into the distance. Wyatt turned to look and smiled. It is, and it looks to be full of cherries. Go, we'll stay and keep watch, Brian said when Megan turned to him. She laughed. Great, we'll pick all that we can. Wyatt grabbed her hand and they jogged towards the full tree, dotted with red. This will allow us to conserve our rations. Plus, the fresh fruit will keep us hydrated. I hope they aren't sour cherries, he added. Megan plucked a cherry the moment they reached the tree and popped it in her mouth. She moaned when the juice exploded in her mouth. Not sour, she said, spitting out the pit. Deliciously sweet. Wyatt grabbed a few and put them in his mouth. This is great. Let's pick as many as we can and get going, he said, around a mouthful of cherries. Between the two of them, they managed to pick the tree clean within 10 minutes. They quickly rushed back to Brian and Evan, handing them each a handful. When Willow emerged from her place in the trees, she was rewarded with some cherries. This is amazing. It's been far too long since we've had fresh fruit. Hopefully the trees at the lodge will produce, she said. Let's get moving, Wyatt said. Keep your eyes open and look for any signs we have company. Brian walked behind Willow. Wyatt was out front, and Megan walked on Willow's left with Evan on her right. They walked in silence for close to 30 minutes before Wyatt put his hand up, halting their procession. Each of them was instantly on alert. What is it? Brian asked, scanning the area. Up there. Something isn't right, he said in a quiet voice. The hairs on the back of Megan's neck stood up straight. She heard Willow gasp and quickly looked at her, willing her not to panic and run. Wyatt pointed to the trees, indicating he wanted them all off the road. No one hesitated. When they were all in the safety of the trees, Wyatt looked at them with a grim look. It's a trap, he said. What's a trap? Brian asked. Did you see the way the cars were arranged? Wyatt asked. Megan looked at Brian and Evan, who looked equally as confused as her. They were walking along a highway littered with cars that had stopped running the second the EMP exploded. Seeing cars on the roads that now resembled parking lots was common. It'd be weird if there weren't any cars on what used to be a busy highway. They've looked like that all along the way, Wyatt. What's different? Megan asked. He shook his head. That's exactly what it's supposed to look like. The cars were lined up to funnel us up the center. I'm guessing there are people lying in wait to take us out. Maybe they're waiting for Neil's team. I don't know. But I do know I saw similar setups in Afghanistan. Willow blanched. Someone is out there waiting to kill us? Maybe not us specifically. It could be bandits waiting for travelers so they can take their supplies, or it could be the same group that went after Neil's convoy. Either way, it's there, and we need to figure out what to do next, Wyatt explained. What are our options? Brian asked. Wyatt took a deep breath. We go through and hope we can shoot our way out of it, or we go around. We'd have to go far off our path, possibly adding an extra day of travel. This map doesn't show any roads. It'd be all wilderness, he revealed. Megan looked at Willow, who was cradling JJ's head as if to protect him. They couldn't run into a gun battle with JJ. I think we need to take a wide berth around the blockade. It's far too risky to try to shoot our way through, Megan announced. We don't know how many of them there are or what kind of weapons they have. Brian shook his head. We don't have the supplies to sustain us if we add an extra day to our trip. We've avoided the heavy brush for a reason. It doesn't make sense to risk it now. Plus, it's getting dark. We don't want to risk walking blindly through the wilderness. I'm with Megan on this one, Evan said. He pointedly looked at the baby, revealing his personal motivation. Wyatt sighed, looked at Willow and JJ, before staring into the heavy brush and trees. I think we're going to have to take the long way around, he finally said. Brian didn't argue, but with the set of his chin, Megan knew he wasn't pleased, but he had to recognize the danger of JJ or Willow being shot. It was more work, but if it kept them all alive, it was worth it. So it's settled? Wyatt asked. There was a unanimous yes, which gave Megan a great deal of relief. There was no way she wanted JJ and flying bullets in the same area. Bullets weren't picky about what they hit, and JJ was an innocent baby. The long way would be harder, but safer, she hoped. Chapter 12. At least it isn't as hot as it was on the highway, Willow huffed out, pushing aside a branch. The off-road decision seemed to be working out. They were making good time, and the brush wasn't nearly as thick as they'd expected, and the trees and tall sagebrush provided some much-needed shade. Their legs were relatively protected from the scratching and poking weeds, which made the impromptu detour a little easier to manage. "I'm guessing this trail was used before the EMP, or there was someone in this area a while ago," Wyatt said, pointing to the branches that had already been broken. Megan had been paying attention to the ground, looking for tracks or other signs they weren't alone, but the ground was dry and hard, making footprints impossible. The weeds were pushed down along with broken twigs, indicating something big had come through. Megan knew she'd be a whole lot more comfortable if she knew if it was wildlife or human. As she walked along, directly in front of Willow and behind Wyatt, she heard what sounded like a bird chirping. She listened, waiting to see if she'd hear the sound again. They'd been walking for hours. The sun was dropping below the horizon. A bird call at this time of day felt out of place. "Wyatt!" she hissed, slowing her steps. He stopped and turned around, giving her a questioning look. "Listen!" They all halted along the trail, still in single file, but much closer together. All of them cocked their heads to the side to listen for whatever it was that had spooked Megan. The sound of a bird calling out cut through the silence. Megan's eyes widened. "Did you hear that?" Wyatt gave her a look that said he did, but didn't want her to make a big deal. She nodded her head in understanding. She wasn't crazy or paranoid. That was no bird. "What was it?" Evan asked from behind Willow. Megan shrugged, but couldn't look directly at him and lie. "I don't know. I thought I heard something, but it was only a bird." Evan didn't say anything for a few seconds. "Okay, then I guess we keep going?" "Yep, let's move. I want to use every bit of daylight we have," Wyatt said, and moved forward, but at a much slower pace. Megan could see the tension in his shoulders. He looked like a cat ready to spring. Something wasn't right. She hated not knowing. They walked for another 10 minutes in silence. The bird calls continued. Each time she heard the repeated song, it confirmed what she'd suspected earlier. That was a human, and possibly more than one. Wyatt slowed to a stop. "Let's take a quick break before we continue on." Brian, who was at the back of the procession, asked, "Why? We're going to be stopping soon for the night, aren't we? I think we can go a little longer." Wyatt growled, "I need to go, now." Brian chuckled. "Okay, man. When nature calls, nature calls. We'll stay here." Wyatt looked at Megan. She quickly understood and followed him into the thicker vegetation. "Well," she whispered when they were out of earshot of the rest of the group, "do you hear that mockingbird? Mockingbirds aren't around here. That chirp and song isn't natural." Wyatt agreed. "I caught the flash of a mirror signaling up ahead. I think we're walking into trouble. I don't want to scare Willow." "We have to get off this path, Wyatt. I'm guessing this is another one of those traps you saw earlier," Megan said. "Yeah, I think we're walking straight into an ambush. I don't want to alert everyone. If Willow stresses, she may panic, and it's hard to say what she'll do. We have to stay calm and methodical. We need to outthink our would-be attackers." "Okay, let's get back to the rest of the group. I don't like sitting here. I feel too exposed," Megan said, looking around the area. Wyatt grabbed her hand, and they quickly made their way back to Willow, Brian, and Evan. "He's being so good," Megan said, looking at JJ. Willow smiled. "He loves the walking. I'm going to have to use this carrier back at the lodge. I'll be able to get so much more done if I don't have to carry him around." "Let's move," Wyatt ordered, cutting off their conversation. "Stay alert." They all fell back in line, with Wyatt leading the group. Evan walked directly behind Willow, with Brian bringing up the rear. Everyone had noticed Wyatt's change in demeanor and had grown silent. The tension was palpable as they stalked through the tall grass, each of them turning their heads left and right. As they walked, Megan was scanning the area, looking for anything that looked out of place. "Wyatt," she said quietly. "To the right." She watched as he turned his head. "I see it." He stopped walking, which caused a domino effect. They were all huddled together, staring at a mass of poison oak that stretched wide across an area. It didn't look natural. "Well, we aren't going through there," Evan said matter-of-factly. "I can see a faint trail heading out that way." He pointed up ahead. "That looks like a better choice than cutting through a wall of poison oak." Wyatt was staring at the plants. "I don't think that's a good idea," he muttered. "Why not?" Evan asked. "We can go around, make a wide half circle, and get right back on course." Megan walked closer to the wall of poison oak. "They aren't plants. They're cuttings," she said, squatting to get a better look. "I think there's a piece of wood or maybe a metal sheet being used to prop them up." She could see bits of rusted metal through the breaks in the cuttings. "It looks like one of those shipping container doors. I think it may actually be steel, which means it took several people to move it into place." Wyatt stood behind her. "I can see a trail beyond the poison oak. It's another trap. They want us to take that other trail. This detour is to funnel us towards them." "What?" Willow gasped. "Did we walk right into another trap? I thought we took this route because it was safer." "It's okay, Willow. We'll figure this out," Brian said, trying to calm her down. They all stared at the barricade. Once again, they were forced to go around or attempt to go through. The precarious situation made Megan very uneasy. Whoever was setting these elaborate traps wasn't messing around. It was very calculated. "There's no way around that area," Brian said, studying the place where the poison oak stretched across. "The only option is to veer left. It will take us longer, but I don't think an itchy rash is a great option. I know we already added more distance to our route, but what choice do we have?" "We can go through it," Megan said, standing and removing her backpack. Evan laughed. "You want us to walk through a wall of poison oak? I don't think that's your best idea, Megan." She rolled her eyes. "We're going to use some sticks and remove the plants. They aren't in the ground. They're cuttings carefully laid against that wall. We won't have to use our hands and risk contact. Once we remove the poison oak, we can move that metal and run like hell." Willow was shaking her head. "Megan, I'm sorry, but that doesn't sound like a very good plan." Wyatt was already searching the area for branches. "Evan, give me a hand," he said, picking up one branch. Evan jumped into action. The two men carefully pulled many of the cuttings away from the massive metal sheet, using the branches like chopsticks. Megan helped get the baby ready for the walk through the area and covered JJ with a small blanket. "We need to keep him completely covered," Megan explained. "Whatever we put on the outside to cover his body, we leave behind. We don't want to risk the oils inadvertently getting on you or back on him." Willow agreed. "I have an extra blanket. I will pull over him." Megan reached into her pack and held up some plastic grocery bags. "I'm going to tie these around your knees to cover your pants and shoes," she told Willow. Megan tied a bag around each of her legs as well. "Why the bags?" Willow asked. "In case we touch any of the poison oak when we're going through, the bags will keep the oil off our clothing. As soon as we're clear, we'll take off the bags and toss them," Megan explained, handing 4 bags to Brian. "Rosie also said that plantain would help cure the rash if we do happen to get any oil on us. I've seen quite a bit of it around here. We can crush the leaves and rub it on the rash. It will also take care of any bug bites we may get from sleeping outside tonight." Willow agreed. "Yes," she pointed the plant out to me. "I can help look for that one if we need it. It's better to have it on hand than to try and find it when we really need it." Megan smiled at her. This trip would do Willow good, assuming it was successful. Willow was a strong woman, but for so long, everyone had been taking care of her. Jack took care of her, and when he died, everyone else at the lodge had jumped in to help her. She'd been coddled, which was actually a disservice to her friend. She needed to do for herself to increase her self-confidence. It would help her feel stronger and more in control. At least, that was Megan's opinion. Doing for herself had helped her in many ways, and she wanted Willow to feel that same sense of empowerment. Megan watched as Evan and Wyatt struggled to move the metal sheet, but it was too heavy. It was even more difficult because they had to be wary of any booby traps that may have been set. "I think it's going to take all of us pushing to move that door," Megan said, watching them heave and get nowhere. "Brian, I think if you help us, we can move this thing enough for us to squeeze through," Wyatt said. "There isn't enough available space for all of us to hold on. One more pair of hands is all we can manage." Megan turned to Willow. "Once they move that sheet, we have to run. Don't panic. Follow our directions, and it'll be okay." Willow nodded, clearly not feeling confident about the plan. She tucked the blanket around JJ, making sure every inch of his tiny body was completely covered. "You brought bags, right?" Megan said to Wyatt. "Use them as gloves so you don't get any oil transferred on you." He quickly took off his pack and pulled out the bags. He handed an extra bag to Evan to put over his hands. "Everyone ready?" he asked. Megan took a deep breath and stood to the side of the metal sheet. She prayed the men had the strength to move the massive door. Even now, the people waiting to ambush them could be coming. She knew they were being watched. It was only a matter of time before they realized their trap wasn't going to work. "Ready," Evan and Brian said together. The three men grunted in unison as they shifted the heavy metal door about 12 inches. It created a space big enough for Megan and Willow to squeeze through. Once they were through, each of the men followed. Megan and Willow waited in the small opening on the trail, stripping off the bags and blankets and tossing them into the trees and brush. A loud shout cut through the air. "Get 'em!" Wyatt pushed Willow in front of him. "Run!" Evan ran around Willow to lead the way. Brian and Wyatt fell in step behind her. Megan haphazardly put on her backpack and started running. "Run, run, as fast as you can," a voice shouted behind her. Whoever had set the trap was now on their heels and taunting them. "We got them now," another voice shouted. Megan didn't know how many people were chasing them, and she wasn't going to slow down to look. She tried not to panic when she realized the distance between her and the rest of the group was growing. In the back of her mind, she was very happy to see how fast Willow was running. They had to get away, even if that meant she was left behind. "Ouch!" she shouted when a tree branch sliced across her upper arm, catching on the strap of her backpack and yanking her back. She furiously tried to free the pack from the branches. The voices behind her were extremely close. Megan looked at the pack and made a quick decision to leave it. They'd have to come back for it later. She hated leaving the valuable gear behind, but if she were caught, the gear wouldn't help anyway. "Megan, hurry up!" Wyatt shouted. She could see him in the distance, getting into position. He was going to start shooting. He was already on one knee, the rifle he'd brought up, and was aiming almost directly at her. "Get out of the way!" She quickly veered to the left, doing the best she could to stay low. A shot rang out, making her flinch. She knew Wyatt was the one shooting, and trusted he wouldn't shoot her, but the bullets headed in her direction were alarming. Megan covered the distance between her and the rest of the group, who'd taken cover behind some large rocks covered with dried moss. She was breathing so heavy she couldn't speak, when they all told her how glad they were she made it. She sat next to Willow, who had her head down and her arms around JJ. "It's okay. They'll stop them. Those guys have no idea who they're messing with," Megan said defiantly. Willow looked at her. "Or maybe it's the other way around. We have no idea who's chasing us. What do they want? That box?" Megan's breath was finally slowing down. The gunshots over their heads were slowing as well. "They don't know we have the box. I'm guessing they're after our supplies." "Are you okay?" Wyatt asked, dropping down to sit beside her. "Yeah, I lost my pack, though," she said with defeat. Wyatt grimaced. "It's too risky to go back and get it. We'll have to do without it." Megan sighed. That meant they were going to be short on supplies and ammunition. They'd only been on the road for a day. This incident didn't bode well for the rest of the trip. "We'll figure it out. That pack isn't worth your life," Wyatt told her. "I hope so," she muttered. Evan and Brian dropped behind the cover. "I think they're gone," Brian said. "No one is returning fire, and I don't see anything moving." Megan breathed a sigh of relief. "Hopefully they realized we aren't easy targets and will leave us alone from here on out." Wyatt looked at her. He didn't say the words, but she knew he didn't believe that for a second. Neither did she. They'd likely be stalked, harassed, and tormented the entire trip to Ravenna. That night, they set up camp, but Megan knew no one slept. They were all too nervous they'd be attacked in their sleep. One person on watch didn't seem adequate. Megan had dozed off once. Her hand had slipped off her thigh, causing her to jump. Wyatt was there, watching over them all. "It's okay," he whispered. "Sleep." She shook her head. "You haven't slept at all, have you?" He shrugged. "It's fine. I can go a day without sleeping and still be okay. Sleep for a bit. It's almost time to start moving, anyway." She wanted to argue that she could stay awake, but her body had other plans. She lay on the ground and was asleep within seconds, knowing Wyatt would keep watch over them all. She had complete confidence in him. Chapter 13. Albert casually walked to the kitchen table where Neil had been sitting for the past hour. He had a feeling the guy wasn't who he said he was, but he couldn't pinpoint why he felt that way. Could it be a symptom of the New World Order? He was a suspicious guy by nature and tended to question everyone. He'd questioned Megan before he'd gotten to know her and trust her. Maybe he was being too harsh on Neil as well. "Feeling better?" Albert asked. Neil avoided making eye contact, focusing on one of the books he'd borrowed from the lodge library. "Yes, much better." "Where did you come from?" Albert asked, not trying to be subtle. The man hadn't given up too many details about himself. "East," he answered. Albert wasn't going to let him get away with such a vague answer. "East Coast? The D.C. area?" Neil met his eyes. "I started in D.C. quite some time ago. I've been traveling all over the country on different missions." Albert nodded. This guy wasn't revealing anything, which was irritating him, but he had to stay friendly if he hoped to glean any information. "What's it like out there? Do we still have a president running the country?" he asked, half joking, but deep down he really wanted to know. "Yes, the government is still in control," Neil answered. Albert chuckled. "Ha! I don't know what your idea of control is, but this isn't a government in control." He waved his arms around the lodge. "We aren't being governed by anyone. I'm sure there are thousands, maybe millions of people like us, all across the country, doing for ourselves without any help or direction from this so-called government." Neil met his eyes. I assure you, there is a big brother, and he is watching. There are things happening, and one day you'll all see what's been going on behind the scenes. There are others like me all working for the greater good. We all have missions, and each of our goals builds on the other. We can't expect the lights to turn on overnight. Albert could see and hear the irritation in the man's voice. Had he hit a nerve? I meant no offense, and I do appreciate all the hard work you're doing to get our country back up and running. I'm sure once this is all over, you'll be recognized for your dedication to serving the United States, Albert said. Neil looked away again. Albert had seen a flash of guilt, which instantly made him feel bad for insinuating the guy was failing in his job to save the country. I'm sorry you lost your men. I know that must have been difficult, Albert said, trying to smooth over his earlier insult. We knew the risks, Neil said, with no emotion in his voice. Once again, Albert got the feeling the man was cold and ruthless. From experience, he knew that a certain amount of detachment was expected. Otherwise, every soldier would be an emotional wreck. Still, all the veterans he'd ever talked to showed a certain reverence when speaking about the men who died beside them. Feel like going outside for a bit? Stretching your legs and staying active is always better than getting stiff from lying around, Albert said, with a firmness that left little room for argument. The man looked hale and hearty. Nearly everyone at the lodge had been seriously injured at one time or another, and they all managed to do their part. No one got a free ride. The man was eating their food and using their resources, which meant he needed to contribute. Albert waited at the back door for the stranger. He still wasn't given free rein of the lodge, and with everyone outside taking care of chores, Albert had been put in charge of watching the new guy. Neil ambled over, suddenly walking slower and with a pained look on his face. It all felt very theatrical. You good? Albert asked. Yes, a little sore. I'll be okay, Neil said in a strained voice. Albert eyed him with suspicion. He hadn't been moving that slow a few minutes ago. Seemed like the guy didn't want to work, or maybe he was hoping to be left alone in the lodge. Albert wasn't going to let that happen. We're putting in an irrigation system for our garden. Chase is taking care of the hard part, digging a long trench from the stream to the garden. Our job will be to dig shallow trenches between each of the rows in the garden, Albert explained. They walked to the large area where the garden was. It took them longer than usual since Neil seemed to be moving extra slow. Rosie was already hard at work, dragging a hoe between two rows. Let me do that, Rosie. Why don't you go ahead and take a break? Albert said, taking the tool from her hands. You can keep Neil company, he said with a wink, happy to get a break from the babysitting job. Albert got to work, creating shallow trenches between the rows of corn. Each trench connected to the larger trench that ran across the width of the garden. As he moved farther away from where the water would flow into the garden, he made a gentle downward slope in the trench to ensure water would reach the back of the row, guaranteeing every plant, even those farthest from the main trench, got water. Why irrigation? Neil asked, after watching Albert work. It's better for the plants and it uses less water, Albert answered with abruptness. His frustration over what he felt was Neil being plain lazy was bubbling to the surface as he sweated in the afternoon sun. Neil ate the food they were growing, which meant he needed to put in a little effort. Rosie, always the mediator, quickly jumped in to explain better. Since we don't have a sprinkler system that will work effectively during the summer months, this will save us time. The water will go directly to the roots, which will ultimately require less water. Plus, if you pour water over a plant, you risk inviting disease, and the vegetables on the plant can develop blight. This system will hopefully ensure we're dealing with less rot on the leaves of our vegetables." Neil studied the garden, nodding his head. He said, "You've all done a really good job here. I don't think I've come across a group that has been so self-sufficient. It's ugly in the cities. People are growing plants haphazardly. I've come across a few gardens, but nothing quite as tidy and well-developed as this." Rosie beamed with pride. "It's been a labor of love. We all contribute." "I guess that's the key to success, isn't it? Is there something I should be doing?" Neil looked around the garden. Albert looked up from his work, surprised the man was asking to help. It must be Rosie's magic. She had a way of making people feel welcome. It wasn't a skill he was particularly good at, nor did he care to improve on it. His grumpy demeanor kept strangers at arm's length, right where he liked them. "You can start mending those fences," Albert stated. "Rosie, show him where that wire is, and he can start tying those branches to the poles already in the ground. We need to make the fence higher since those damn goats keep jumping in to eat our food." "Goats?" Neil asked. "Yes, goats. They're a handful, but they'll be worth it when the little girl gets pregnant and can start producing milk. Well, I say little girl, but they're not so little anymore," Rosie said. As if they heard they were being talked about, Misty and Mason came around the corner. They walked with an easy pace, heading directly for Rosie. She held up her hand and quickly rubbed each of them on their long necks. Neil seemed a little uneasy around the goats, which made Albert chuckle. The man was a city boy. Albert had noticed his hands were smooth, with no calluses. There were no signs of manual labor, like the little cuts and bruises each of the people at the lodge seemed to sport. Albert remembered his dad used to tell him you could tell a lot about a person by looking at their hands. Neil had the hands of someone who didn't like manual labor. "Better get started on that fencing. I can see them eyeballing the corn already," Albert grumbled. Rosie walked to the area, and the goats followed. They acted more like dogs than barnyard animals. They stayed close, watching as Rosie chatted with Neil. Albert watched as they used wire to attach the branches to the poles in the ground, creating a 6-foot pole instead of the shorter 4-foot pole. He wanted to make sure Neil helped and didn't let Rosie do all the work. "We'll run that barbed wire, too, while we're out here," Rosie announced. "Good," Albert said, feeling the strain of bending over to create the trenches. He wouldn't quit, but his back would be very stiff by bedtime. He said a silent prayer for Rosie's miracle salve that he planned to use tonight. Tara quietly walked over to Albert and put out her hand. "My turn," she said. Albert gave her a grateful look, not wanting to admit he was struggling. He knew better than to take on such back-breaking work, but he didn't want to appear weak in front of Neil. He was prideful, and he knew it. Neil and Rosie were on the far corner of the garden fence. Albert watched as Neil scanned the area without trying to look obvious. Was he looking for something? There was something about the guy that wasn't sitting right with him. He couldn't put his finger on it yet, but eventually the man's true personality would be exposed. Albert looked up and saw Chase striding down the hill. He looked over the garden. "This will definitely work. All we have to do is lift the spill gate up at the top and the water will flow into the garden." "What did you use to make a spill gate?" Neil asked. Chase eyed him before answering. "It was part of an old metal door. It isn't exactly airtight, and water will leak around it, but we'll be able to pull it out when we need to water the garden and drop it into place to block most of the flow." Neil looked impressed. Genius. Chase watched Neil and Rosie for a moment before turning back to Albert. He raised his eyebrows, and Albert shrugged in return. Chase was asking if they should trust him. Albert truly didn't know. The man said all the right things, wore the right uniform, and even seemed nice enough, but it was evident he was holding something back. Albert decided he needed to talk to Brenda and get her opinion. She'd been around military personnel for years and would have a better feel for the guy, he hoped. Maybe she'd have a little more insight into this man's character. Was he reserved because he was part of some special forces, or was it all a charade? Albert, Chase said, interrupting his thoughts. I'm going to hang more of those bells and tin cans around the fencing on this side. It'll alert us to any intruders, human or animal. The higher fence will help protect our crops, but I'd like to make it even more secure. You think you can give me a hand? Albert looked at Tara, who gave a slight nod, indicating she'd take over watching Neil. They'd all talked about casually watching the man without him really knowing he was being closely monitored. This would give them a better idea of his character. He'd act more natural and wouldn't feel as if he needed to put on a show. So far, Neil had been the perfect guest and not really said or done anything that would raise concern. Even so, Albert wasn't ready to trust him yet. Chapter 14. I think this is a good spot, Wyatt said, standing in the center of 3 large maple trees. The group was looking for somewhere to create one of their own caches so they could leave half their supplies for their return trip home. It'd lighten the load, allowing them to move faster and freely. This also ensured they'd have food and other necessities should they happen to be robbed while in the city. Megan agreed. It's easy enough to remember. I don't see any other places with 3 big, beautiful maple trees. It's very shady here, much better than out there. She pointed beyond the reach of the trees to the exposed roadway. They were all suffering from minor sunburn, but nothing that was cause for alarm yet. They had to be careful today. They were holing up in the shade and comfort of the trees and planning to move when the sun wasn't directly overhead. They couldn't risk severe sunburn that would lead to dehydration or worse. How's he doing? Megan asked Brian, who was currently carrying JJ. He smiled. He looks like he's checking everything out. Now that we've stopped moving, he seems to want to look around a bit. Willow spread out one of the baby's blankets and gently removed him from the carrier strapped to Brian. I imagine the bright sun is exciting for him. We'll let him stretch out for a bit. Poor baby is probably very warm. She stripped JJ out of the long-sleeve onesie he'd been wearing to protect his sensitive skin from the sun. JJ started to kick and move his arms, clearly appreciating the ability to move freely. They all watched him kick while making sweet little gurgling noises. He looked normal and healthy. His skin had a pinkness that was typical of an infant, but not of JJ. The baby tended to be very pale, with hints of blue on his toes and fingers. He's putting on some weight, Megan commented, gently squeezing his thigh. He's going to be a chunky baby soon enough. Willow laughed. It's about time. I feel like I feed him constantly. He's going to take one big growth spurt, Wyatt said. I hope so, Willow said wistfully. They all made themselves comfortable in the shade. Megan passed around the dried turkey jerky they'd brought with them. I can keep watch if anyone wants to take a quick power nap, Evan said. I think we need to grab sleep when we can. Wyatt, you were on watch half the night. You really should try to sleep. Wyatt shook his head. I'm fine. I don't think I could sleep. It feels weird not to be doing something productive in the middle of the day. Megan smiled. I know what you mean. Let's close our eyes for a bit. Even a little rest will rejuvenate our bodies. despite their best efforts, they couldn't doze off. After waiting until nearly 4, they decided it was safe enough to start moving again. The sun was slowly drifting to the other side of the trees, which allowed them to walk in the shade along the roadway. JJ had been fussy the past hour. They were all used to it, but it was particularly worrisome when they weren't in the comfort of the lodge. Willow had fed, changed him, and burped him before they left, but nothing was calming the little guy down. They all knew what would happen if JJ went into a crying fit. He'd struggle to breathe. No one offered her words of advice on how to calm him down. They all knew she was doing everything she could. Their words would only add to her frustration. None of them could do any better. It was something they'd seen too many times, leaving them all on edge. After another 30 minutes, JJ's cries slowed, and he drifted off to sleep. "You okay?" Megan asked, falling into step beside Willow. Willow looked exhausted. "Yeah, I can't wait to get there and get this baby some help. I feel like I'm failing him. I should be able to settle him down and soothe whatever it is that ails him. I feel completely helpless." "Me too," Megan echoed. They walked for hours, walking through farmland that had long been abandoned. Hay fields were overgrown, and what once used to be wheat farms were nothing more than weeds. An old barn in the distance reminded Megan of how different their world was now. If and when the power was restored, it'd take a lot of work to restore the farms and fields to the fertile ground they once were. There'd be high demand for big machinery to clear the fields. It was a sad sight to see. But if the box they were carrying was truly what Neil claimed, they'd play a key role in restoring this once great nation to its prior glory. "I remember coming through this area before," Megan said, when they passed a sign announcing they had entered the small town of Union, population 884. "If I remember right, they had a strawberry festival or something up here, right?" Wyatt asked. Megan smiled in remembrance. "That's right. I brought Caitlin the summer before the EMP. We took advantage of the you-pick strawberry fields. I wonder if the strawberries are still growing. Rosie says it's nearly impossible to kill strawberry plants because they're so prolific." Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know. If they're out there," he said, pointing to the vast fields, "they're under all that thistle, which doesn't look inviting." "But that does," Brian said, pointing to a large old house at the edge of one of the fields. "That thing is definitely abandoned. Willow and Megan, you two stay here while we go make sure it's empty," Wyatt instructed. They waited and watched as the men circled the house before cautiously going through the entrance that appeared to be missing the front door. After several long minutes, they emerged, waving Megan and Willow to come in. "It's empty. It's been thoroughly picked through, but we can sleep on the top floor," Wyatt said. "Why the top floor?" Willow asked. "Because if someone does happen to come along, we'll have a good vantage point up there, and most looters are going to hit the bottom floor first. We'll have time to stop them before they get to us. There is the one main staircase leading up to the area. We can guard that fairly easily," he explained. They climbed the narrow stairs of the house that had to be more than 100 years old. Megan had always loved the charm of these old houses and was looking forward to staying the night. "We'll secure the perimeter before it gets dark," Wyatt said, giving Megan a quick kiss. "We'll get something made for dinner," she replied. Willow made a small bed for JJ. He was awake and appeared to be in a good mood. Megan knew not to take his good health for granted. JJ could go from happy and appearing healthy to screaming and fighting for his life in an instant. They'd all learned to be on their guard and ready to assist when needed. I'm going outside to build a stove so we can make a stew or something with those dried potatoes and veggies we packed, Megan said. Will you be okay in here? She asked. Of course. I'll probably clean up a space up here so we can sleep, and then we'll be out. It's too stuffy in here. I'll open these windows to help cool it down before we come in for the night, Willow replied, already getting ready to work tidying the area. Great. See you in a few, she said. Megan walked outside and looked around the area. The place had been looted, but she could see plenty of materials she could use to make a small rocket stove. An old coffee can was lying in a pile of garbage. Perfect, she said aloud, ignoring the irony of getting so excited at finding an old tin can in a trash heap. She left the can on the ground and ran inside the house to find Wyatt's bag. He'd left it at the bottom of the stairs. She rummaged through it and found the knife she was looking for. With the knife in hand, she got busy jabbing the side of the can to make a hole. Once she poked through, she made a hole that was about the size of a soup can. Then she used the knife to make a few holes around the top, open end of the can. What are you doing? Willow asked, coming down the stairs with JJ in her arms. Megan smiled. I saw this in one of those books on the shelves at home. It's called a rocket stove. Well, a very crude rocket stove. I'm doing a single can method since I don't have wire cutters. It isn't going to be pretty, but I think it'll be effective. She went back to making holes around the bottom of the can. There, Megan declared, holding up the can. Willow raised an eyebrow. I'm going to trust you know what you're doing. All I see is a mutilated coffee can. Megan laughed. This big hole is where we are going to put the twigs and grass to burn. The holes around the top and bottom are vents. I don't want the can getting hot and exploding. I saw a wire hanger in that pile. I will snap it in two, place it over the open top of the can, and that will act as our burner. She was very proud of herself for her ingenuity and couldn't wait to show Wyatt. Placing the can on a flat rock, she turned to Willow. I'm going to grab some fuel for our fire, and then we can get started heating up the water for our stew. Willow stared at the contraption. Megan looked at the can, understanding why Willow didn't look convinced the stove would work. She collected a pile of twigs and dry grass, stuffing some in the opening and leaving the pile nearby to keep the fire going. Once she lit it, she placed the small pot they carried with them on top of the wire hangers. She poured a bottle of water into the pot and waited. Look, she said, pointing to the small bubbles forming on the bottom of the pan. It's working. Willow giggled. I must say I'm amazed. I wasn't confident that stove would work. I shouldn't have doubted you. They got busy tossing in the dehydrated potatoes and dried veggies they'd packed. With only one pot, they'd only be able to make a couple servings at a time. The stove would require plenty of fuel to keep the fire burning, which Megan quickly gathered. When she'd collected a nice pile of twigs and dried grass, she sat down on the tattered blanket Willow had brought out. With the sun setting, the temperature had dropped significantly. It was very peaceful. In the distance, she could hear the men talking and joking. She leaned back on her elbows, stretched out her legs, and soaked in the country air. She liked this place and could imagine working the fields. The house was beautiful. She drifted off in a daydream, imagining her, Caitlin, and Wyatt making this place home. They seem to have become very close, Willow remarked, startling Megan out of her daydream. Yeah, Wyatt was a little leery of them for a while, but after... She stopped before saying the words. It had been after Jack's death and all that they'd gone through that made Wyatt realize how much he could depend on them. It's okay. You can talk about it, Willow said softly. I'm sorry. I know it's still difficult for you, for all of us, Megan told her. I think I'm moving past it. I like to talk about Jack and the time we had together. I miss him dearly, but thinking about those memories helps keep him close. Rosie has been regaling me with stories about Jack and Wyatt from when they were boys. Boy, those two sure kept her on her toes, Willow said, letting out a long whistle. Really? What did they do? He doesn't talk much about his childhood, Megan said, a little sad Wyatt hadn't shared with her. Willow looked out at the landscape, lost in thought. Rosie says Wyatt was the instigator, always talking Jack into doing these crazy stunts. One time, he actually convinced Jack they could fly off the house using cut-up sheets as parachutes. No, Megan said in shock. Wyatt was certainly not that careless nowadays. He never did anything without thinking of the consequences first. Willow nodded. Yep, she said it was usually Wyatt's crazy ideas that got them into trouble, and Jack was the thinker. He was the one who had to come up with ways to get them out of trouble. Megan laughed. That sounds right. Jack was always the quiet voice of reason. I wish he was here, Willow said, choking back a sob. He'd know what to do and how to ensure JJ was taken care of. Megan stayed silent. She knew Willow felt the burden of caring for an ill child. They were all there, ready to help and offering her support, but it wasn't the same as a husband. I wish he was here too, Megan whispered. The mood shifted when JJ gurgled and pulled at Willow's cheek. He's in a good mood, Megan commented. Wyatt, Evan, and Brian began walking towards them. I think we're good for the night, Wyatt said. He plopped down next to Willow and started making silly faces at JJ. Megan's heart filled with joy watching the scene. Willow handed JJ to Wyatt so she could help Megan fill up a few of the plastic bowls they'd brought along. Once the second serving had been doled out, they all kicked back to enjoy the twilight. It's truly beautiful out here, Megan said, snuggling into Wyatt's side. He put his arm around her, pulling her in close. Look, Brian shouted. He smiled at me. The little bugger actually smiled. What? Willow exclaimed. He's too young to smile. Maybe it's gas, she giggled. Evan and Wyatt crowded around behind Brian as he made goofy faces, trying to pull another smile from JJ. Wyatt's big grin finally elicited some adorable baby coos and gurgling. Suddenly, JJ farted, followed by more happy baby noises. It took a moment, but then the guys were quickly scrambling to their feet, covering their noses. Oh, my God. How? He's so small. That smell. Megan and Willow erupted into laughter as Willow swooped in to scoop him up. Well, time for this one to get his diaper changed. Any of you big babies want to help? She asked, looking at the guys. All three quickly threw up their hands in surrender before backing away from the toxic fumes. I'll help, Megan offered. She swiped at the tears from laughing. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, a baby's bodily functions had the power to send grown men scrambling in horror. Chapter 15. Wyatt? Megan whispered into the dark room. They'd all fallen asleep shortly after their meal last night, with the intention of heading out as soon as dawn broke. He grunted. It's time to get up, she said in a whisper again. Don't you think you should try to wake the others? Why are you whispering? He said in an irritable tone. She smiled in the dark. He tended to be a little grumpy when she woke him before the sun showed up for the day. I'm up, groaned Brian. A thud and Evan's grunt signaled Brian's very smooth way of waking up his friend. I'm ready, Willow said in a clear voice. You're up already? Megan asked. JJ woke up about 30 minutes ago. I fed him and he's ready for a nice long nap. We're ready when you guys are." That got everyone motivated. They wanted to take full advantage of JJ sleeping. It made the walk easier on the baby as well as the rest of them. It only took a few minutes to pack up. Wyatt was studying the map as they plodded along the dirt road that'd lead them to the next town. "Hey," he started. "We're only about 3 days from Ravenna. That detour didn't cost us the extra day like we thought it would. We're in really good shape." That was all the encouragement they needed to pick up the pace. The morning air was cool, and they'd managed to collect some water from the well at the house. The hand pump had been stiff from lack of use, but they each took turns pumping the handle to prime it. The water would still need to be boiled, but it was water, and that was a big deal. Megan felt real hope for the first time since they'd realized JJ wasn't healthy. They were halfway to the hospital and hopefully a cure for Jack's son. Her goal of fulfilling her responsibility to Jack was within reach. They could do this, and she'd finally be able to forgive herself for all the pain and suffering she'd inadvertently caused. "It's actually cold out," Brian complained, as they filed out of the house and into the dark. "It'll be hot soon enough," Wyatt replied. "We'll be able to make good time if we aren't miserable from the heat. Stay close together. There could be wildlife out and about, getting their breakfast." Megan's eyes darted around. Not being able to see more than a few feet in front of her made for a spooky feeling, as if they were being watched from the shadows. Whether the eyes she felt on her were human or some kind of wild beast, she didn't know. Judging by the fast pace they were keeping, they all felt a little edgy. They kept quiet as they walked, focusing on their surroundings. As the sun rose, the birds started becoming more active. "How can you tell the difference between the real birds and those calls we heard?" Willow asked. "The bird calls they were using were from a bird that isn't native to the area. The birds I'm hearing now sound very natural. The sound isn't rehearsed or repetitive like it was when they were doing it. Plus, if you listen close enough, you can tell the sound is coming from above," Megan explained. Willow was silent for a few moments, listening to the birds. "I can't tell anything. I'll rely on you," she said with a smile. "I will definitely let you know. We didn't see or hear from those guys again, so I think we're clear of them. For now, enjoy the bird song," Megan told her, hoping to keep her calm. As they walked on, covering the miles at a quick pace, the day got warmer and the scenery changed. The journey towards Ravenna soon took a very different look. They'd been walking through small towns and wide expanses of farmland. The mountains they called home were getting farther away. They weren't surrounded by pine trees any longer. The trees were sporadic. In their place were tall weeds. There was an odor in the air that Megan couldn't quite pinpoint. "What is that?" she asked finally, after racking her brain and coming up with nothing. "What is what?" Wyatt asked, looking around. She smiled. "The smell. Tell me you can smell that," she said, squishing up her nose. He inhaled deeply before coughing. "I'd say it smells like fire, death, and rot, all mixed into one nasty, volatile odor." "Why is it clinging to this area so bad?" Willow asked. Evan volunteered an explanation. "More people crammed into a single area are going to make it harder for the smells to dissipate. Plus, I'm guessing they haven't been particularly choosy with their toilet habits. As you can see, there's almost no trees. The trees help clean the air." Megan grimaced. She couldn't imagine living in this area. Anyone who did would probably grow used to the smell, but it felt dirty. Knowing there was human waste exposed along with the trash made her feel like taking a bath in bleach. "People probably get sick a lot," Willow said after a few minutes. "If they aren't keeping the area clean, There's going to be a lot of flies, especially in this heat. Flies, maggots, dead animals. She shuddered. Gross. That'd explain the death smell, Brian said. They're sick and dying because they aren't following basic sanitation. I'm so glad Rosie is a clean freak. I now understand why she's always wiping everything down with those essential oils. Megan agreed. Their lives would be very different if they didn't have an outhouse that was kept clean and moved when the hole was full. Their trash, when they had any, was usually turned into compost. What they couldn't compost or burn, they buried in a deep hole. She was very proud of how clean the lodge had been kept. Hey, look at this. Brian stopped, pulling up a tall weed. Megan looked at the weed and realized it was wild asparagus. Awesome, asparagus! That will make for a nice lunch or dinner. Is there any more? Willow looked skeptical. Are you sure that's really asparagus? Doesn't that seem too easy? I mean, people back home used to grow that in their gardens, and you mean to say it grows wild? Megan nodded her head. Yes, it's a different kind, but tastes like what we used to buy at the store. Brian showed the asparagus to Willow, pointing out the stalk that made it easily identifiable. Look for this tall weed, and then let your eyes travel down. You'll see the stalk. You can pull it all the way out, or we could use a knife and chop it at the base so the roots can generate a new stalk. Willow studied the plant and then looked across the field where a fence ran parallel to the road. I see some over there, she said with glee. Megan smiled. You're right. It's easy to walk right by it. You have to remind yourself what you're looking for, and then you'll see it hiding in plain sight. This is amazing, don't you think? Willow said, carefully bending down to pluck one of the plants without disturbing JJ. We didn't even need to pack food. We could forage. Wyatt laughed. You're probably right, but I like to be prepared for anything. I hate being hungry. It makes me grumpy. They all laughed, knowing he was speaking the truth. At his size, Wyatt needed fuel to keep that body going, and when he was depleted, he tended to growl a lot. All 5 of them scanned both sides of the road for several hundred feet, picking all they could find. Once they felt they had enough, it was time to get back on the road and move towards their destination. As we get closer to civilization, it's crucial we're all paying attention to our surroundings. I know it's exciting to find free food, but we need to turn our focus to looking for humans, Wyatt instructed. The mood in the group changed from one of elation over the asparagus to seriousness. Their pace had slowed from earlier in the morning, but they were still making good time. Megan glanced back at Willow and could see she was barely keeping up. They were going to have to rest soon. They'd walked all day since the weather hadn't been overly hot. It was evening, and the sun was starting to make its way across the sky where it'd soon drop out of sight. Wyatt, Megan said softly. He asked, not slowing his pace. Wyatt, she said again. This time he stopped to look at her. I think we need to look for somewhere to make camp for the night, she said, looking at him, but using her eyes to gesture to Willow, who was coming up beside her. He looked at Willow and agreed. You're right. We made good progress today. We'll find somewhere to rest. I haven't seen any houses that look very inviting. It's probably best we sleep under the stars tonight. Willow sighed. That's okay with me. I think JJ and I are both so tired we could sleep anywhere. Wyatt was looking around the area. He spotted a grouping of trees set far enough back from the road they wouldn't be seen. I think that'd be a good spot. We can make a quick shelter under the trees. The little group trudged their way through the tall grass, being watchful of snakes that could be hiding. Once there, Brian, Evan, and Wyatt quickly searched for branches they could use to make a lean-to. While they looked for the branches, Megan used Wyatt's knife to cut some of the tall grass. She'd used some as a ground cover and to fill the spaces between the branches to make a nice wall. It was a crude shelter, but it'd be a roof over their heads for the night. "I wish I could capture all that fluff and turn it into a pillow," Megan grumbled, sneezing when more of the billowy cotton drifted near her face. Willow laughed. "No kidding. These trees aren't fun, but I'm glad they're here. I don't like the idea of being completely exposed." "I agree," Megan said, finishing the bed under the shelter area. The men came back, adding a few more sticks before deciding it was good enough. They ate a quick meal of dried jerky since it was too risky to build a fire in the tall, dry grass. Their asparagus meal would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 16. Megan woke at dawn, feeling surprisingly refreshed and ready to get moving. She could hear the others stirring and knew it wouldn't be long before they were all up and ready to go. Quietly crawling out of the lean-to, she took advantage of the privacy. When she came back, she could see everyone moving. It was time to go. They were all excited, knowing Ravenna wasn't far at all. Megan wasn't surprised by the devastation all around them, but it still had her shaking her head in awe. The city dwellers had spilled into the countryside, reminding her of a horde of locusts, similar to a story she'd read in the Bible forever ago. Everything in their path had been burned, broken, or destroyed in some fashion. The land was devastated, and the homes were trashed to the point of being uninhabitable. "This is awful," she muttered. Brian agreed. "It's why we're going to encounter some serious resistance when we get to Ravenna. The people who couldn't survive out here had to go back to the city. It was either kill or be killed." "It's so sad. I don't understand why they'd destroy their resources. Doesn't sound like a very smart plan to me," Willow added. "It makes no sense. I imagine a lot of this was done either to scare the people that were here to force them into various gangs, or a more aggressive form of intimidation," Wyatt said. "Let's take a break here before we get to the next town. We need to be on guard and ready for anything." The group dispersed to take care of business in the privacy of the sagebrush. She imagined the fields had once been some kind of agriculture. Maybe cattle had been on the land. That was in stark contrast to the warehouses and small buildings tucked in so closely together on the opposite side of the street. Megan waited for Wyatt at the edge of the road. He'd disappeared behind some brush, and when he didn't immediately return, she went looking for him. "Wyatt?" she called out, seeing him squatting in the tall grass. "Stay back, Megan," he said in a low voice. "We have company." Megan ignored his orders and slowly approached with her gun drawn and at the ready. "Wyatt?" she asked again. "This guy has been following us," he explained. "I was asking him what he wanted." Megan looked at the man, lying in the grass, his face smeared with blood. Clearly, Wyatt had a different way of asking questions than how others would typically go about it. Her eyes roamed down his body, taking in the tactical vest. "Army?" she asked, assuming the man may have been a part of Neil's convoy. Maybe he too had managed to escape death. Wyatt shook his head. "No. Grab my knife from my pack, would you?" She didn't immediately move, waiting for him to explain why he needed the knife. "He doesn't want to talk. I figure my blade may help loosen his tongue a bit," Wyatt growled. The man flinched, but refused to provide the answers Wyatt wanted. Instead, he started to spew threats. "My team is going to be here any minute. You're going to be sorry when they kill you slowly." Wyatt laughed, low and menacing, before punching the man in the stomach. "That isn't what I asked. Who are you, and why are you following us?" The man grinned, revealing blood on his teeth. "Doyle is going to jack you up, man. Give him the damn box, and he'll let you go. Well, probably not, but your lives will end quick and easy if you hand it over." "Who's Doyle, and how does he know anything about us?" Wyatt demanded. The man grinned again. "He's one of the meanest people you'll ever have the misfortune to meet. He has no morals. He'll kill all of you, even that squalling kid. The guy ain't right in the head. Hell, I'm even afraid of him." Wyatt growled and hit the man in the jaw, his frustration with the lack of information obvious. "How does he know anything about us?" he asked again. "He's got contacts, man. That's all you need to know." "No, it isn't." "I'm going to get that knife," Megan said, using her head to motion Wyatt a few feet away from the man. "We need to see if he's telling the truth," she whispered. Wyatt agreed. "What's your idea?" "Tie him to that tree. We'll double back and see if there are any others. If there are, we take them out. They won't expect us to be the attackers," she explained. "Sounds like a plan. I'll watch him while you tell the others and grab my pack." Megan spun on her heel and jogged back to the group waiting on the road. She was going to get the knife and bag, but that wasn't her only mission. She needed to get Willow and JJ away from the area. If there were bad guys on their tail, she wanted JJ out of harm's way until they could eliminate the threat. "Hey," she said, as nonchalantly as possible. "We found a small building in the distance that looks like it may have some ammo in it. Wyatt and I will check it out and load up what we can. Why don't you guys head back to that big abandoned warehouse we passed about 10 minutes ago? You can get out of the heat and stay out of sight," she added, doing her best to appear calm. She had a feeling she was failing miserably. Brian looked at her. She couldn't hold his gaze. She knew he could tell she was lying. "We'll do that," he said, not pressing the issue. She looked at him, conveying her gratitude. He gave a very slight nod that only she'd notice. "Be safe," he said, before ushering Willow back the way they came. He looked back at her, using his eyes to tell her he didn't like the situation one bit. She felt guilty, but this was for the best. Her plan would keep JJ safe. She grabbed Wyatt's bag and rushed back to where she'd left him. Wyatt used a few of the zip ties he had in his pack to secure the man's feet and his hands around a tree. The guy didn't look comfortable straddling the tree, but Megan didn't care about his comfort. His people were threatening hers. He should be happy he was breathing. "Ready?" Wyatt asked, checking the handgun to ensure it was loaded. Before she could answer, a shot rang out. It was followed by several more shots hitting the ground around her feet. "Get down!" Wyatt shouted. Megan dropped to her stomach. "Roll!" Wyatt screamed at her. Megan complied, rolling into an area with several large sagebrush and lots of tall grass. It provided her some concealment, but it offered no protection. The gunfire stopped. In the distance, she could hear more shots coming from the direction she had sent the others. Her heart skipped a beat, praying they'd found safety in the warehouse. "Megan, I'm going to find where the sniper is, and you take the shot," Wyatt said, rolling next to her. "Got it." Megan shifted to her stomach, grabbed the rifle from Wyatt, and prepared herself to take the shot that would save their lives. Another shot rang out, and a split second later, it pounded the ground in front of Megan. "They're close," Wyatt said calmly. "All I need is another shot, and I'll be able to figure out where they're holed up." Megan trusted Wyatt's abilities and stayed silent while he did his job. Another shot hit the ground, kicking up a poof of dust. Wyatt turned his head in the direction of the sound and scanned the area. Megan's heart raced as she watched and waited. Either the sniper firing at them was a terrible shot, or he was only trying to keep them pinned down. "Got him," Wyatt said, belly crawling closer to Megan. He pointed to an area up ahead of her. It was a small hill with heavy brush and grass. "Watch, and you'll see the sun glisten off the muzzle. He's moving the muzzle, and when he gets ready to shoot in our direction, the sun is going to catch it." "Okay," Megan breathed, willing her body to relax. She put her finger on the trigger, waited, and watched. When the shot cracked the air, she saw the barely perceptible flash of light. She aimed and fired. They waited several minutes before Wyatt raised his hand in the air to see if the sniper would shoot. When there was no gunfire, he reached down to help Megan up. "We need to move, now," he said, picking up his bag and heading in the direction she'd sent the rest of the group. They jogged towards the road, staying alert. "How did you know?" Megan asked. "Know what?" "Where that sniper was. I couldn't tell which direction the shots were coming from. It felt like they were coming from all over." He held up a hand, scanned the area, and then indicated it was safe to move again before explaining. "You listen for the crack of the rifle, and then wait for the impact. The longer the time between those two sounds, the farther away the sniper. Then you look at the impact to determine which way it came from. From there, you scan and look for the slightest reflection of light. The guy wasn't trying to conceal himself all that well, so either he wasn't a professional or he simply didn't care." Megan wasn't sure she could do all that, but was glad he had the skill. "There," she pointed to the warehouse. "They should be in there," she said again. They ran through the door. Wyatt came to an immediate halt, causing Megan to bump into his back. "What is it?" she asked, stepping around him. Her heart dropped when she spotted Evan, lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Brian was on his knees next to him. "Brian?" Wyatt asked the question they both needed the answer to. Brian looked up and shot Wyatt a glare before shaking his head. Megan gasped in horror. Evan was dead. Chapter 17. Megan took in the scene, trying to make sense of it all. Evan was dead. Brian was furious. Willow was terrified. She sat in a dark corner of the warehouse, cradling JJ and rocking back and forth. Megan's mind refused to acknowledge what she was seeing. She blinked several times, hoping it'd all disappear. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing Evan to be okay. When she opened her eyes and saw nothing had changed, her heart sank. Poor Tara and Amy. How would they get through another death of a loved one? Once again, guilt slammed into her, making her shoulders heavy with dread. All of that would have to wait. Right now, she had to focus on JJ. His health was her goal. Saving JJ would make all the sacrifices worth it. Megan quickly walked to Willow and dropped beside her. "Are you both okay?" Willow looked at her. "They shot him. They didn't even give him a chance," she murmured. "I thought they were going to kill us all." "They?" Megan asked. "You actually saw someone?" Wyatt squatted in front of Brian. "What happened?" Brian met his eyes. "Why would you leave us? We shouldn't have split up. You two left, and we were sitting ducks. Evan and I didn't have a chance to pull our guns because we didn't know we needed to. They came in and took that stupid box and shot Evan point blank after they had the box. After, Wyatt! How did they know we had it instead of you?" Megan jumped up from where she was next to Willow. "They took the box?" She tried to stop the panic, but her question came out as a shriek. "Yes, Megan, they took the damn box. Should we have fought them for it? They shot Evan without even hesitating," Brian said, standing up. "I didn't try to fight them even though my best friend was dead. I figured I'd better do what I could to stay alive and protect Willow and JJ. I couldn't leave them all alone." She flinched at the way he stressed he hadn't left Willow. In his mind, she and Wyatt had left them alone and exposed. Megan could see how angry he was, but that wasn't her concern. Without the box, they had nothing. No bargaining power to get JJ the help he needed. Their entire mission was futile. Evan was killed for nothing. "Why are you always taking off?" Brian said, looking directly at her. She felt as if she were being interrogated. "Wyatt found a scout stalking us and was questioning him when I found them. We knew there was a team behind us. My plan was to get you guys to safety while Wyatt and I took them out." Brian sighed, looked at his feet for several long seconds before meeting her eyes again. "You have to stop, Megan. You're hell-bent to save us all, and it's costing us. We all came on this trip knowing the risks. Evan knew what he was getting into. You can't keep hiding things from us because you think it's best for us. If we'd known they were out there, we might have been better prepared. We aren't children. You can't save the world, Megan. At least not without our help and cooperation." Brian walked over to JJ and Willow. Megan turned to see Wyatt walking away from the awful scene, making her feel very alone and vulnerable. Brian changed direction and stepped closer to her. "You don't need to be the hero, Megan. You need to realize we're all as capable as you are, and we can all make decisions for ourselves. Whatever it is you're carrying around, leave it behind. It's time to start working together as a team, or we're all going to die." Megan took an involuntary step back. She wanted to distance herself from what Brian was saying. He was right. She'd been carrying so much guilt for everything that had happened the past several months, she wasn't able to think clearly. She'd been hyper-focused on redeeming herself, not realizing she was creating more problems for herself and the rest of the group. She didn't kill Jack. She wasn't directly responsible for whoever killed Evan or even Garrett's death. But her brain refused to accept she was innocent in all of it. Megan had somehow stepped into this role of being responsible for everyone, and it wasn't right. Brian had a point. She was taking away their freedom of choice by shouldering all of the responsibility. Megan's introspection was interrupted by JJ's cries. She watched as Willow put the baby on her shoulder, patting his back and whispering words of comfort. The words floated over Megan as she wondered if she'd ever feel peace again. Evan was dead. That couldn't be changed, but they could still get JJ to the NRU. Her ability to accept her past and redeem her mistakes relied upon getting the baby medical attention. She'd find a way, with or without the box. The men who'd taken it couldn't be far. Could they take it back? She was mad as hell and ready to fight. "I say we go after the box and keep heading towards Ravenna," she said in her most commanding voice. "Even if we don't get the box back, we still get to the NRU and hope they take pity on us." Wyatt had come back into the building and heard her declaration. He, Brian, and Willow all looked at her as if she'd lost her mind. "We have the password. We can still plead with the people at the NRU to look at JJ, even if we don't have that precious box. Plus, there's a good chance we can find the guys who took it on our way there. Won't they be headed there too? We find them, Kill them and take it, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Brian stared at her before grinning. That's what I'm talking about. Let's take it back. We don't have to be the weak ones. He paused. I get to shoot the guy who killed Evan. It's risky, but I think it's our best option. We're too close to go home now, Wyatt agreed. Willow? Megan said, wanting her to have a say in their decision. Willow looked to Wyatt and then Brian before looking at Megan. Fine. We may as well. I don't think we have anything more to lose at this point. It wasn't exactly the excitement Megan was looking for, but she understood the lack of enthusiasm. She gave herself a mental pat on the back for including everyone in the decision-making and not taking it all on herself. Before we go anywhere, we're not leaving Evan like this, Brian told them. Help me, Wyatt. Bending down, they lifted Evan and moved him against the wall. Looking around, Brian picked up what looked like a large piece of tattered sailcloth. Walking back to his friend, he emptied out his pockets, tossing the contents into his pack before covering him up as best he could. Standing up, he stood over him silently before Wyatt put his hand on his shoulder. Turning, Brian scrubbed at his cheeks, wiping away the tears. Wyatt picked up Evan's pack and handed it to Megan. It felt like a violation, but the supplies were too valuable to leave behind. They'd already lost one pack. She took it and slid it on her back, nodding to both men. Let's go, she said, heading out the door. The sun beat down on them as they headed back down the road they'd traveled earlier. The group felt much smaller with Evan's absence. No one was talking, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Megan was focused on finding the men who'd taken the box. What did that scout say his name was? Doyle? She wanted to know what his game was. Why take it? Were they with the United States or against it? So many questions and so few answers. It consumed her. We'll figure it out, Wyatt said, falling into step beside her. Don't let it steal your focus. They may still be out here. You need to stay alert to your surroundings in case they try another sneak attack. Megan nodded, knowing she hadn't been paying attention as she should. Are they headed to Ravenna? I think that's our biggest concern, she asked. Wyatt shrugged. Possibly. Maybe there's a big reward for delivering the box and they want to collect it. When we get closer to Ravenna, it's going to be far more difficult to move through the city. We can't worry about the box or those men. We have to worry about our safety. We'll figure out the rest later, he assured her. Why don't you use your tracking skills, Megan? Willow asked. I'd like to, but tracking in town and on gravel roads isn't as easy as it is in the forest. I'll do my best, she promised. What if they were taking the box somewhere else? Brian asked to the group in general. Megan's heart skipped a beat. According to Neil, that box meant the difference between the United States crawling out of the dark hole it had been plunged into and forever darkness. It seemed plausible there'd be a bad element out there, hoping to keep the U.S. on its knees. Wyatt finally answered. I guess we'll have to wait and see. It's hard to say what motivates anyone these days. Everyone has their own agenda. I wish we'd brought Duke, Megan said. He'd be able to track these guys down. Stop, Wyatt said, bending down and picking up a cigarette butt. It still had the red cherry on top. We must not be too far behind them. They're sticking to the road as well. Keep your guard up. Megan scanned the area, suddenly feeling as if there were eyes everywhere. They have the box. Maybe they'll leave us alone, Willow said. How did they know we had the box? Megan asked. It isn't as though we advertised that information. Wyatt stopped walking, turned, and looked at each of them, That's a very good point. They may have been following us since we left the lodge. Neil may be a part of this group. Or Neil may be who he says he is, and the men who killed Evan saw you guys rescuing Neil, assumed he passed the mission on to us, and set a goal to take the box from a much weaker target, Brian replied. They waited until we were far enough from the lodge where we would have been better protected and have more guns. Megan sighed. There are way too many variables. Let's pick up the pace, and we can ask the men directly once we find them, get our box back, and then kill them. Wyatt grinned. That certainly sounds like a plan. Bit mercurial, but it works. He set off down the road again, walking at a faster pace, which pleased Megan. It wasn't long before they were moving at a snail's pace again. Willow seemed to have lead in her shoes. Megan tamped down her frustration. Do you want me to carry the baby for a bit? She asked Willow. No, he's fine. I don't want to jostle him too much, though, she explained. Megan fought back a groan. Jostling JJ wasn't going to be anything new. The kid had been jostled for several days and hadn't seemed bothered in the least by it. Found something, Wyatt said, holding up a prescription pill bottle. It's empty, but it looks to be in perfect condition. It hasn't been out here long. Actually, I saw the dude who shot Evan pop a pill right after he killed him, Brian said. It was strange. The guy with him questioned him about taking the pill when they still had a lot of work to do. The shooter glared at him, and the other guy didn't say a word about it. Maybe he wants the box so he can get help for whatever medical condition he has, Willow said thoughtfully. Wyatt was reading the label. This is some heavy-duty stuff. Painkillers, he said, waving the pill bottle. I bet we're dealing with a pill-popping addict. That's never a good thing. The guy is going to be desperate and erratic. Brian nodded his head. He was definitely that. You think he took the box in the hopes of exchanging it for drugs? Megan asked in surprise. Wyatt shrugged. Possibly. They're taking the same route we are, Megan said, more to herself than anyone else. They have to be headed towards Ravenna, which means they're probably going to the NRU. How close are we? Willow asked. Wyatt pulled out his map. If we keep walking, we'll be on the outskirts by this evening. I say we hole up somewhere tonight and head into the city first thing in the morning. Everyone voiced their agreement. The group fell silent again as they walked. Anytime they heard a noise, they went on high alert. Knowing the other group was close by kept them on guard. Megan hoped they'd find the men. She wanted to kill them and be rid of the threat altogether. Chapter 18. They'd made it to the outskirts of the city and stumbled into one of the upscale neighborhoods that now resembled an abandoned ghetto. This looks like a good spot, Wyatt said, standing in front of what used to be a house but was now a pile of burnt rubble. It was perched on top of a hill that overlooked the city, giving them an excellent vantage point. Megan looked at the ruins, shaking her head. I bet this was a very nice home at some point. Look at what used to be a pool in the backyard. Willow was carefully walking through the debris, using her foot to kick things over. They'd all fallen into the habit. You never knew what useful items you could find hiding under the debris, or what dangers lurked beneath. We better not start a fire in case those guys are somewhere close and they can see or smell the smoke. We don't need to invite trouble, Brian added. Wyatt walked to the remnants of what appeared to be a garage or shop of some kind. Brian, help me with this sheet metal. We can use the pieces to put up a makeshift shelter for Willow and the baby. Megan watched as they collected several large pieces of the metal and propped them around the trunk of a tree that had managed to survive the chaos. The trunk made a perfect support beam. 2 long pieces of metal were propped against either side, with a shorter piece behind the trunk to close in the shelter. Wyatt picked up a shredded tarp and covered the small gap between the 2 pieces of metal. It isn't much, but it'll give you some protection from the cold. Once you're in, we'll put another piece in the front, Wyatt explained. Willow thanked him for the shelter. The 3 of us will sleep outside, with one of us staying on guard. We'll rotate shifts so everyone gets some sleep, Wyatt instructed. Do we have any water left? Willow asked. No, but I saw a small pond at one of the houses we passed on our way up here. I'll collect some water from there, and we can purify it, Brian said. Wyatt put his hands on his hips and stared down the hill. This was a fancy neighborhood. I'm sure anything of value has been taken already, but I'm guessing we can find other useful items. People tend to overlook things that can be repurposed for survival. I'll check things out on my way to get water, Brian said. Megan felt torn. Did she let him go out alone or stay to protect Willow and the baby? Go, Wyatt said quietly. I got them. She kissed him before heading down the driveway after Brian. Wait up! I'll go with you, she called out. Brian waited, and together they headed into what would have been a beautiful neighborhood filled with wealthy homeowners and fancy cars. Now it looked like something she'd seen on the news from cities in the Middle East. The United States had fallen. There was so much destruction, it was impossible to get her head around it all. How would they ever recover? Brian pointed out the house with the pond, and they quickly scouted around to make sure no one was hanging around. When it was all clear, they wasted no time filling their containers with the murky water. It didn't look appetizing, but Megan knew once they ran it through a cloth and then boiled it, it'd be safe to drink. It probably wouldn't taste that great, but it'd be water. Why don't we stay here tonight? Megan asked, wondering why Wyatt had walked past these perfectly good shelters and headed to the pile of rubble at the top. Brian shrugged. I would guess because this is too obvious. If those guys come looking for us, this is going to be the first place they check. Plus, that area at the top means we don't have to worry about anybody coming at us from behind. Way easier to watch in 1 or 2 directions than trying to do a complete 360-degree perimeter search. Megan nodded. Got it. Makes sense. I didn't think of it like that. Let's see what else we can find, Brian said, walking in the back door of the home. Megan stepped inside and had to take a second to admire the gorgeous kitchen complete with marble countertops. This was a luxury home with all the trimmings. The stainless steel appliances and the beautiful chandelier hanging in the formal dining room were all completely unusable. She had a good idea what the appliances would have cost, as well as all the extra touches around the home. A lot of money had been put into making this home luxurious. It reminded her of how different the world was now. Marble counters had been a big deal a couple years ago, but all the money spent on luxuries could have been put to better use, stockpiling food, water, and other supplies. If only people knew then what they knew now, she thought. She ran her hand over the smooth top before she began opening the cupboards, looking for anything they could use. The search of the kitchen yielded nothing of any real help, but she did score a roll of trash bags. Those were always useful. She planned to use a few of the bags tonight to make Willow a comfortable bed. She would stuff any scrapped clothing they found or stuff the bags with leaves or whatever else she could find to make a mattress. Hey, Brian called out from the upstairs area. I found some t-shirts. Should I grab them? Yes, Megan said, leaving the kitchen and climbing the stairs. Willow can use those to make more diapers. We only have a few more of the disposables left, and I don't want to waste time trying to wash cloth diapers while we're on the move. We can use the t-shirts and toss them when they're dirty. They split up, searching each room, collecting anything they could carry that could prove useful. Megan found a small sewing kit and tossed it in along with some pencils that were tossed in a junk drawer. A small box of dental floss also went in her bag. "I think we have time to check a couple more houses before we head back up," she said to Brian as they made their way back out. The two of them made quick work of the other homes. "Nothing," Brian said, coming out of the last house on the street. "Me either. If we had a way to carry stuff, then sure, but we can't pack anything extra. Maybe on the way home we can pick up some items we find," Megan said. They climbed back to the ruins at the top of the hill. Dusk had fallen, and they were all exhausted. Megan couldn't wait to have this all behind them. She was ready for her own bed in their own clean lodge. "I'm going to sleep," Willow said. "Hold on. I made you a mattress of sorts with some old clothes we found," Megan said, holding up the trash bag full of linens. She quickly put it in the shelter and did her best to smooth it out. "Sleep tight. We'll be moving early." "Look at that," Brian said, staring into the distance. Megan and Wyatt both joined him, looking at the city of Ravenna sprawled out below. Faint popping sounds could be heard now and again, followed by flashes of light. "Is that gunfire?" Megan asked. Wyatt nodded. "Yep, sounds like a war down there." Brian groaned. "This is going to be one very risky adventure." Megan watched as small fires burned all around the city. She had no idea if the fires were malicious or survivors trying to cook a meal. It looked ominous, like something straight out of a horror film. It didn't give her a warm and fuzzy feeling for their adventure into the city tomorrow. There was a moment when she thought about quitting and heading back to the safety of the lodge, but then she thought about JJ. He was what kept driving her on. "We better turn in. I want to be up and moving by 3, Wyatt said. Willow heard him and popped her head out. "In the morning?" she asked in shock. "Yes, it will be the safest time," he confirmed. "I'll take the first watch. You guys get some sleep," he instructed. Megan and Brian each sprawled out on either side of the shelter opening. Wyatt stood guard, patrolling the area with his gun at the ready. Megan drifted off to sleep, occasionally jerking awake at the sound of gunshots. She imagined the man Doyle and his little band of druggies in the city. She hoped they were shot, or at least scared out of their minds. She didn't wish Doyle dead. If he were dead, someone else would likely take the box, and she'd have no idea how to find it. No, not dead, but wounded and suffering would be nice. Chapter 19. "Megan," Wyatt whispered, "it's time to go." She moaned, not ready to get up. The ground had been hard and unforgiving, making it difficult to get any real sleep. "We're ready," she heard Willow say. Megan blinked, preparing for the bright sun to hurt her eyes, and when it didn't come, everything came rushing back to her at once. It was before dawn. They were headed into the city, hoping to use the darkness to their advantage. She quickly shook the sleep off and jumped up, adrenaline pumping through her body. This was what they'd been anticipating their whole journey. It was time to breach the perimeter of the city and find the addict who killed Evan and get their box back. Everything they'd been fighting for depended on their success today. They didn't bother cleaning up their campsite. They hadn't unpacked anything before settling in, which made their departure fast and easy. With one last look around and several deep breaths by all, they embarked on the last leg of their journey into Ravenna. The group used the light of the moon to walk down the driveway that led to what used to be suburbia. Wyatt had laid out their route last night. The goal was to stick to alleys and side streets and avoid any areas that'd be considered high value. Grocery stores, warehouses, and, oddly enough, electronics stores would be heavily guarded. The slums of the city would likely be safer, with the inhabitants that stayed behind sticking to the so-called safer parts of the city with nicer homes and apartments. It was a chance for people to improve their social and economic standing with little effort. It was like shopping without worrying about price tags. Everything was up for the taking, including houses. As they approached the heart of the city and the streets lined with multi-story buildings, Wyatt ordered them to walk single file. Stay against the wall. No one step away from the wall. Our dark clothing will help conceal us against the dark bricks, he explained. Don't talk. If you need to get my attention, tap the person in front of you on the shoulder. Megan's heart was racing as they began maneuvering through the city. Rats, stray dogs, and the occasional cat would dart in front of them, testing their resolve. Thankfully, she had managed to avoid screaming out each time. Willow gasped once, earning a look from Wyatt, but they managed to be much quieter than the mice scurrying about. Dawn was breaking, which meant their cover of darkness was dissolving. As they moved, they could see around them better and get a first-hand look at the destruction. There were various symbols spray-painted onto the buildings. Megan had a feeling the symbols marked territories for the gangs. It was intimidating. She nearly slammed into Wyatt's back when he came to a sudden stop, held up his fisted hand, and ordered them all to drop low. Megan squatted behind Wyatt, with Willow and JJ behind her. Brian was at the back of the line, scanning the area. Wyatt turned and pointed down a side street. Megan's eyes widened as she watched men in dark green clothing maneuver down the street in the exact same fashion as they had. They all watched as the men used hand signals to speak to each other. As they moved, they searched the ground floor of each building in a methodical fashion. These were military-trained men. Megan wondered if these men were part of the personnel from the NRU. They had to have trained soldiers guarding the place, right? Megan leaned in close to Wyatt. "Good or bad?" she whispered. Right then, Megan heard Willow gasp. Wyatt heard it too, and they both turned to see what had startled her. Megan leaned towards Willow, waiting for her to explain. "It's them," she whispered. "It's the men who killed Evan." Megan relayed the message to Wyatt, who gave a quick nod, indicating he understood, before gesturing to Brian to enter the door of the building they were huddled against. Brian carefully stood and walked into the open doorway. Within a few minutes, he was back, signaling them to come in. Once inside, they dropped to the floor the farthest corner from the street. "They have to be military. Are they working for or against the U.S.?" Brian asked. "I mean, maybe they thought we'd carried out the ambush against Neil's convoy. If they thought that, it'd explain why they were so ruthless to get the box back." He was quiet for a moment. "Why rely on drug-crazed lunatics?" Wyatt shrugged. "I don't know. We know they're dangerous and willing to kill. I think we need to figure out how to take them out. It's better to be proactive than have to go on the defensive. They outnumber us and have more firepower than we do." "Look," Megan said a little too loudly. "Our problem may get taken care of for us," she said, pointing to a group of men that were surrounding the group of military men who'd walked into another building. "They don't even realize they're about to be ambushed," she said with glee. "That may not be a good thing," Wyatt pointed out. "Why?" Willow said. "It'd save us the trouble of killing them and we save our ammunition." "There's a chance that gang may know what the box is and take it, or it could get damaged in the attack," Wyatt explained. "We don't know for sure if they work for the government or are trying to blackmail whoever is in charge at the NRU." Megan groaned in frustration. Are you saying we have to protect those jerks? I know it doesn't make any sense, but if that gang gets the box, we're really going to have a problem. They know the area, and they probably have a lot more people waiting in the wings to back them up. There's no way we can take them on. Hell, they may join together to get us out of their city. If we let the gang attack, it will make Doyle's group weaker. We could go in and retrieve the box without a lot of fight, Brian reasoned. That's assuming the other gang doesn't take it or it doesn't get hit by a bullet, Wyatt reiterated. Megan considered both sides. I think Wyatt has a point. If the gang thinks Doyle and his men are protecting something valuable, even if they don't know what it is, they're going to take it. So we attack the gang. Isn't that what you said would be a bad thing? Willow asked. Yes and no, Wyatt tried to explain. We're going to have to fight two enemies. It's the long way around, so to speak, but it's the best way to ensure we keep that box safe. Brian peered out the window, watching them surround the building where Doyle's men were. All we have to do is distract the Ravenna gang. We can make some noise, draw them away, and give the military guys a chance. If they take out the gang, it'll make the streets a little safer for us. We play one against the other. Use one bad guy to take out the other bad guy, while we hopefully walk away without a scratch. Megan smiled. I like the way you think. That's a great idea. Wyatt? Wyatt appeared thoughtful. Sure. I think it'll work. Let's give it a shot. We need a backup plan in case it all goes very wrong. Our backup plan would be to run like hell, Megan said matter-of-factly. Willow was shaking her head. This is crazy. I cannot believe what we're going to do. There are plenty of houses around here, Brian said, ignoring Willow. If we have to turn tail and run, we duck into one of the houses and go out a back door. It will be a bit of a cat-and-mouse game, but the one good thing about the city is all the hiding places. Wyatt clapped his hands. Ready? They all nodded, even Willow, who had put a blanket over JJ's head and was pressing him into her chest as if she could shield him from the bullets. Wyatt led the group up the street until he found a good vantage point. On the count of 3, we take a couple shots. I'll shoot right. Brian, you go left. And Megan, you shoot out that already broken window across the street, Wyatt instructed. Make it rain glass. He held up 3 fingers and counted off. They did as instructed and waited. Within seconds, men and women carrying firearms poured out of the surrounding buildings. Megan stared in horror, watching what looked like ants crawling out of an anthill that had been destroyed. She knew there would be people hiding out in the city, but the sheer number in this one area was alarming. They were in serious trouble. Oh my God, there are so many! Willow shouted in terror. We have to get out of here! Wait, don't move yet, Wyatt commanded. They watched as the military team discovered their tenuous position before taking cover and firing at the gang members. Megan gasped when one of Doyle's men was shot in the head. Another one was shot and dropped in the street. They didn't stand a chance against the massive gang. Wyatt, we need to get out of here before they see us, Megan said. Too late, Brian muttered, when one of the gang members noticed them in the alley. The man, wearing a black bandana over his face, pointed at them, shouting something. Crap, Wyatt groaned when the man ran towards them, sporadically firing his gun in their general direction. Move, he yelled, spurring them all into motion. The 4 of them took off running away from the gun battle raging behind them. Megan glanced back and couldn't believe what she was seeing. There were at least 10 men chasing them through the alley. Instead of going after Doyle's men, they were coming after them. Behind the gang chasing them, Megan saw the other men making their escape. She really hoped this was all worth it. "Run!" she screamed, hoping the word would somehow give them extra speed. They ran around a corner, taking advantage of the brief blind spot the corner created, and ducked into a home. Seconds later, the group of men ran by. Megan leaned against the wall, trying to catch her breath and slow her pounding heart. JJ was whimpering, clearly not appreciating the jarring caused by Willow running. "Shh, shh," Willow repeated quietly. The baby only continued to get more worked up. Megan silently prayed for JJ to calm down. "They're coming back," Wyatt whispered. JJ really started fussing. The whimpers turned into cries, which would soon turn into screams. No one said it, but they all knew JJ's crying would lead to them being discovered. Willow was frantic, opening her shirt and trying to breastfeed the baby to quiet him down, not worrying about the men standing nearby. Her efforts were for naught. JJ wanted nothing to do with it and scrunched his face up in frustration. Megan looked at Wyatt, then Willow. She had no idea what kind of gang this was or what they'd do, but she doubted it'd end well for them. Discovery was only one JJ scream away. She resigned herself to the inevitable as she heard the men's voices grow closer. A movement in the center of the dark room grabbed her attention. Her eyes widened when she saw a trap door open and a woman of about 50 pop her head up. Her initial reaction was to raise her gun, but something stopped her from doing so. Instinct told her the woman wasn't dangerous. "In here," she whispered, gesturing them over. Megan looked at Wyatt to gauge his reaction. Obviously, he felt the same way she did. Megan was taken by surprise when he sprang into action. He grabbed Willow's arm and propelled her forward. "Get in! Hurry!" he ordered, shoving Megan into the hole next. Brian was right behind her. She heard the door drop into place in the floor a second after they were plunged into darkness. "Wyatt?" Megan whispered, praying he managed to make it into the hiding place. "I'm here," was his response. Megan breathed a sigh of relief. She had no idea what they'd gotten themselves into now. It felt like they were constantly trading one evil for another. Hopefully, her instinct had been right, and the woman would help them and not hurt them. She had to remind herself that not all strangers were killers. There had to be some good people left in the world. Chapter 20. A low light suddenly filled the room. Megan blinked several times, trying to adjust her eyes to the lighting. It wasn't candlelight, which took her by surprise. Once her eyes focused, she looked up to see an older, balding man who appeared to be in his late 50s, staring back at her. He didn't look happy to see her. She gave a faint smile. "Hi," she said, waving a hand in greeting. He scowled. "Stop it, Keith," the woman who had rescued them scolded. "That was stupid, Mary. I told you, no more strangers," the man growled. Mary waved her hand as if to push away his comments. "Ignore him. Solitude has made him irritable," she said, turning to them with a big smile. "I heard that baby crying, and I couldn't leave you guys up there. Those people are ruthless. They'd have shown no mercy, even for an innocent babe." "Thank you," Willow said with sincerity. "You saved our lives." "How old is he?" Mary asked, stepping closer to Willow and the baby. Wyatt and Brian both moved to block the woman from getting any closer. The action caused Keith to jump from his seat on a stool, and out of the shadows, another man emerged. They suddenly found themselves in the middle of a standoff. The tension in the room skyrocketed as each side stared down the other. "Settle down," Mary said, holding up her hand. "They're protecting the little one. It's okay, I understand. and I promise I won't hurt the baby," she said, looking into Willow's eyes. Willow gently pushed Wyatt out of the way, allowing Mary to see JJ. "He's 2 months old," she said softly. Mary smiled. "He is so beautiful. I love babies. I miss seeing the precious little creatures." "Why are you here?" Keith grunted. Wyatt and Megan exchanged a look, debating how much of the truth they should reveal. "How about we introduce ourselves first?" Mary interrupted. "I know we live in a different world, but we can still pretend we're civilized people," she lectured. Megan smiled. She really liked this woman. She imagined her and Rosie would get along very well. Wyatt stepped forward. "I'm Wyatt. This is Brian, Megan, Willow, and JJ." Mary looked to the older man, waiting for him to speak up. When he didn't, she rolled her eyes. "I'm Mary, as you probably gathered. This is my husband, Keith Douglas, and our daughter, Caroline, and her husband, Dick." "Nice to meet you all," Megan said. "Thank you so much for showing up when you did. As you probably noticed, we were in a tough situation." "Now, tell us why you're here," Keith demanded, crossing his arms over his barrel chest. Willow didn't bother waiting to see if Wyatt would be okay with her revealing their intentions. "My baby is sick. We heard there was a government facility here in the city. We traveled quite a way to get him seen by a doctor," she explained, leaving out some of the most critical details, much to Megan's relief. "Oh, no!" Mary cried. "I am so sorry. Come, sit down and rest," she said, gesturing for Willow to have a seat. Willow complied and carefully removed JJ from the carrier. He stopped fussing almost immediately. Keith stared at the baby, softening his expression only slightly. "Have you been here since the EMP?" Brian asked, clearly stunned by the idea. Keith looked at him. "Pretty much. The city went to hell in a hurry in the days following the blackout. We holed up down here, thinking it'd pass. When it didn't, we slowly started collecting supplies from the neighbors' homes that had been vacated. We felt terrible about stealing from the people we'd known for years, but, well," he looked down in embarrassment. "It was all we could do to survive." "How bad are the gangs? We heard a little about them and had our first run-in with at least one, but are they really that violent?" Wyatt asked. Mary shuddered. "Yes, they are. It keeps getting worse every day. There's nothing left in this city for folks like us. It's all controlled and guarded by the gangs. Either you join or you're killed. We've been hiding for so long, I don't remember what it's like to move about without fear of being seen." "They don't know you're here?" Willow asked in amazement. Mary shook her head. "No, at least I don't think so. No one has tried to come down here. Our home upstairs has been looted more times than I can count, but no one has thought to look under the dirty old rug." She smiled at the last bit. "That was an added effect by my very clever husband." "Where's this place you're looking for?" Dick asked. Wyatt answered. "It's called the NRU. We have a map. We know it's in the city center. We thought we were close, but with so much rubble and street signs missing, things got a little confusing. Then the gang showed up, and we made a run for it." The 4 inhabitants looked at each other. "I suspected there was something happening in that building, but it's extremely difficult to reach," Keith explained. "What are they doing there? We know it's a government facility, but it isn't like you can walk right up and ask. They make it a point to keep everyone out, even those that seek help." "Getting there isn't going to be easy. The gangs that rule the streets are ruthless. They're extremely violent and show no mercy, not even to women and children. I've seen them kill for the sport of killing. Sometimes they kill for the clothes on another person's back. There's no rhyme or reason to their violence," Caroline said. "I'm terrified to leave the house. Willow gasped in horror. No, how can they kill children? Dick shook his head. The worst gangs are close to that place, he said, referring to the NRU. It's like they're biding their time. Once the government shows some signs of vulnerability or packs up and leaves, they're going to move in. We don't have a choice. We can't let these gangs keep us from reaching the NRU, Wyatt stated. JJ needs medical attention. We have to find a way in. What makes you think they'd allow you in, even if you do get there? Keith asked. Like we said, plenty of people have tried. They're as bad as the gangs are, if you ask me. They're in there, living like kings while we fight to survive out here. Wyatt shook his head. It's a long story. Keith guffawed. We have time. That's all we do have. Let's hear it. How about we eat some dinner and you can tell us all about it? Mary intervened. Mary, Keith growled. She hushed him. It's fine. We can share one meal together. Can I help? Megan asked, feeling like the intruder she knew Keith considered her to be. No, sit down. I haven't had the pleasure of entertaining guests in a very long time. This is going to be a lot of fun for me. Wait, we have some wild asparagus that we harvested a couple days ago. I'm not sure if it's still good, but if it is, I'd love it if we could contribute, Megan offered. Why, that would be lovely, Mary told her. I didn't realize it grew wild. Megan and Wyatt opened their packs and pulled out the asparagus they'd been carrying with them and handed it to Mary. Why, this will go perfectly with dinner. Now sit, all of you. You can tell them your story while I throw something together, she said, ushering Megan to another stool in the room. Megan sat down and looked around the area. It wasn't a traditional basement. The ceiling was low, barely high enough for Wyatt to stand upright. It had cement walls and a cement floor, but the ceiling was wood. She had to ask, Did you build this? Is it a shelter or panic room? Keith nodded his head. It is now. It was a root cellar. We did some remodeling years ago and decided to leave this. We used it as a root cellar and stockpiled food and water for years. When the EMP happened, we quietly retreated down here. We really thought it'd only be for a few days, weeks at the most. We never intended to truly go underground. How come you haven't left? I mean, how have you managed to survive this long down here? Brian asked. Where would we go? Keith asked. It isn't like we can wander about and hope to find somewhere better and safer. Here, we know our enemy. I'm sure we'll leave eventually, but right now, we're getting by. Caroline looked at her dad. We're doing better than getting by. It isn't so bad here. I mean, dangerous, yes, but we've seen so many of our friends, neighbors, and extended family members die trying to do better. I understand that. I fled the city early. I didn't stick around to see what would happen, but I also hooked up with a group of survivalists. I would have surely been killed or died from starvation if I'd tried to make it on my own, Brian told them. My dad is a very smart man. He's the one who saved us with his ingenuity. She smiled at her dad, who looked embarrassed by her accolades. In fact, she started, we have a garden on the roof. It's camouflaged so the gangs don't notice it when they're in the buildings that surround us. We eat a lot of fresh veggies. Megan grinned at the woman. Very clever. I would have never guessed there was a garden up there. Are there other gardens on other roofs around here? Caroline shrugged. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. Some of the high-rise apartment buildings had rooftop gardens before the EMP. We also have a rain catchment system up there. That's how we get our water, Dick explained, excited to boast about their achievements. There's a small pipe that goes from the open barrel on the roof into another barrel down here. When we see the barrel getting full, we start filling pots and whatever else we can find. We usually have about 100 gallons of water available." Wyatt whistled, expressing how impressed he was. "That's amazing." "What about you guys?" Dick asked. "Where are you from, and how have you been surviving?" Wyatt filled them in, telling them about the lodge and how it had been stocked before the EMP. He told them about the garden and orchard and their own water catchment systems. He glossed over the incidents that had cost Jack his life and the most recent episode with the dam. Megan was relieved. She didn't want to rehash those painful memories. "So it isn't so different living in the country than it is in the city," Mary said. "Well, we don't have the gangs. We've certainly had our fair share of trouble, but I don't think it's quite as dangerous as what you've all been dealing with," Megan answered. "In a way, they had it easier, at least in the beginning," Brian said. "If you could sneak out and gather supplies at night, that sure would have made it easier to make several hauls. Our problem is we have to walk about 30 miles to gather supplies. Then we have to figure out how to carry it all back. Both situations have their advantages and disadvantages. If this blackout persists, I think we'll have to leave here," Keith replied. "The gangs are getting bigger and growing in strength. It won't be long before they find us. I'd rather not be around for that." The room grew quiet, everyone lost in their own thoughts. Keith cleared his throat. "Now, how did you hear about the NRU? And how are you going to get in? You obviously have a plan, or have something to bargain with." Wyatt sighed and explained how they came to find out about the NRU. He told them about Neil and the box that held something extremely important and classified. Keith had the same look of disbelief as the rest of them had. It was far-fetched, but they were told that the NRU exists, and judging by Doyle's willingness to kill to get the box, it had to be valuable. "The future of the country depends on us getting that box to the NRU," Megan stated. "We think if it's that important, it should give us the bargaining power we need to get JJ some help. I know it seems selfish, but we'll do anything to help him." Mary began serving them a meal that made Megan's eyes bulge. "Are these enchiladas?" she asked in awe. Mary smiled. "Yes, they are." "How?" Megan asked, unable to form a coherent sentence. The woman giggled. "I had a friend a long time ago show me how to dip cheese in wax. Before everything went dark, I'd been slowly stockpiling 2-pound cheese loaves. I dipped them in melted cheese wax and stored them down here." "They didn't mold?" Megan asked, still in awe over the fresh cheese melted on top of the homemade flour tortilla. She was dying to jab her fork inside to discover what the filling was. "This is a root cellar. The area over there is dirt. The earth keeps the cheese cool, preventing it from spoiling. It's as good as the day I bought it from the grocery store," Mary explained. They all took seats around the room. Mary invited them to dig in with the promise of seconds if they wanted it. Megan had hoped to show some good manners, but she couldn't resist and stabbed her fork into the enchiladas. The cheese stretched as she put the fork to her mouth. She knew she looked ridiculous, but the cheese made her forget all about being polite. "How are you cooking down here?" Brian asked, around a mouthful of enchilada. Dick answered. "We have a solar oven on the roof that we use most of the time. We can't use fire because it will create smoke and alert the gangs to our presence. We use it after we've done a check from the roof. If there are other fires going, we can usually get away with our little plume of smoke. We have a propane stove that we use on occasion as well." "Propane?" Megan said with mild shock. "Aren't you worried about carbon monoxide poisoning?" Keith shook his head. "This place isn't airtight. There's plenty of ventilation, and we have a vent directly over the stove. What he didn't tell you is we conserve the propane and rely on solar power for most of our electric needs. Dick grinned. I thought we weren't supposed to talk about that. Keith shrugged. I think these folks are okay. You aren't going to steal our panels and batteries, are you? Megan shook her head. Nope, no way to carry them back. She winked. Solar power down here. Panels are on the roof. Batteries are in a hidden compartment upstairs, and the wires run down here. It's basically like electrical wiring. We've had plenty of looters ransack the house, but no one bothered with the equipment, thankfully. We have several batteries that allow us to cook, have lights, and charge our laptops if we had a use for them, Keith explained. I am, or was, an electrician. It was easy for me to hook everything up. Wow, Wyatt said, envy clear in his voice. We have to get solar set up at the lodge. It can't be that hard, right? Keith shrugged. Not really. The important part is the batteries. Panels are fairly easy to come by, but it's the darn batteries that are a problem. Megan decided right then that'd be at the top of their list. They had to get their hands on some solar equipment. She knew it'd be tough, but maybe they'd get lucky. They had to be storing up good luck with all the bad luck that had plagued them in the past. They finished eating their dinner. The conversation moved from surviving in the new world to their pasts and talks about the future. Megan liked Mary, and it was evident Willow did too. She even allowed Mary to hold JJ for a while. Mary couldn't stop gushing about how cute he was and how she absolutely loved babies. I have some diapers I can give you, Mary said, noticing the makeshift diaper JJ was wearing. You do? Willow exclaimed in excitement. We have some, and we've been using disposables while we're on the road, but we used the last one this morning. At home, it's easy to wash the cloth diapers, but out here, it isn't possible. Mary handed JJ to Willow and disappeared into a room. She came back carrying a package of diapers and a rattle that was still sealed in the original package. I've kept these on hand in case we happen to have a baby in the house, she said with a sly smile, looking at her daughter. Caroline blushed. Mom, I told you I don't want to have a baby, especially now. Well, sometimes these things happen, and it's better to be prepared, Mary said. She took the rattle from the package and handed it to JJ, who tried to grip the handle. Helping him, she waved the rattle as his eyes lit up and seemed to focus on the noisemaker. Are you going to try to get to the NRU tomorrow? Dick asked. Megan sighed. We hope to, but Doyle got away with the box. He could be long gone by now. Without that box, we have no bargaining chip. Caroline shook her head. If he has something of value, there's no way the gangs would let him leave. If they spotted him, they're going to be keeping close tabs on him. He's probably hiding out, biding his time before making an escape. She laughed. Your friend may have met his match with these gangs. How are we going to get home? Willow asked. If the gangs are as ruthless as you say and have Doyle and his guys pinned down, what makes you think we can even get to the NRU or back home? I think we can help you with that, Keith said. Wyatt looked at him. I have a map. Any help, tips, and advice you can give us would be appreciated. Megan sat back and let the men talk about the route. She was enjoying the company of Caroline and Mary. Even though they were huddled in an underground room, it felt cozy and peaceful. The Douglas family had made their little hideout very homey, which helped detract from the fact there were no windows or natural light. JJ seemed happy, and so far there'd been no more crying episodes. For now, she was going to take advantage of the normalcy of the moment, which was few and far between, making every single one count. Chapter 21. Megan yawned, quickly covering her mouth and apologizing to her host. Mary smiled. "It's okay. I hope you'll feel comfortable enough to sleep here tonight. I can only imagine what it must be like to sleep with one eye open out there. It certainly can't be very restful." "I am tired. It was a bit of a rough night, and I think we could all use a good night's sleep. It's going to be another difficult day tomorrow, I'm sure," Megan replied. Caroline carried in a load of blankets and set them beside Megan. The 4 women quickly made up 4 beds. Wyatt stood from the small table he'd been sitting at with Keith, Dick, and Brian. "Do you have it all planned out?" Megan asked, fighting back another yawn. "Yep. Keith showed us where the gangs tend to hang out. He also pointed out the area he thinks Doyle would have sought refuge. We have a route planned with a backup in case we're cut off or can't get by because of the gangs," he explained. "I can't tell you how glad I am you found us, Mary," Megan said, meaning every word. "You not only saved our lives today, but you've probably given us the golden ticket so we can make it to the NRU tomorrow. You're truly our hero." Keith groaned. "Don't go getting all sappy. You'll make her cry." Megan smiled. "It's true. I mean it. You're an awesome lady. You're not so bad yourself, Keith," she joked. He guffawed and said his good night. They all crawled into their makeshift beds before Mary shut off the light. The 4 of them laid side by side in the darkness. The sound of gunfire rang in the distance. The cement and the earth around them muffled the noise, but it was still there. Megan imagined what Mary and her family had been dealing with for the past year and a half. The constant threat of violence and the sound of gunfire would be very hard to live with day in and day out. It would chip away at their feelings of safety, which could wreak havoc on a person's mental health. They were a strong family, and she admired them. Together, they defied the odds and managed to survive in a city filled with violent gangs and limited supplies. She wondered if other families in the area managed to survive like the Douglases had. Megan dozed off, the sounds of violence fading away as her body finally gave way to sleep. It wasn't long before she woke with a start. Panic enveloped her. She couldn't see a thing. It was pitch black. Her hand automatically reached out to feel for Wyatt. When she felt his body, she relaxed. Her mind slowed down, and she could orientate herself to her surroundings. "You okay?" Wyatt asked in a gravelly voice. "Yeah, fine. I wonder what time it is," she mused. There was a faint glow from Wyatt's watch. "It's after 6. We need to get moving soon," he said. "What? Are you serious? It feels like I only just went to sleep." She yawned. "Do we wake our hosts?" she asked in a hushed voice. "I'm sure they'll hear us," Willow said in the darkness. "JJ is going to be awake any second now." As if on cue, JJ started to cry. Willow moved around, and Megan knew she was feeding the little guy his breakfast. A light flipped on, and Mary stepped into the living space. "Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well," she said in a sing-song voice. "Thank you very much for your hospitality," Ryan said, moving to a sitting position. They all scrambled up and got busy cleaning up their mess. "We should be going soon," Wyatt said, helping Megan fold the blankets they'd used. Keith walked into the room. "Why don't we go up to the roof and take a look? I'll grab my binoculars and point out the buildings you'll want to start looking in for this Doyle guy." They made their way up to the roof. Megan was amazed by the neat little garden that, although was small, appeared to be very prolific. She saw Roma tomatoes and realized the tomatoes that topped the enchiladas last night had come from here. The Douglas clan was very resourceful. Keith walked to the edge of the roof and squatted down before using the binoculars to scan the area. "There," he said, pointing to an area. "That's my guess for where they're holed up." Wyatt took the binoculars, looking through while Keith directed him where to look. "I see it," he said. "It's riddled with bullet holes. Are those old or new?" "I'd guess most of them are new, judging from the noise last night," Keith confirmed. "Look around and you'll see the gang members have the building surrounded. I'm thinking your friends had a rough night." Megan hooted. "Good." Wyatt continued to look around the area through the binoculars. "Here's the great thing about the bad guys holing up in that particular building," Keith started. "I worked on that building once upon a time, and there's an entrance into it that no one knows about. An air vent is blocked by a dumpster secured to the wall with a chain. All you need to do is go down the alley, which is sheltered by the surrounding buildings. Once you get there, cut the chain, pop the screws out, and crawl in through the ventilation." Wyatt put the binoculars down. "Really? That's great. Thanks, Keith." Keith turned and looked at Wyatt. "I know you don't want to hear this, and it isn't what we'd planned, but I think you should hang out here until tonight. Use the dark to help conceal you. With the sun already up, it'll be dangerous, even with the buildings hiding you," Keith explained. Megan sighed. She was ready to get that stupid box and get it to the NRU. "It's okay," Wyatt told her, recognizing her frustration. "This gives us time to plan our route better. We're walking into a lion's den. We need to go over every little step and make sure we can get out of there alive." She agreed. "I know. It feels like we're always waiting. Hurry up and wait." They managed to get back into the basement without being seen. Megan wondered how they passed the time. "Don't you get claustrophobic in here?" she blurted out. Caroline sighed. "At times, it can get a little crowded. We go to the roof a lot. We sing, play games, read." She drifted off. Mary laughed. "It does get stuffy, and I do miss the sunshine. But really, what's the alternative?" Megan understood, but once again was so very thankful they had the lodge where they could roam about. When Caroline served them cucumber sandwiches, Megan began to feel guilty. They had to repay them for their kindness and generosity, at least with more than the asparagus she'd added to the enchiladas last night. She started digging in her bag, trying to think of what she could give them. Really, the items in her bag were limited and necessary for their own survival. She came across a small box of dental floss and figured it'd be something, even if it were small. "Here," she said, handing the floss to Mary. Mary took the floss, looked at Megan with an odd look, before smiling and thanking her. Megan felt like an idiot. "I'm sorry. I wanted to give you something, anything to repay you for everything you've done for us. Unfortunately, we had to pack light. The only thing I could find was the floss." Mary laughed. "Well, I can't say I was an excellent flosser before the EMP, but I guess it's more important now than ever." No, Megan said, even more embarrassed than she'd been. "The floss can be used for other things. I was thinking you could use it like string to dry some of the fruits and veggies you're growing, or use it to hang socks to dry. Heck, you could use it to slice that wonderful cheese of yours." "Oh, that is so clever. I never thought of that," Mary said, looking at the floss with more excitement. Megan laughed. "At the lodge, everything serves a second or third or 100th purpose. We're always trying to think outside the box. Nothing is as it seems." Mary nodded. "We tend to get stuck in the old ways. We've tried to be a little more open-minded, but we're certainly not that advanced. I think we could learn a lot from you guys." Megan got an idea. "Hey, Willow, what do you think about staying here while we go and see if we can get the box? You can fill these guys in on some of the things we do around the lodge." Wyatt quickly backed up the idea. "That's a great idea. Would you mind if Willow and JJ stayed for a few hours?" Mary's face lit up. "That'd be delightful. I'd love it." Willow hesitated before agreeing to stay behind. "It would be for the best if we stayed out of harm's way. Good idea, Megan." Having Willow stay behind with the baby was a relief for Megan, Wyatt, and Brian. It was going to be difficult enough without trying to protect them both. Megan hated not being able to see outside and was forced to rely on the clock in the room to know when the sun was setting. Mary could clearly sense her anxiousness and had helped pass the time by playing a few games of Scrabble with her. The entire evening had been spent planning their attack. Megan couldn't help but watch the clock, counting down the minutes until they could get out of the room. The plan was in place. Megan, Wyatt, and Brian were ready for their assault on Doyle and his men. She prayed it went off as planned, and no one else was hurt, or worse, killed. Chapter 22. They left at dusk, making good time using the streets Keith had carefully pointed out on the map for them. The trio made it to the building without being noticed by any of the gang members. Megan hoped this was a sign everything would go according to plan. "I'll go first," Wyatt whispered as he slowly unscrewed the grate from the ventilation shaft. "Then Megan, and then you," he said, looking at Brian. A shot rang out from above. Someone was on the roof shooting. Return fire from the ground echoed through the alley. "Do you think this has been going on all day?" Megan asked in astonishment. "They should all be dead by now." Wyatt shook his head. "Whoever is on the roof is attempting to pick off the gang members. There are obviously way too many for that method. If I were one of these gang leaders, I'd let him waste his ammunition and attack as soon as it got dark." Megan's eyes widened as she realized dusk had fallen. "Do you think that's their plan? Are we going to get caught in the crossfire?" "Hope not," Brian said nonchalantly. "We need to get in there, get the box, and let them kill each other. As long as we have this escape route, we can get in and out undetected." "He's right," Wyatt agreed. "Let's go, before they attack." Megan crawled into the narrow shaft behind Wyatt, his feet directly in front of her face. She fought back the panic that threatened to take over. She hated small spaces ever since she was a little girl. The idea of being stuck somewhere, unable to move, the walls closing in around her. She shook her head to wave off the roll of nausea that threatened to consume her. She was trapped. She must have made a noise because suddenly Wyatt's soothing voice whispered toward her. "Breathe, Megan. Slow and easy." "I don't know if I can do this," she squeaked out, realizing she couldn't turn around. "Yes, you can. Focus on what will happen when we get into that room. Hopefully we won't drop right into the space Doyle's guys are hanging out in," Wyatt added as an afterthought. Megan didn't answer. She had to keep her mind focused on not freaking out. She tried to block out her surroundings, following Wyatt. After what felt like an eternity, he finally told them he'd found a grate and they were going to be dropping into a room. She lay on her stomach, taking slow, deep breaths while he removed the grate. "Hurry, Wyatt," she pleaded, doing her best to hide the fear in her voice. She could feel a scream bubbling up. If she didn't escape soon, panic would take over. She jerked when she felt Brian's reassuring touch on her ankle. "We're here, Megan. Give him a second and we'll be out of the shaft," Brian reassured her from behind. Within seconds, Wyatt disappeared from her view. She waited until she heard Wyatt say, "Clear," before she scrambled forward. "Slow down," he growled from below. She couldn't slow down. She'd risk a broken ankle. Megan crawled over to the hole before putting her feet through and launching forward toward what she hoped was an open space in the room. She didn't care how far down it was or if there were a million stakes waiting to catch her fall. She had to get out of that vent. The impact jarred her ankles and knees, but nothing snapped. She took a few moments to gulp in stale air. "I can't go back out that way," she told Wyatt, who was looking at her with concern. "I can do a lot of things, but crawling through tiny little holes in the wall is not one of them." He grabbed her arm and gently pulled her out of the way. Brian dropped down behind her. "I agree. I think we can find another way out of here, but—" He paused, grabbing her attention with his eyes. "If we must make an escape, it's going to be back through that vent, so brace yourself." She wrinkled her nose. "I'll kill everyone in our path, but don't make me go back in there." He nodded while he scanned the room. She knew he was making no promises, but would definitely try. "Let's go," he said, moving to the only door in the room. "This looks like some kind of storage area. We need to head towards the main space. Go slow and easy. The first shot will alert them to our presence, so don't shoot unless you absolutely have to." They walked out the door single file, sticking close to the wall. They came to a hallway when Wyatt held up his hand, signaling them to stop. Before Megan knew what was happening, Wyatt pulled his hunting knife from the sheath at his waist and rounded the corner of the hallway. She heard a quiet thud, followed by Wyatt coming back, wiping his knife blade on his pants. She looked at him, questioning his actions. "One down. A lot more to go," he said. Megan gulped down the knot in her throat and followed Wyatt as he moved past the corpse in the hall. It was one thing to shoot a man, but to get close enough to stab one to death wasn't something she was sure she could do. If she had to, she would, but she really hoped she didn't have to do anything so violent. They continued down the hall, stopping to dispatch men who were supposedly on watch. Megan wasn't asked to do any of the killing yet, but if there was more than one or two at a time, she'd have to step in. "It must be Doyle on the roof," Brian said. "I haven't seen him down here." The sporadic gunshots had continued the entire time they were in the building. "We passed the stairs back there," Wyatt said, pointing behind Brian. "Let's double back and find Doyle." Megan turned and followed Brian as he led the way. They climbed the stairs, doing their best to do so as quietly as possible. They had to get the drop on Doyle. They knew he had a rifle and could direct it at them if he knew they were coming. Thankfully, the door to the roof opened behind Doyle. They spotted him, on his stomach at the edge of the roof. They watched for a few seconds as the man looked down the barrel of his gun before pulling the trigger. His body barely jerked with the kickback. "He is definitely military trained," Wyatt whispered. The three of them fanned out to form a semicircle and moved closer to Doyle. "Drop the gun. We're here for the box," Wyatt said in a firm voice. Doyle froze, but made no effort to roll to his back or to put down the rifle. "Relax. We're on the same side," Doyle said from his position on the roof of the building. "You normally shoot people that are on your side," Brian hissed. "That was a misunderstanding," Doyle said smoothly, finally turning his head to look back at them. Brian shook his head and curled his lip. "You're nothing but a washed-up junkie. You're a disgusting piece of trash that doesn't deserve to breathe." Throw the gun over the edge, Wyatt demanded. Ha! Are you crazy? Doyle shot back. Probably, but do it anyway, Wyatt replied. Doyle hesitated a brief second before tossing the weapon over the side. Roll over slowly, Wyatt instructed. I see your hands move, and I will shoot you. The man complied, leaving his hands up and over his head as he rolled. Megan, check him, Wyatt ordered. She did as she was told, trying not to vomit as she searched him. He stunk. It was a combination of sweat, alcohol, and body odor in general. Up close, she could see his skin was clammy and his pupils were the size of a penny. His hands were twitching involuntarily. He was definitely high on something. Megan ignored the stench wafting off the man and finished moving her hands over his body. Clear, she said, removing one handgun from an ankle holster. Wyatt moved in and quickly tied the man's hands behind his back while Brian held a gun on him. Where's the box? Wyatt demanded. Look, we're all friends here. We're all trying to get the box to the right people. No one needs to get hurt, Doyle said. His voice went up and down as his head bobbed back and forth. You're a junkie. Look at you. There's no way you're working with the government. They can't be that desperate, Wyatt shot back. I don't know what kind of teams you've worked on in the past, but we don't kill our team members. Megan glared at him. How could you shoot a man in cold blood? You already had the box. Megan's blood was boiling as the image of Evan lying on that dirty floor came flooding in. The man deserved no mercy. She wouldn't let Brian or Wyatt show him any kindness. She was furious and wanted the man to suffer. Wyatt dropped to his knees in front of Doyle and quickly searched him. The box was tucked inside the tactical vest he was wearing. Wyatt looked at it, inspecting it for any damage or tampering. When he appeared satisfied, he stood and stared down at the man with disgust. You're an embarrassment to this country, he said, sneering at the man. Let's go, Brian said. We don't have time to stand around with this trash. Leave him up here. Maybe one of those gang members will put him out of his misery. They turned and headed for the door that'd lead them back downstairs. Hey, you can't leave me up here like this, Doyle yelled. Megan chuckled. Actually, we can, and we are. Good luck. The door slammed shut behind them, blocking his complaints. They walked down to the ground floor. Gunshots were continually hitting the building. It was too dangerous for them to walk out any of the main doors. Megan, Wyatt said softly. I know. Back in the ventilation. I got it. Back in the storage room, Wyatt and Brian dragged a couple boxes over, and Wyatt climbed up first before helping to pull Megan in. Crawling forward, she got out of the way so Brian could climb in with Wyatt's help. Once again, they crawled through the vent and slowly made their way out. It wasn't as bad as the first time, now that she knew how far they had to crawl. It gave her a goal to focus on. Once they were clear, they headed back to Willow and JJ at the Douglas house. Megan couldn't hide her excitement over their repossession of the box. They were so close to getting JJ the help he needed. Chapter 23. Albert handed Neil a shovel and instructed him to dig the trench between the 2 rows of corn. He'd been watching Rosie and then Albert do it. It wasn't rocket science. The man could figure it out. It doesn't need to be deep. A nice, shallow trench will do. We don't want to hurt the roots below, he explained to the soldier, who appeared to be almost fully recovered. Brenda was nearby, working on the fence that protected the garden from the goats, deer, and whatever other critters decided to take advantage of their hard work. In reality, she was staying close because she didn't trust the guy. The more time that passed with Neil not revealing who he was made them all uneasy. Working in the garden allowed them to stay close to the lodge and their weapons, just in case. They were purposely prolonging the job that normally would have been completed in a day or two. Albert certainly didn't trust him and was glad to have backup in case Neil managed to escape his old bones. He and Brenda had talked earlier and decided to try to get the guy to open up a little. If Neil dropped his guard while he was doing some kind of activity, he'd reveal a bit more about himself. "Did you have to garden where you were at?" Albert asked, trying to be as casual as possible. Neil gave a brief shake of his head in response, but kept digging. Albert sighed. He was a man of few words and revealed little to nothing about himself. He decided to try again with a more direct approach. "Did you have someone who delivered your food? You're military, right? Were you guys living off MREs? Was there a unit assigned to grow food?" Neil stopped shoveling and looked at Albert. "No, our meals varied, and I never asked where they came from." Brenda threw down the hammer she'd been using to nail barbed wire to a post. Albert knew the man's lack of information was driving her crazy. "Why can't you tell us what's in the box?" Albert asked, tired of skirting around the issue. "I don't know what's in the box. We were instructed to deliver it unopened. You don't ask questions when you're given a direct order," he said, narrowing his eyes at Albert. "Got it. Fine. Can you tell us what may have caused the EMP in the first place?" Neil sighed, expressing his frustration with the rapid-fire questioning. "I don't know. I'm a grunt. There are rumors, as I'm sure you heard, but I don't know any more than you do. I was assigned a mission, and I completed it. I didn't pester my commander with who, what, why, and where," he said, making it clear he was fed up with the questioning. Chase, who'd also been nearby working on a hole for a new latrine, came over to talk to Neil. "I think you know more than you're saying. I can respect that. You're doing your job and keeping your mouth shut. But we saved your ass, and right now you're being far too secretive. I don't like it," he said bluntly. Neil raised an eyebrow, and right when Albert thought he and Chase were going to end up in a fistfight, Neil smiled. "You're right. I am. I guess I've been doing this far too long. I apologize, and I'll try to answer any questions that I can. I really don't know much of anything, but go ahead. Ask away," he said. Albert didn't trust his sudden change in demeanor. He was a jerk, and then with a few harsh words from Chase, he was Mr. Nice Guy. It made him even more leery of the man. Chase could be intimidating, but no one flipped the switch that quick unless they wanted to calm the troubled waters they'd stirred up. "How about if you tell us what it's like out there? Are there many survivors?" Brenda asked. Neil rubbed his chin. "We've run across quite a few different groups, some friendlier than others. The small towns seem to be more populated than the cities, but I think that's also because the city dwellers stay in hiding." "What condition are the cities in?" Chase asked. Albert winced. He knew Chase was asking out of concern for the missing members of the lodge that were headed to Ravenna. They'd heard stories via the ham, but none of them had seen the major cities since the EMP. Neil shook his head. "I was honest about that. I told them it was dangerous. Ravenna, New York, LA, and some of the other major metropolises are in bad shape. I was with a team in Chicago. It looked like a war zone." Albert's stomach churned at the thought of little JJ being taken into a place like that. He understood why the risk was necessary, but it didn't make it any easier to think about. Chase put a hand on his shoulder. They'll be okay. Wyatt would never endanger JJ. What about any of the bases across the country? Brenda asked. Where are operations being directed from? Neil looked away, giving Albert the impression he didn't want to answer that. I was at Fairchild, Brenda added. It fell apart within weeks of the EMP. That seemed to ease Neil's concern. The ones I've been to are in a similar state. Command deteriorated, and the bases were overrun with panicked civilians. Servicemen and women abandoned their posts. Brenda sighed. Albert knew she'd hoped to return to her job as an army doctor one day. That day may never come. He also didn't miss the fact that Neil glossed over the question like a smooth politician. He didn't answer when asked about who or where orders were coming from, which made Albert suspicious. I will say, I think you guys have one of the best setups. We've been lucky enough to be guests at plenty of homesteads across the country, but you seem far more organized. Of course, most of the folks we encountered have been friendly with one another. One group explained they'd been part of a prepper organization before the EMP. When it hit, they all worked together, even though they were stretched across several states, Neil explained. Albert nodded his head. I've talked with quite a few people on the radio that are a part of those organizations. We managed to come a long way, but those folks, well, they were ready from day one. I don't think they had to deal with some of the same struggles as we did. Rosie's husband had done a great job stockpiling food and whatnot, but boy, there was so much more we had to learn. We've done all right, Chase interjected, seeming to take offense at Albert's words. Yes, we have. Not saying we haven't, but it'd have been a lot easier with more tools and a larger group of people to depend on. Albert explained himself a little better. It was Neil who settled the almost argument. Not even the government was totally prepared. We lived in a world that left us somewhat handicapped for this kind of living. You've all done great. Albert beamed with pride. How about we go relieve Tara on watch? You can see how we keep this place safe. Chase and Brenda both cleared their throats at the same time, voicing their objection without saying the words. It's fine, Albert said, looking at Neil. He does anything stupid, and I'll shoot him. Neil grinned, as if to challenge him, but quickly wiped the smile from his face. You can trust me. Albert wasn't ready to go that far, but he was going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. As they made their way to the bird's nest, they passed the kids. Albert! Albert! They all said in unison. We think Misty is pregnant, Ryland said. Look how fat she is. Albert looked at the goat and noticed she had filled out a bit. I think you may be right. I guess we better be ready for a baby or two soon. Neil looked at the kids with an odd look. It made Albert uneasy. Let's get down there. Tara has been up there a while and needs a break. How did you get the goats, anyway? Neil asked. Albert shrugged. A little bartering with a fellow a ways from here. He wasn't about to give this guy too much information. Are you going to eat those chickens? He asked, pointing to the area where the chickens were happily scratching in the dirt. No, we prefer the eggs, Albert explained. A steady supply of food is more important than a one-hit wonder meal. Albert could see Neil scanning the area, taking in the various visible defenses they had in place. He was regretting his decision to bring him out here. Tara, he called out when they got closer. We're here. She climbed down the tree and looked at Neil, then Albert. It's okay. Chase knows, he said, answering her unspoken question. "It's been quiet," she said. "I did see a black bear in the distance. I'll make sure to remind the kids to stay close. Duke would only encourage a bear to attack, and that dog is never far from the kids." "Wouldn't it be better to have the dog to defend the kids?" Neil asked. Tara shook her head. "No, a dog is more likely to put the bear on guard. Duke would definitely want to protect the kids and may step into the bear's space or even follow the thing. We used to camp a lot, and the rule was no dogs unless they were on a leash. It's far too risky for the dog and us." Neil seemed surprised at the answer. "Good to know, I guess." "Let's go," Albert said, climbing the rungs nailed to the massive tree. Once in place, Albert let Neil get the bird's-eye view. "This is really pretty up here," Neil said. "I can see why you spend so much time up here." Albert shrugged. "It's nice, quiet, and I get lots of time to think." "What do you have to think about? Don't you have nothing but time to think?" Neil joked. Albert smiled. "Have you ever tried to think with 4 kids, an infant, and a bunch of people roaming about?" Neil chuckled. "I guess that'd make it tough." He went back to staring into the distance. Albert noticed the second Neil stiffened. "What's wrong?" he asked, crawling to his knees from his seated position and then standing up. Neil pointed. "There! Give me the gun." Before Albert knew what he was doing, Neil had grabbed the rifle, aimed, and fired. The person that had been approaching the perimeter of the lodge property dropped to the ground. Albert stared in shock at the scene, waiting to see if the person would move. Nothing. He turned to Neil. "What did you do that for? You don't even know who that was. That could have been someone looking for help." "Or it could have been one of the bad guys," Neil said, putting the gun down and heading towards the ladder out of the nest. Albert followed him down, only a little surprised at how quick Neil was moving. He hadn't moved like that since he'd been awake, which put Albert on high alert. They reached the man at the same time. Albert was winded from the fast pace, but wasn't about to let Neil get to the stranger without him there to see what was said or done. Albert froze when he saw the army uniform. "It was a U.S. soldier! You killed one of your own men!" Neil was staring at the body of the young man, whose uniform was faded and frayed around the edges. The man had clearly been wearing the uniform for a long time. He looked back at Neil, who didn't seem upset. "You didn't recognize him? Was he from your unit?" Neil shook his head. "I don't know who he is. You don't wait to see if someone is going to shoot you first, Albert. Shoot to kill and ask for forgiveness later." Albert hid the horror he felt at such cold words. He stared at the man he'd been trying to accept at face value, but now something felt off. A soldier didn't kill another soldier and ask for forgiveness. It was as if Neil didn't recognize the man or the uniform. How many soldiers were wandering around out here? It was more likely the dead man had been part of the same unit as Neil. Was Neil trying to hide something and killing any witnesses that'd reveal his secret? "Let's head back. We need to let Chase know what happened. He'll want to investigate. There may be others. We need to know what they're all about," Albert said, heading back to the lodge. He wanted to get Chase's opinion, and fast. He was getting a bad feeling about Neil, which made him very worried about Wyatt and the rest of the group. He especially didn't like being alone with the guy. Chapter 24. Megan, Wyatt, and Brian circled the area twice before they went in on the ground floor of the Douglas house. they wanted to make sure they hadn't been followed. Once inside, Wyatt tapped on the floor, letting the people below know they were coming down. Megan dropped in and was met by Willow. "Did you get it?" she asked. Megan smiled. "We did." Willow returned her smile, and a few tears rolled down her cheeks. Giving her friend a hug, "We're so close. We're going to get him help," Megan vowed. Mary walked into the room. "Glad to see you're back. It didn't take you as long as we'd thought. That has to be a good thing, right?" "It wasn't too bad." Wyatt checked his watch, seeing it was past midnight. "I want to get started early in the morning." "How early?" Willow asked. "Around 4 or 5. We need to move when we can see, but before the city wakes up. I don't want to wait until tomorrow night," he replied. Willow grimaced, but agreed. "We'll be ready. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight." "Should we go over the route?" Keith asked from the doorway to the other room. "Yes, please," Wyatt replied. "I know we talked about it earlier, but I want to make sure there are no mistakes. I can't afford to take these guys down the wrong road." "I'll grab that other map," Keith said, turning to grab the street map he'd used to show Wyatt tonight's route. Wyatt rubbed a hand down his face. Megan walked to him and gave him a quick hug. "We kicked butt today. Tomorrow we'll be fine. You're doing everything you can to protect us and help JJ. This isn't all on you. Let us shoulder some of the burden." He hugged her back. "I'm tired. Exhausted, really. I can't wait to get JJ to the doctor, get him fixed up, go home, and wait for winter. I think I'm looking forward to that first snow day when we get stuck inside." She grinned. "Me too. Although I was hoping we'd have our own cabin to get snowbound in, but maybe next year." Wyatt shook his head. "There's always one crisis or another. It seems like we're always chasing our tails." "We can only take things one day at a time. Eventually, things will settle down." Keith returned with the map. Megan left to help Willow get JJ settled in for the night. She could hear Dick and Brian adding their opinions to the route Wyatt and Keith had plotted. She felt confident all would be well. She crawled into her bed and drifted in and out of sleep, listening to the men talk. When they were finished, Brian and Wyatt crawled into the beds on the floor. "Keith and Dick are going to go with us on the first stretch," Wyatt said in the darkness to no one in particular. Megan murmured an agreement before she fell back to sleep. As usual, she was awakened before her body and mind were ready early the next morning. "We need to go," Wyatt said softly. Groans from the others on the floor indicated they'd all been sleeping soundly as well. Megan couldn't wait to sleep in her own bed. The floor was rough. "I'm ready," Willow said, practically jumping up. Megan blinked. "Already?" "I was up earlier and got our bag together," she said. Mary came into the room, carrying a basket. "I have some ammunition Keith wanted you to have. I'll leave it here for you to distribute." "Thank you," they all said in unison. Ammunition was an extremely valuable gift, and one they hadn't expected. "I'll get the bag sorted," Wyatt said, standing and stretching. Megan stood and helped Willow fold the blankets. Within minutes, they were all standing in the middle of the room, looking at each other. This was it. This was what they'd walked for a week to do. The adrenaline was shooting through Megan's veins to the point her skin was tingling. "Ready," Megan said. Everyone echoed the sentiment. Keith and Dick came into the room, each wearing gun belts and shoulder holsters. "Take care, Mary," Willow said, giving the woman a quick hug. "Thank you so much for the diapers and taking care of us. If we don't see you before we head home, I want you to know how glad I am we met." They all said their goodbyes and left the small underground shelter. Megan took a deep breath when they stepped outside. It wasn't like the air at the lodge. The air in the city was rank. The heat combined with human waste, smoke from fires, and trash decaying all over was very uninviting and hung low like a blanket over the city. She couldn't wait to get back to their mountain home. There was a tap on her shoulder. Brian pointed towards Wyatt, who was steadily making his way down the block behind Keith and Dick. She quickly moved to get close behind him, with Willow behind her and Brian bringing up the rear. Wyatt threw up a hand the second a shot rang out. Megan looked around his shoulder in time to see a man drop to the ground in the middle of the street. "Clear!" Keith called out from up front. They began moving again. Megan was thankful there were only a few more encounters with gang members. Keith and Dick proved to be very adept at dispatching each person who threatened them. Megan developed a new respect for their way of living. They'd managed to survive this long in the city simply by being methodical and ruthless. "This is where we turn back," Keith said. "You're about halfway there. Follow this street up and you will run right into the NRU." "Thanks for all your help," Wyatt told him, clapping him on the shoulder. "You all take care, and if you're ever in our neck of the woods, stop by for a visit," he said with a smile. It was meant as a joke, but if the Douglases ever did find themselves close by, they'd be welcomed with open arms. Megan gave each of the men a quick hug and wished them well. Once the two were gone, Wyatt laid out the plan for everyone. "We're probably going to run into a lot more resistance than what we went through. Keep your guard up. If you see someone in a military uniform, don't shoot. This place is likely going to be very well guarded. Hopefully, they wear uniforms and are easily identifiable. We don't want to show up, kill the good guys, and then ask for help," Wyatt explained. "Got it," Megan said. "Let's move." Megan followed close behind Wyatt, already missing Keith and Dick. She'd felt stronger and more protected with them leading the way. Now it was the four of them. She had to fight back the feeling of vulnerability that came with their much smaller numbers. "God be with us," she muttered under her breath. Chapter 25. "Look!" Megan pointed excitedly to the flag waving in the air. "It's Old Glory! I never thought I'd be so happy to see a tattered American flag waving in the air. We made it!" Willow was grinning from ear to ear. Brian placed a hand on her shoulder in support. It had been a long journey, but they'd made it. "We can't all walk up to the front gates," Wyatt said, bursting the bubble of excitement that had encased them. "Brian, you stay here with Willow and JJ while we negotiate a deal." Megan waited to see if Brian would argue. The last time she and Wyatt had left them behind, Evan had been killed. He didn't argue or seem upset by the order at all. It could have been the excitement of reaching their destination, or he understood why it was necessary. "We need to find somewhere to take cover. We can't stand out here on the street," Brian replied, instead of demanding to go with them. "Good idea. Let's do some quick scouting in the area. Megan, stay with Willow while we check some of these buildings. They look vacant, but hard telling what's hiding inside," Wyatt ordered. Megan nudged Willow behind her and into the corner of the brick building. Her heart raced with fear. Being solely responsible for JJ and Willow was intimidating. She silently prayed for Wyatt and Brian to hurry back. When they came around the corner, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Anything?" she asked. "Yep, let's go," Brian said, gesturing for them to follow. Megan motioned Willow to go in front of her. She followed the others into the small office building that had been boarded up. The glass was broken all over the floor, and with the boarded windows, it was dark in the space. "Stay in the back corner. I don't think anyone saw us come in here. We'll close the door on our way out. Brian, shoot anyone that comes through that door," Wyatt instructed. "Got it," he said, pulling his gun from the shoulder holster, checking the clip, and popping it back in. "I'm ready. Hurry back." Megan went out first, with Wyatt closing the door behind him and making sure it was latched. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes, let's get this over with. You have the box?" He patted the pocket on the lower leg of his cargo pants. "Right here." With that, they moved forward, both on high alert, ready for anything. "We're close," Wyatt said in a low voice. Megan put her hand out, grabbed Wyatt's arm. "Wait!" She froze, put her head to the side to hear better, and didn't breathe. She heard the sound again. It was JJ crying. "Megan!" Willow's voice cut through the silent air. Wyatt met her eyes. Something was terribly wrong. No way would Brian or Willow shout out and reveal their position. Megan looked at the flag that was so close, and then back to where they came from. They had to go back. Gaining entry to the NRU would have to wait. "We have to get back there," she whisper-shouted to Wyatt, already moving down the street. "Be ready to start shooting, Megan," Wyatt warned. She held her gun at her side as she ran down the street. They paused outside the door of the office where they'd left Brian, Willow, and JJ. The door was closed, but they could hear JJ crying and Willow sobbing. "On the count of 3, Wyatt said, holding up his fingers to count down. When the last finger dropped, he kicked open the door and Megan went in, crouched low with her gun aimed directly in front of her. "No!" she cried when she saw Doyle standing behind Willow and JJ with a gun pointed at the baby's head. She watched in horror as Doyle's hand shook. He was in full withdrawal and very unstable. There was a sheen of sweat on his face, and his eyes were wild. Megan knew it was only a matter of time before his shaking hand slipped and pulled that trigger. "Give me the box," he demanded. Brian was on the ground, crumpled in a heap. "No," she breathed. Her brain refused to form words. Denial was her only response. This couldn't be happening. Brian couldn't be dead, and the man who was clearly out of his mind wasn't pressing the barrel of a gun into little JJ's head. "Get away from the baby, and we'll give you the box," Wyatt said from behind her. Megan wanted to scream. If they gave Doyle the box, he'd kill them all anyway, the same way he killed Evan. "How did you even find us?" The man grinned. "Had a conversation with your friends. Took a bit of persuading, but they eventually pointed out the direction you were headed. Wasn't hard to figure out from there." Megan realized he was talking about Keith and Dick, and her stomach clenched in horror. "If you hurt them..." His grin grew wider. "Relax. It isn't anything a quick trip to the ER won't fix. Oh, wait. My bad." Tightening her grip on her gun, Megan fought the urge to pull the trigger. He was still too close to JJ and Willow. Once again, someone was injured, possibly life-threatening, all because of her. The guilt was too much. She was at her breaking point, and she didn't think it would take much to send her over the edge. Doyle looked at Wyatt, then Willow, who was clutching the baby against her chest. JJ's screams were getting louder. Megan knew it was only a matter of time before he started to turn blue. Willow had to calm the baby down, which wasn't feasible when she was extremely worked up. "Get away from them," Megan demanded, pointing her gun directly at the unstable man. If he'd only take a step or two away. He sneered, waving his gun back and forth between JJ and Willow. "Give me the box." "I said, we'll give you the box, but I'm not doing anything until you get that gun off them," Wyatt said in a firm, hard voice. Doyle took a small step back before glaring at Willow. "Shut that kid up!" She shot him a glare. "You scared him, you idiot!" Megan almost smiled. Willow was scared, but she was still fighting. That was a good sign. "Look, Doyle, we all want the same thing, to get the box to the NRU. How about we all go there together? You get whatever you're after, and we can find a doctor for the baby," Wyatt said calmly. Doyle's hand dropped slightly as he turned to look at Willow and JJ. "Can't you see he's sick?" Megan spoke up. "It could be a win for all of us, but first you have to put the gun down." JJ's cries were turning into whimpers, and Willow stepped back slightly to rock him. Doyle put his gun hand to his head, seeming to think things through. Megan became even more concerned when he began mumbling to himself, and they couldn't make out what he was saying. "Doyle, what do you say, man? He's only a baby," Wyatt reasoned. "Let's go to the NRU entrance together, as a team." Shaking his head, Doyle snapped the gun back up to JJ's head. "You killed my team. Now, give me the damn box." Suddenly, the room grew eerily quiet. It was if a switch was flipped. JJ wasn't crying or breathing. Brian, who'd been on the floor, suddenly rolled over and got to his knees to stare at the baby. That was all any of them could do, watch in horror as JJ faded away. "Oh no, 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 no!" Willow began sobbing before a low, keening sound tore from her throat as she frantically began compressions on JJ's chest. Megan's heart stopped for several long seconds. Time seemed to stop as she watched Willow try to resuscitate him, but he remained lifeless in his mother's arms. Her mission to save Jack's son had been a failure. She'd failed to redeem herself. She couldn't even manage to get one baby medical attention. All of the deaths that were on her conscience suddenly grew exponentially in weight. The burden was too much. For nearly a year, she'd been focused on helping Willow with her pregnancy. When JJ was born, her focus had switched to protecting the baby as payment to Jack for his ultimate sacrifice. When JJ's health problems had become apparent, her mission evolved to finding a cure and saving the baby. She'd failed. Her eyes moved from the lifeless baby to Doyle, who'd dropped his hand again, the gun no longer aimed at JJ or Willow. He was staring at the baby, his mouth hanging open in shock. Her path to redemption had failed because of him. Without thinking twice, Megan raised her gun and fired, hitting Doyle directly in the forehead. The satisfaction of hearing his body hit the floor should have alarmed her. She should have been terrified of her own actions and the complete lack of feeling she had about taking a man's life. But she wasn't. She felt nothing. Willow's cries brought her attention back to the here and now. Doyle's death didn't change JJ's passing. "Willow!" she cried, racing towards the woman who was now on the ground, still trying to resuscitate him. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. I tried. I'm sorry," she repeated. Wyatt stood over them. Megan could hear him breathing, fighting back his own anguish, as Willow pressed rapidly on JJ's chest. Brian crawled across the floor to Willow, and put an arm around her as her hand eventually stilled. Megan reached out to stroke JJ's head. He looked so peaceful. He wasn't moving. His face was totally relaxed. Suddenly, it became too much. She had to get out of the dark, hot room. It felt as if she were in a box with no escape. Scrambling to her feet, she pushed Wyatt out of the way and raced for the open door. She didn't make it far before she leaned against the wall of the building. She stood there, letting the hot sun warm her suddenly cold body. "Megan," Wyatt said softly. Turning abruptly, she didn't care if he saw her tears. "Give me the box, Wyatt." Wyatt held up his hands. "Let's talk about this." She shook her head. "I can't," she sobbed. "Give me the box." Dropping one hand, he reached into the side pocket of his pants and pulled it out. "You're not thinking straight. Now is not the time to do anything foolish. Megan, please," he pleaded. Snatching the box from his hand, she turned and ran toward the NRU. "Megan, wait!" Wyatt called out, but she refused to listen to him. She'd failed. Chapter 26. Megan didn't care if any gang members were hanging out around the NRU as she ran down the street. She wasn't sure if it was the look on her face or the speed she was running, but no one tried to stop her until she rounded the corner and came upon the tall, chain-link fence surrounding the entire city block. "Stop!" a male voice shouted at her, but she ignored him and kept running. Soon she could hear other footsteps pounding behind her to catch up as more voices shouted at her to stop. Finally reaching the gate, she paused to catch her breath as she wrapped her fingers around the chain links. It was the only thing that felt real in that moment. Quickly surrounded by soldiers in army uniforms and carrying AK-47s, they all shouted commands at her as she shook the fence in her frustration. "Freeze! Back away from the fence! You can't come in here!" Holding the box over her head, she began to shout, "Are you waiting for this? Is this what you want? Do you have any idea how many people died for it?" Her words became garbled as she sobbed, and she let out a frustrated scream that had her bent over to catch her breath. One of the soldiers took advantage and kicked at the back of her knees, forcing her to the ground before they moved in tighter around her. She continued to scream out her frustration. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw what looked to be an officer exit the building and stride toward her. Reaching the fence, he squatted down on his side of the fence to look at the box she held against her thigh. "I'll take that box now," he told her with authority as he motioned to one of the soldiers holding a gun on her. "What's in it?" she demanded. "That's a need to know," he calmly replied. Pulling her gun out of her holster, she held the gun to it and looked back up at the officer. "I need to know." "You won't survive to pull the trigger," he warned her, but she snorted before responding. "Do you have any idea how many people died for this?" "More than you know," he replied. "I'm guessing you came a long way, so I'll take that box now." Right then, Megan heard something she thought she'd never hear again. Megan closed her eyes, sure that she was hallucinating from all the adrenaline coursing through her body. Then she heard it again. "JJ," she said on a long breath. Keeping her eyes closed, she rose slowly despite the press of bodies around her. Turning around, she didn't dare open her eyes, not wanting to believe what her ears were telling her. "Megan, it's real," Wyatt called out. Opening her eyes, she still refused to look, but then she heard him again. A tiny wail. Snapping her head up, she saw Wyatt and Brian flanking Willow, who was carrying a very much alive JJ walking toward her. She tried to step toward them, but one of the soldiers blocked her with his gun. "How?" she called out. "Does it matter? We're here. Let's do this," Wyatt told her. Nodding her head in agreement, she swallowed hard, realizing that she'd been about to make a huge mistake. Turning back around, she looked at the officer still standing on the other side of the fence. "The baby needs a doctor. You want the box. I propose a trade," she told him. The officer stepped closer to the fence, staring at the box she clutched in her hands, and then looking over her shoulder at the others as they came closer. His silence was worrying, and Megan was sure he'd tell his men simply to take the box and leave them out there. Taking a couple steps back, he nodded to one of the soldiers before saying the magic words. "Let them in," and then turning to walk back inside without waiting to see if the soldiers obeyed. She grinned. It was an involuntary reaction, and she knew she wasn't the only one. She was confident the doctors inside the NRU would identify what illness JJ had and would know how to fix it. 2 more guards appeared on the other side of the fence and went through the process of unlocking the massive gate and opening it. Megan and the rest of the group hesitated briefly before walking in. The gate slammed shut behind them, and the sound of the lock being engaged sent a trickle of fear down Megan's spine. She prayed this was truly the government, and they'd give them the help they needed. Being locked in was frightening. "It's okay," Wyatt whispered as he joined her. "We still have—" "You'll need to surrender your weapons at the guard station," one of the new guards ordered. Megan looked at Wyatt, silently asking him if they should comply. He gave a brief nod. She unhooked the holster and put it in the bin another guard was holding out. She watched Wyatt remove his guns, but when he didn't make a move to remove the gun he kept strapped to his lower leg, she breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't ready to trust anyone fully, even if they were the government. They were led into the dark building, which surprised her. She'd assumed they'd have full power, but either that wasn't true or they were conserving energy. Following behind the soldier, they were led to a set of heavy metal doors, which he unlocked before leading them down 2 flights of stairs that were dimly lit. Once they walked out on the level, they had to blink at the bright lights, which buzzed in the long hallway. Unable to keep silent, she asked why there weren't any lights upstairs. "EMP fried the electronics above ground, and it wasn't worth repairing. The equipment below ground was protected." Bringing them into what looked like a conference room, he ordered them to wait before shutting them in and locking the door. Brian checked the door before stating the obvious. "Locked." Megan rushed over to Willow. "So he's okay? How? What? I don't understand." Lifting the blanket, she looked down at little JJ, who was very much alive, but still struggling to breathe. "After you left, Brian took over the chest compressions, and suddenly, he took a breath. I'm as shocked as you are. We ran out of the building to tell you, but you were already gone. We saw Wyatt at the end of the street, so we followed you. Megan, what were you thinking? You could have been killed." Megan flinched at Willow's admonishment. Truth be told, she had no idea what she was thinking. She'd been so overcome with grief and guilt that she wasn't thinking at all. "You didn't fail any of us, Megan. You've been carrying around this burden for too long. We've all kept quiet to let you work through it, but no one blames you for anything that's happened. There's no blame to give. This is life. It's bad luck and bad circumstances. Death is a part of life. We don't like it and we don't want to accept it, but if we want to be happy, we have to." Megan stared at Willow, stunned that so much came out of her mouth. They'd all been sheltering Willow after Jack's death. For her to be so observant shocked her, and she had no idea what to say. She wanted to lash out at her and tell her that everything was her fault. She shook her head, looking at everyone through watery eyes. I'm tired of people I care about dying. It has to stop. I don't think I can handle anymore. Wyatt stepped closer to her, pulling her in for a tight hug. We all hate it. You have to hold on to what's still here and make every minute you're here count. Hug your loved ones and treasure every memory you make with them. I can't help feeling guilty for all the deaths. Linda, Jack, Evan have all died because of a choice I made. How can I not feel responsible? We still don't know what happened to Keith and Dick. Are they okay? She asked with concern. Wyatt tightened his hold on her. It's arrogant of you to think that you and you alone are the one who saves the day every time. We all work together in each of those situations. Each of us is responsible for what happened. It isn't all on you, and it's unfair to the rest of us to continue to think so. Brian cleared his throat. I agree with Wyatt. You can't keep trying to be the hero and shouldering all the blame. Get it together, Megan. You trying to operate under the massive weight of your guilt is what's going to get someone else hurt or killed. She looked at him and could see his words were being said from a place of kindness and not out of anger. This was that tough love stance her father had always taken. Okay, she mumbled. I'll try. I really will. Brian stepped closer, and Wyatt stepped to the side. Seriously, Megan, we still have a long road ahead of us. You have to be at 100% if we're going to get back home. Can you let it go? She took a deep breath and slowly released it. With the exhale, she could feel the weight of her guilt lessening. Yes, I guess I have to, don't I? I'll try. Don't try, Megan. Do it, Wyatt demanded. Carrying around that much guilt is toxic. It's like a cancer, and it will keep spreading until it kills you. Let it go. Brian agreed. It isn't helping. Now, as soon as someone comes back in the room, let's get JJ the help he needs, Wyatt said, putting an end to the conversation. Megan paced, wondering what was happening beyond the walls of the room. What did the contents of the box have to do with the NRU and restoring electricity to the United States? Finally, after what felt like hours, even though it was probably only a few minutes, a man wearing BDUs and looking very official strolled into the room with 2 different guards. You have the box, he asked, not bothering to introduce himself. Megan looked at Wyatt. Yes, but we need something in exchange for the delivery. The man scowled, looked at Wyatt, and then the rest of them. What makes you think you deserve anything for doing your duty to your country? Wyatt shrugged. What makes you think we should do anything for a country that's left us all to fend for ourselves while you're sitting in here with lights, food, clean water, and a place to sleep? The man pulled back a little. What do you want? We want your doctors to examine the baby. He's sick and needs medical attention. You may not realize this, but out there, he gestured wide with his arms, we don't have doctors, hospitals, or even medicine. The last was said with a great deal of cynicism. The man hesitated, and when Megan thought he'd deny their request, she pulled the box out of her pocket where she'd stashed it. I've already threatened to do it once. I will smash this thing to pieces right here if you don't take this baby to your medical staff. Both guards and the man in charge stared at the box as if it was the Holy Grail. Fine, the man said, turning to one of the guards. "Radio Dr. Jacobs and tell her to get ready for a patient." He turned back to them. "She and the baby can go. You three stay with me," he said, pointing to Brian, Wyatt, and Megan. "We can do that," Wyatt agreed. "Willow, are you okay with that?" She nodded. "Whatever it takes." "Take her to the med ward," he ordered the men. Once they left the room, he looked at Megan. "I'll take the box now." She looked at Wyatt, silently asking permission. Another nod, and she was handing over the box that promised so much. "My name is General Callis, George Callis. I'm in charge here, and I can't tell you how relieved I am to see you have that box. Now, would someone please tell me what happened to the team who was supposed to deliver it?" Megan sighed, relieved he had softened his approach. It helped set her mind at ease that they hadn't walked into a dangerous situation. They knew to trust no one, but hoped the government would at least be safe. Now she had to share more bad news with him. Megan looked him in the eye. "Most were dead when we found them. One survived, but he was shot. He's at our home, being cared for until he's strong enough to make it here. He asked us to get this here, said it was a matter of national security." Taking a deep breath, he huffed it out. "Thank you for telling me. They were good men." He turned to the other guard. "Bring in some food and something to drink, and tell IT to get ready." "We're fine, sir," Wyatt said, clearly not wanting to impose. No, you all look like you need a breather. Have some food and drink some fresh water. On the government," he winked, referring to Wyatt's earlier comment. "Have a seat while we wait for the computer geeks to do their thing. I'd love to hear how you've been surviving all this time." All three of them pulled out a chair and sat down. It was surreal to be sitting in a cooled room with electric lighting and a television in the corner, even if it wasn't on. It made Megan a little angry to think the government still had the luxury of electricity. A cart loaded with a variety of meats, cheeses, crackers, and even fresh milk was delivered. At first, the three of them stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. When General Callis told them to help themselves, they did. Megan drank 2 glasses of cold milk, relishing the taste. They snacked and chatted for about 30 minutes before another soldier popped his head in the room. "We're ready, sir." Megan's stomach flip-flopped. Whatever it was that was about to happen was big, and they were a part of it. "Come with me," the general ordered, leaving the room and walking down a long hall. He opened a set of double doors, revealing a cement-enclosed room that appeared to be one giant computer. There were floor-to-ceiling columns of computer equipment reminiscent of something out of the movies. "Whoa," Brian exclaimed, as he turned around in a circle, taking in the empty computer workstations. Parts of the computer appeared to be functioning, if the blinking red lights were any indication, but it didn't appear to be 100% online, and it was definitely old. "This is like something out of the movies," Wyatt chimed in as they walked farther into the room. "War games," Brian chimed in. "You're not far off," the general told them. This system was built in 1983 as a modernized version of the legacy SAGE system, but was integrated with the growing ARPANET. The unit was decommissioned at the end of the Cold War in '91, but the equipment was never removed. Assuming what you brought us is the real deal, the plan is to get back in contact with our satellites, and then from there, start bringing our ground infrastructure back online. Megan stared at all the equipment before her eyes caught both Wyatt and Brian. They looked as shocked as she felt. While Neil had said what he had was important, never in her dreams did she think it was this vital. How is it something so important wasn't traveling under better protection? Wyatt asked, and Megan turned to see the general's expression. The general sighed heavily, seeming to weigh how he would respond. There are unseen forces out there that I can't speak of, but they're determined we don't succeed. We thought it best not to advertise what we were doing, so we used multiple agents to bring us the card up from Southern California. Several of the convoys were ambushed, but it was mostly locals looking for supplies. Before anyone could ask another question, he held up his hand. Enough. Turning to an older woman wearing thick glasses sitting at one of the workstations. Well? The woman looked at the general over the top of her glasses, blinking slowly. As near as I can tell, the Hollerith card is real and does not appear to have been tampered with. General Callus's mouth tightened as he glared at her. Is it what we need? The woman shrugged. I can verify its authenticity to the era, General, but I won't know what kind of data is on it until I insert it. Shall I proceed? The general gave her a quick nod, and the woman went to work. Megan looked at Wyatt, then Brian. They were on the front lines of history. They were real American heroes, swooping in to save the country from complete destruction. Megan had to smile. It felt good to be a hero. Chapter 27. Megan watched as the woman inserted the card, which looked like a metal punch card, did some tapping on the keyboard, and then sat back. The room started filling with people as more of the computer seemed to come alive around the room. Everyone wanted to witness history. Megan held her breath as she watched the big monitor on the wall fill with strange code. It meant nothing to her. The woman smiled as she called out, We have contact with both Delta 4 and SYNCOM 3, General. Suddenly, the woman looked panicked. Oh no, the woman said. No, no, no! What is it? The general demanded. This is wrong. It's all wrong, she shouted. No, it's too late. It's a virus, the woman shouted. It's rewriting the instructions on the communication satellites. I can't stop it. Megan looked on in horror as people talked all at once, all trying to stop the destruction that was unfolding before her very eyes. Within seconds of the woman's announcement, there were at least 10 guns pointed in their direction. What did you do? Who are you? General Callus demanded. Wyatt held up his hands. We were only told the box had to be here within 2 weeks to prevent some terrible tragedy from happening. Megan jumped in. Yes, Neil. I don't know his last name. It was then she realized there hadn't been a patch with his last name sewn above his left pocket, like each of these men had. General Callus narrowed his eyes at her. Wyatt quickly came to her defense. We already told you. We happened upon an ambushed convoy. Everyone was dead except for Neil, who was still holding the box. When he came to, he told us little, but asked us to get it here. We agreed to make the journey with the hope your doctors could help the baby. Where did you find this Neil? Callus asked, walking to a desk in the back of the room. He was rifling through stacks of papers and tan file folders. Outside of a small town called Luther in Washington, Brian answered. Callus picked up a file and stalked towards them. He stopped in front of Wyatt, opened the folder, and pulled out an 8x10 colored photo. He held it up. Is this Neil? They all stared at the picture of the man they'd helped save. Yes, Megan said, glancing at the file that had a large red classified stamp on top of it. We've been compromised. Everyone out, General Callus shouted. He looked at them, shaking his head. You have no idea what you've done. Megan didn't get a chance to defend them. A red light in the ceiling directly over their heads started flashing seconds before a horrible siren went off. Get out, now! The general shouted again. Megan looked around the room, unsure what to do or where to go. Her eyes were drawn to the massive screen on the wall. It had a timer on it, and it was counting down. "What's that?" she shouted. General Callis looked at her. "That card triggered the self-destruct sequence. This place is about to be obliterated from the map." Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "What?" she managed to get out. Wyatt grabbed her arm. "We have to get JJ and Willow." Her mind was whirling with everything they'd learned. She pushed it all aside to focus on following Wyatt. He was running down the hall they'd walked a few short minutes ago. "Where's medical?" he asked a soldier who was running by. "End of the hall," the young man said. Wyatt rushed past, racing down the hall. A doctor was walking out of a room, carrying a small machine. "Where's the baby?" she managed to get out between her heavy breaths. "In here," the man said, rushing by them and heading for the exit. Megan ignored the fact they were running into danger while trained soldiers were going the opposite direction. She reached the door seconds after Wyatt. Willow was holding JJ close, murmuring words in his ear while using one hand to stuff a plastic bag full of various medicines into her pack. "Willow?" Megan asked. "Did the doctor get a chance to look at him?" "Briefly. She said she was going to do some tests, but there's some emergency. She told me to take whatever I wanted and get the hell out of here." "We have to go, Willow. They say this place is going to blow," Wyatt said softly. Willow stopped. "What?" He took the bag from her and looked at one of the bottles of medicine she was holding. "Does JJ need all of this?" Willow shrugged. "I don't know, but I figure it can't hurt to take it anyway. The doctor says he may outgrow it and will probably be fine." "Outgrow what?" Megan asked. "A heart murmur, like Brenda suspected. The doctor thinks it could be some kind of congenital heart defect, but without the tests, we can't confirm it. She listened to his heart and could detect a murmur, but couldn't tell how big or what kind. We didn't get to the tests that would have told us more. The doctor did say there are medications that lower his blood pressure, which he may need as he gets older." Megan grabbed one of the bottles. "We'll take them all. Wyatt, grab everything in that cabinet," Megan ordered. Once again, they were tossing in every bottle of pills they could find into a bag. If these were the drugs JJ needed to stay alive, they were taking them all. "Let's go, guys," Brian said from the door. "This place has cleared out. I estimate minutes before that clock hits 0. Wyatt grabbed the bag and pushed Willow out the door. "Go! Don't you stop running! You get out that gate and keep going!" he shouted. Megan followed them down the hall and back up the stairs, nearly stumbling as they raced to escape the building. They made it outside, where there were at least 20 soldiers herding people through a small gate. "Take cover!" someone shouted. "There!" Wyatt yelled and pointed to a large military jeep parked on the other side of the road. They raced to the vehicle and dropped behind it. Within seconds, there was a massive explosion that echoed through the city streets, shaking the ground beneath them. The building behind them seemed to implode, raining down glass and debris. JJ screamed. Willow had him sheltered under her, trying to block the noise and debris. Wyatt leaned over Willow to protect her. Megan instinctively moved close and offered her own body as a shield for Willow and JJ. She heard Wyatt curse and knew he'd been hit with some falling debris. She'd taken a few knocks herself. When the noise stopped, Megan backed away from her position next to Willow. The world had become eerily quiet as she looked at the soldiers covered in gray dust, running around silently. She shook her head to try to clear the ringing noise that was pressing against her eardrums, and suddenly there was sound again. Lots of it. People were screaming and yelling. Using her sleeve to wipe at all the dust on her face, she turned to Willow. "Is he okay?" she asked, terrified of the answer. Wyatt slowly moved his body off Willow. She straightened her torso and held JJ out. He was softly crying, but he looked unharmed. "How about you?" Megan asked Wyatt. There was a trickle of blood running down the side of his face. He rubbed his head, wiping the blood off and clearing his ears. When he looked at Megan again, she repeated the question. He winced. "I'm okay. A little bruised, but I'm fine." He put a finger to his head. "It's only a small cut." She sighed in relief. "Brian?" He was slowly standing. She could tell he was in pain by the way he was moving. Wyatt stuck out a hand to help Brian, who seemed unsteady on his feet. The whites of his eyes were a stark contrast against his face covered in cement dust. "I'm okay. My ears are still ringing, and I got some dust in my eyes, but I don't think anything is broken," he managed to get out. Wyatt looked around, whistling low. "Wow." Megan stood and scanned the area. The building that had once been the NRU was reduced to a mountain of rubble where it had collapsed in on itself. Several of the buildings around the area had also been severely damaged. She couldn't believe what had happened. "I don't understand," she muttered. Wyatt shook his head. "I don't know either. I'm going to see if I can get some answers." Brian put up his hand. "Are you sure that's a good idea? They think we did this on purpose. They may shoot you on sight." Megan groaned. "Not again." "I think General Callis knew we'd been scammed by Neil," Wyatt argued. Willow's head shot up. "We did this? How? How did Neil scam us?" Megan gave her the Cliff Notes version of what had gone down. Willow stared at them, waiting for something. "Hello?" she said with frustration, when none of them seemed to be on the same page as her. "What?" Megan said, not in the mood for games. "Neil's at the lodge with our family," Willow said slowly, as if they were all addled. Megan felt as if she'd been hit with a brick. Her stomach lurched and her knees went weak. What had they done? Neil had managed to destroy a government building without lifting a finger. Now the man was at their home. The kids! Megan's heart pounded as she thought of the danger Caitlin was in. "We have to get back," Wyatt said. Megan looked at him. "It'll take us days. What if he's already hurt them or—" "Don't say it, Megan. They're fine. Chase, Brenda, Tara, and Albert would never let him hurt the kids. They'd be watching him close," Wyatt said, grabbing her hand. "Don't panic." Megan looked at him, shaking her head. "Wyatt," she murmured. Images of death and destruction flashed through her mind. She couldn't live with herself if something horrible happened to her daughter. Not again. Chapter 28. "He seems to have made a full recovery," Albert muttered. Chase and Brenda had come in from switching out the rain barrels in anticipation of the thunderstorm rolling in. With August around the corner, they had to do what they could to prepare for the hottest and driest month of the summer. Chase looked at Neil jogging up the stairs, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "That was the goal, right? He seems to be coming out of the little fortress he was hiding behind. I can almost see myself liking the guy," he said with a grin. "We could use another able-bodied man around here." Albert guffawed, but deep down, he agreed. Neil had proven to be a big help around the lodge. He helped in the garden and even did a few loads of laundry, which of course impressed Rosie and Tara. Neil picked up the slack created by the absence of Wyatt and the rest of the group. Ever since that day in the garden, he'd been the perfect guest, helping and being very congenial in general. It was a welcome change. "Anyone up for a game of rummy?" Rosie asked, holding up the deck of cards. "I'm game," Albert said, happy to have an excuse to sit down and rest his aching knees. "Let me clean up, and I'd love to play," Chase said, heading for the kitchen sink and the gallon of water sitting beside it. Brenda appeared thoughtful before agreeing to play a couple hands. "I'll clean the guns tonight." Tara plopped down the empty laundry basket. "Where's Neil? I wanted to thank him for helping me with that last load." "I'm up here. I'll be right down," he said from the loft. "Are you guys playing cards?" Tara asked. "Yep. Are you in?" Albert asked. "Of course," she said with a smile. "Let me get the kids settled, and I'll be right back." Albert sat back and watched as everyone milled about. Things were much calmer now. Neil had really come around and seemed to be meshing well with the group, which eased a lot of the tension that had been present the last week. They could sit back and relax a bit. All of them were holding on to the hope JJ had gotten the medical attention he needed. Things were getting better. Neil pulled out a chair and sat down across from him. "What's on your mind, old man? You look lost in thought." Albert grinned. "I was thinking about how badly I'm going to whoop your butt at this game." Neil chuckled. "We'll have to see about that. It's been a while since I've played cards, but I'm sure I can remember the basics. You may beat me the first round or two, but don't get comfortable. I'm the kind of guy who enjoys a good sneak attack." He winked. Albert smiled, but the words had a bit of a foreboding tone to them. "We'll see." Rosie sat down and started dealing the cards. Chase and Tara joined them within minutes. It wasn't long before the first hand was underway. Albert found himself laughing for the first time in months. They were all having a blast. "How about we take a short intermission?" Rosie said, after they finished the third hand. "I'll make some tea, or would anyone prefer coffee?" "I'd like a cup of coffee," Neil said. "I don't need anything, but I do need to make a visit to the outhouse," Albert said. Tara stood as well. "I need to get the kids to bed." Chase stood, stretched, and muttered something before walking out of the house. Albert followed him, clapping Chase on the shoulder. "He's a different man, don't you think?" he asked, referring to Neil. Chase nodded. "Yeah, maybe I was a little too hasty judging him in the beginning. He may not be so bad, but we do need to figure out what he's going to do now that he's healed. I don't know if he's the kind of guy who will mesh well with us for the long term. I think we wait it out. Wyatt and the rest of them should be back in the next week. We'll see if the NRU trip was a success and get their opinion on what we should do with the guy," Albert said. "All right, I'll be back in a few. Now that I'm warmed up, prepare to cry for mercy when I kick your butt in cards." "Sure, Albert. I'll be waiting." Albert quickly took care of business and headed back inside. The kitchen was empty. Everyone was still taking advantage of the intermission. A sound caught his attention. It was his ham radio. He walked towards the back of the house where the radio was set up. He slowed when he heard Neil speaking in a low voice. Instinct told him to stay out of sight. He quietly opened the bathroom door and stood inside the doorway, doing his best to make out what Neil was saying. He didn't realize Neil knew how to use the radio or had anyone to contact. The fine hairs on his arms were standing on end as he realized everything he'd thought to be true about Neil wasn't the case at all. "Yes, this is the perfect spot to control the endgame from," Neil said before pausing. "Okay, I've got to go. I'll see you in 3 days. Sivo Dobrava." Albert's heart raced as he processed what he heard. Was that Russian? Neil was definitely not what they thought. He silently kicked himself for trusting the guy and letting his guard down. Instead of sitting and stewing on the matter, he'd confront the traitor. "Who the hell was that, and what the hell do you think you're planning?" Albert demanded, walking out of the bathroom, prepared for the confrontation. Neil's back was to him as he replaced the microphone on the table. Albert watched as he exhaled a breath, dropped his head to his chest, and stayed that way for several long moments. "Turn around and face me like a man, you coward!" Albert seethed. Neil obeyed, but Albert suddenly wished he hadn't. "Old man, what a shame. You could have witnessed history in the making," Neil said in a quiet, sinister voice. Albert barely heard the words. He was too focused on the gun pointing directly at his heart. This has been Dark Redemption. Written by Grace Hamilton. Performed by Andrew Tell.